It was a beautiful sunny day. The stands were packed with fans and the archery competition was in full swing. The announcer says that the third set has been completed and there is one last arrow left. We see the youngest participant in the championship preparing for the final shot. The main character has black hair and blue eyes, and his name is Yu Sang-hyun. The announcer said that all of the young man's shots were right on target. The announcer asks if Sang-hyun's final shot will be as perfect. Having gathered his courage, the athlete pulls the bowstring. Having taken the right position, the guy brings his hand with the bowstring closer to his face and takes aim. His hand is as steady as ever because he can't afford to lose. Finally, the fingers relax and the bowstring is released, sending the arrow into flight. The arrow rushes forward with great speed, causing the audience to freeze for a moment. Finally, the arrow hits the very center of the target, completing a series of perfect hits. Fans with placards jump up from their seats and chant the young man's name. The announcer announces that the goal was a perfect hit. Sanchin masterfully hit the very center of the target. The rest of the guy's team members come up and congratulate the winner. On this day, the youngest champion of national competitions was born. However, these are only good memories that have now been shattered by the harsh reality. A stack of papers flew straight into Sanchin's face, to the surprised looks of his co-workers. The manager yelled at the guy and asked what he was thinking about so hard. Sun-hyun rubbed his bruised head and apologized to his boss. The man ordered the guy to redo all the documents, after which the guy began to collect the papers scattered on the floor. The boss watched Sanchin's actions and noticed that his hands were shaking violently. The man muttered to himself that the guy was a criminal, and he didn't understand why they needed a stupid archer with an injured arm. Even though the boss spoke quietly, Sang-hyun still heard him, but didn't say anything in response. After some time, the guy collected all the papers and left the office, closing the door behind him. Sang-hyun leaned his back against the glass surface, took a deep breath, and said that another day was behind him. When evening came, the working day was over, and the guy went home. There he was, watching the footage from the shooting championship. Sang-hyun looked at his smiling face and realized that there was nothing left of his former self. He sighed and said to himself that 10 years had already passed since that very moment. The boy remembered the archery training room and how shooting was everything to him. This sport required a serious financial investment, and the guy lived with his grandmother, so the only way out of the situation was to get a scholarship. Day after day, year after year, the guy honed his skills. The guy continued on his way to his goal no matter what. He continued shooting with a bow to become more accurate. Sanchin has earned many medals and cups through his hard work. It was so great to be a promising young talent. Sanchin believed in his destiny and a cloudless future, but a misfortune happened that crossed out all his plans for life. Remembering the most terrible moment of his life, the guy looked at his shaking hand. If the coach hadn't found him a job at the company, Sanchin could have remained unemployed for the rest of his life. The guy shook his head and said it was time to stop reminiscing. To distract himself, Sang-hyun decided to open the app on his computer and see what streams were currently running. After scrolling through several streams, the guy realized that they were all about fully immersive games because they are currently at the peak of popularity. Not long ago, a new gaming system was invented. This advanced technology is called full immersion. It allows the gamer to feel like he is in the gaming world. To play, you need a special device, a capsule, which is why these games are often called capsule games. The main problem is that the capsule costs a fortune, and an ordinary office worker like Sang-hyun can't afford such a game. The guy thinks that he is lucky enough to be able to watch broadcasts of these games. Now Sang-hyun watches as one of the gamers watches the boar from behind a tree trunk. The player received a notification that a subscriber had sent him 100,000 won with a task to kill a boar with a bow in 15 minutes. The guy loaded 3 arrows at once and said he could do it in no time. But the spectators laughed at him. The streamer sent arrows flying and thanked the subscriber for the money. However, all 3 arrows missed their target, landing quite far from the boar. The chat was immediately flooded with comments containing ridicule. One of the subscribers asked why the guy took the bow, to which the streamer replied that he could do anything, and it was all the capsule's fault since it was old. Sang-hyun watched the stream with interest and read all the comments. The guy's eyes saddened for a moment, and he muttered that anything was possible in the game. Sang-hyun would like to say that he doesn't envy them, but no matter what the streamers are like, the crowd, including Sang-hyun himself, is crazy about them. In the past, the guy was ready to give everything to achieve universal recognition, but now his mood has soured, and he closed the stream tab. The guy turned off the computer and got ready to go to bed. The next day, the boss caught Sanchin's resignation letter and said that the company was restructuring. The boss warned that if Sanshin left quietly, he would be paid well, but if the guy was fired during the restructuring, he would receive nothing. Without thinking twice, the guy replied that he would resign of his own free will. The boss asked if he was serious about this decision, and Sanshin replied that the man himself had promised severance pay. The man pushed the application toward the guy and said that he had made a good decision and should fill out the application today. The boss rubbed his head and told the guy not to worry about it, since he got into the company through connections anyway. The man said that all the employees had been through a lot, studied at universities, wrote resumes, and even went to study abroad. Comparing Sanshin with the rest of the staff, the choice was obvious to the boss. The brunette didn't really want to talk about anything else, so he simply said that he understood everything. That same day, the guy quit his job and went home to his small apartment, which was in an old building with cracked and darkened walls. Sang-hyun lay down on the bed next to his things and rubbed his head from fatigue. The guy was crushed by everything that fell on him. He is already 28 years old. At some point, a round window on one of the walls began to remind Sanshin of a target. It seemed like it was a long time ago, but the memories of my youth were very close. The peak of his sports career was 10 years ago. It was at the age of 18 that he became the youngest participant in the national championship. However, one single day turned his whole life upside down. He was just a high school graduate back then, with nothing to put on his resume. Then all the good memories were crossed out due to injury. Sang-hyun sighed and thought that he still couldn't return to the past. The guy was thinking about what to do now, and at that moment a notification came on his phone. It was a message from the streaming app saying that the stream was about to start. Suddenly, Sanshin remembered the words of that gamer, that anything is possible in the game. A few minutes later, the guy was already sitting at the computer and looking for information on how to stream. Sang-hyun thought that if everything is possible in the game, then he could also shoot a bow and show it on stream, but he is not sure if it will become popular. The guy who streams Sang-hyun often watches doesn't play very well, but the viewers still like it. Looking at him, the guy wondered how many top streamers there really are. Sang-hyun immediately began searching for a lot of information and watching videos from different streams. In fact, he was very surprised. It turned out that there were many more experienced and good streamers than he expected. Reading through the many comments, Sang-hyun realized that many of those watching the streams want to improve their skills to the level of streamers. The more information the guy found, the more the fire lit up in his eyes because it all looked so much like the world of sports. In real life, there are many more variables, such as school acquaintances, relatives, friends, and a whole host of unpredictable factors. But the gaming world is completely different. He reminds Sanshin of the life he enjoyed when he was young. It was a life in which you had to compete, improve yourself, and gradually rise higher and higher. The game world was simple but fair. After a while, the guy's eyes lit up with desire, and he went into the streaming app. He thought that perhaps he too could immerse himself in this universe. A few days later, Sang-hyun goes to meet his friend. The brunette tells his friend that he is going to buy a game capsule. His friend's name is Kim Ji-hyuk, and he was unhappy that the guy decided to buy a toy with all his money. Ji-hyuk reminded Sang-hyun that he had never played this game before. The brunette remained calm, and then his friend asked him how long it had been since he had held a bow in his hands. Ji-hyuk started yelling at Sang-hyun even more, but the guy tried to calm him down. However, the friend remained adamant and told Sanshin to come down to earth. At some point, the brunette stopped making excuses, because he sincerely did not understand why Ji-hyuk was so nervous. At his previous job, Ji-hyuk was the only person Sang-hyun could trust. The life of the brown-haired man is completely opposite to the life of Sang-hyun. Since the guy is an elite of society, a rich kid from a wealthy family, and is moving towards success by leaps and bounds. Ji-hyuk realized that his friend wasn't listening to him and lowered his head onto the table, suggesting that they start playing at the casino, but Sang-hyun replied that he wasn't good at cards. After some time, the brown-haired man asked how much the game capsule cost and found out that it cost 4,000 won. After searching the information on his phone, Ji-hyuk said that the capsule itself costs that much, but its maintenance will cost a lot. Sang-hyun was surprised because he didn't think he would have to buy anything else. After all the additions that were announced, the brunette realized that it all came to almost $1 million. Sang-hyun hit the table and said that this couldn't be. Ji-hyuk told the guy to wait for him at the cafe until he finished with all his business. So Sanshin sat waiting for his friend until the evening. Ji-hyuk decided to try to dissuade his friend from this idea and took him to an interesting place. They walked together to the building that had a play area with capsules. The guy stopped near this building for a while. Following behind Ji-hyuk, Sang-hyun thought about how he should buy a capsule instead of renting one. When the guys climbed the stairs, the brown-haired man greeted his friend Kang Seok-hyun. A man with brown hair and stubble greeted them warmly and asked which of the guys wanted to buy the capsule. Seok-hyun invited the boys inside and said he could offer them the remaining models at a reduced price. San-hyun gave a thumbs up, thinking that he shouldn't expect any other level from the elite, and Ji-hyuk gave a thumbs up in return. The brunette walked inside the store and immediately saw the capsules. They stood along the walls in large numbers. While San-hyun was looking around curiously, Seok-hyun approached him and put his hand on his shoulder. The man moved very close to the guy and offered San-hyun to check the capsule before buying it. Having grabbed the guy who agreed, Seok-hyun ran to another room, since for the capsule to work it is necessary to collect biometric data. After a while, Seok-hyun told San-hyun to hold on a little longer since they were almost done. Ji-hyuk walked closer to the man and thanked him for his help, to which Seok-hyun replied that he was just getting rid of used goods. Looking at the screen displaying the scanning information, the man said that Ji-hyuk should talk his friend out of buying it. Seok-hyun warned that there are a lot of streamers now, and San-hyun simply watched enough and was inspired by the idea, despite the fact that capsule games are an expensive pleasure. The man said that many people mistakenly think that they will be able to fully demonstrate their talents in the game, but in reality this is not the case at all. Ji-hyuk asked if it was really that different from the real world, and the man replied that it was completely different because a person does not use his physical body. Seok-hyun says that when there are no physical limitations, logic and common sense take a backseat, and ultimately it all comes down to willpower. The man remembers that San-hyun was fired not long ago, and that's why he's now fired up by this idea. But things might not go the way he wants, so Ji-hyuk will have to support his friend. Watching his friend undergo biometric scanning, Ji-hyuk thought that his idea would be much better than San-hyun spending all the money on the capsule. Once the scan was complete, Seok-hyun approached the brunette and said that he would start an archery game for him. After giving some advice on how to play and use the capsule, the man wished me luck and closed the capsule. San-hyun's consciousness began to sink into the game space. The guy closed his eyes and noted that this was a very unusual feeling. San-hyun feels like his body is in one place, but his consciousness is carried away somewhere. After some time, the guy decides to open his eyes. The first thing he sees is a bright light shining straight into his eyes. As his eyes adjusted to the bright light, San-hyun saw tree leaves swirling in the air. Now he was not in a game capsule, but on a shooting range. It felt as if he had been transported through space. The wind carried the falling leaves and tousled the boy's hair. San-hyun saw a bow in his hands and looked closely at his palms. He was mesmerized by the fact that his hands were no longer shaking and heard the announcer introduce him. San-hyun studied his feelings and could not distinguish them from reality. It seemed to him that he had returned to the past at the Olympics. The announcer announced that it was time for the first arrow, and the boy reached for his quiver. It was at that moment that he remembered Ji-hyuk's words when he asked how long it had been since San-hyun had held a bow in his hands. The brunette put the arrow on the bowstring and thought about whether he would be able to do it. San-hyun was afraid that the trembling in his hands would hinder him this time too, but at some point he froze in place. Ji-hyuk and Seok-hyun watched the game on the screen. The guy asked why San-hyun wasn't shooting, and the man replied that he was probably nervous, as newbies often behave like that. Ji-hyuk didn't understand why San-hyun should be nervous when he was so calm in everyday life. Meanwhile, the brunette himself was immersed in the game and was hesitant, not because he was nervous. He listened to his feelings, pulling the bowstring and taking aim. The guy felt that the sensations were completely different from reality, but now his hands were no longer shaking. This happens because everything here is unreal. The guy releases the bowstring and hits the exact center of the target, earning 10 points. Ji-hyuk and Seok-hyun were shocked by what they saw and couldn't believe that the guy hit the target on the first try. As the announcer talks about the hit, San-hyun takes another arrow and draws the bowstring again. Without hesitation, the guy fires another arrow and hits the bullseye again. San-hyun can't stop because he hasn't been able to pick up a bow for so long. One after another, he sends the arrow straight into the center of the target. The announcer tells San-hyun to keep shooting. And so 4 arrows had already hit the target, and not a single one had missed. Ji-hyuk and Seok-hyun were amazed, and the guy said that it was all very similar to real archery. The guy asked the man why everything was going so well if reality was so different from the capsule games, to which Seok-hyun replied that San-hyun was just adapting so quickly. Looking closely at the guy on the screen, Seok-hyun said that something was wrong. The man said that the guy looked completely different. Looking at San-hyun, who was easily completing the game, Seok-hyun asked who the guy was. When all 4 arrows hit their target, the capsule announced that the game was over. Sanshin's consciousness began to slowly return back to the real world. Sokyun came out to help the guy and said that allowing the guy to buy a used capsule would be tantamount to a crime. Sun Yun sat quietly the whole time, which made Ji-hyuk worry and ask his friend if he was feeling sick. Sun Yun didn't answer, but only raised his shaking hand to his face. His actions made Ji-hyuk feel uncomfortable. Before the game ended, Ji-hyuk told Sokyun that Sang-hyun was the youngest gold medal winner. He assumed the boy could be the best shooter in the world. But then a misfortune happened that cut short the guy's entire career. Ji-hyuk remembers helping his friend when he was drinking out of grief. At those moments, he wanted to help his friend more than anything in the world, but he didn't know how. All he could do was watch his loved one suffer. Archery was all Sang-hyun ever loved. At that moment, when the friends were sitting together in a cafe, Ji-hyuk said that Sang-hyun hadn't picked up a bow in so long that he didn't even remember. However, can a brunette forget these feelings? Sang-hyun remembers everything down to the smallest detail, just as he remembers that unfortunate incident. He remembers the cold and indifferent look of the doctor who told him about the results of the tests. He remembers the dream he had to say goodbye to. All this now fell upon Sanshin as heavy memories and tears began to flow from his eyes. Ji-hyuk was afraid for his friend and wanted to approach, but Sang-hyun asked him not to do so. Sang-hyun wiped away his tears and said that it was all very awkward. Seeing a smile, albeit weak, on his friend's face, Ji-hyuk calmed down a little. This trial game showed Sang-hyun that he really wanted the capsule, and the boy immediately bought it. When the capsule was delivered home, the guy spent the whole day installing it and was very happy when it launched. Sang-hyun was very tired, but he was happy with the thought that he could start the stream today. The guy remembered how touched Sokyun was by his story and hoped that the man didn't sell himself short because of it. Having gathered his courage, Sang-hyun decided to start his first stream. First, the guy had to select a game and set up the stream settings. The guy chose Kingdom as his first game, with its medieval setting, and the entire game's plot revolves around the life of a mercenary. The game is filled with realistic and brutal battles at every turn, and that is why it is not very popular. Well-known and popular games are usually played by a lot of people, so streams for them are much more common. Kingdom is a well-known game, but due to its high difficulty, there aren't many streamers, so it's perfect for beginners. After some time, the character's appearance was configured, and the program warned that the dive would begin in 5 seconds. Sanshin again felt the familiar sensations in his body. As if in a dream, the boy heard someone calling him to wake up. Only after a few seconds, Sanshin opened his eyes and realized that he was lying in a not very comfortable position. His appearance had changed and now his hair was still black, but his eyes were golden and there was a bruise on his cheek. The guy sat up and realized that he was in a cart with boxes. After he had a rough idea of where he was, he turned his gaze to the street. A brutal battle appeared before his eyes. Sanshin couldn't believe he was in the middle of a fight, but he was distracted by a voice that insistently brought him back to his senses. Sanhen saw a man with blonde hair and a beard, whose name was Roman, and he was the captain of the mercenaries. Getting out of the cart, the brunette apologized and thought that his cheek hurt because Roman had hit him. The captain called the guy a stupid insect and ordered him to take up arms. In an instant, the game froze, and signs with different weapons appeared in front of Sanshin, which he could choose himself. Suddenly, the guy saw a pop-up message asking him if he wanted to take the bow challenge. Sang-hyun didn't have time to notice how 5 viewers had joined the stream, but the guy was unhappy with such a small number. The guy asked what was wrong with a bow, and the commentator explained that it was easy to miss with it, because the arrows bounce off enemy armor and their number decreases. The commentator said that it would be best for a beginner to take a sword, but Sang-hyun still chose a bow. Despite the ridiculing comments, the guy noticed that viewers weren't so negative towards him and continued to watch the stream. Sanshin looked back and said that he had chosen a bow, but did not see it nearby. And at that very moment, a man fell next to him. The bow that the man had previously held in his hands flew into the air. Sanshin didn't have time to notice this and simply looked at the dead soldier. The bow fell neatly into Sanshin's hands, which greatly surprised him. The guy received a notification that he received 20 arrows. But he was not happy, he was very scared, which is why the commentators started laughing. Roman was fighting at that moment and ordered Sanshin to come to his senses and join the fight. The captain said that the guy wouldn't hit anyone like that, but the commentators told Sanshin not to pay attention to him, because Roman always has a sharp tongue. The guy had no intention of giving up and simply pulled the bowstring with an arrow and took aim. With one precise shot, he hit the enemy's head, which surprised the spectators. but there were also those who said that beginners have luck. Sanchin thought it was similar to traditional archery, but was somewhere between traditional and modern archery. The guy asked if arrows kill in one hit, and the commentator told him that this only happens if you hit vital points. The same person wrote that one shot to the head is usually enough, so Sanchin replied that he would use one arrow per enemy. The commentators just laughed at his confidence, and it even made the guy chuckle. Sanchin decided that he would prove to them that he was right in practice. In the end, it all depends directly on his shooting skills. Quickly scanning the battlefield, the guy noticed that there were about 20 bandits. And the guy has exactly 20 arrows, which means that it is possible to pass the test with a bow. It turns out that he has one arrow for each enemy. Sanchin drew another arrow and said that he would quickly deal with everyone. One after another, the guy fired arrows right at the target. He thought he might miss because the targets weren't static, but it turned out to be much simpler. Sanhen's attention was drawn to the bandit with a shield who was fighting Roman at that moment. The captain launched numerous blows, but all of them were blocked by the shield. Sanchin assessed the situation and thought that it would not be easy, but it was worth the risk as long as he had enough arrows. Roman continued to strike one blow after another. At some point, the bandit had to move his shield back a little to repel the captain's attack. Because of this, Sanyun was able to see the bandit's body completely. The guy grinned and took an arrow out of his quiver. Pressing his fingers to the bowstring, Sanchin began to aim. Finally, he managed to catch the moment when the bandit opened up. With one shot, Sanchin was able to defeat this enemy as well. This concluded the test. Sanchin looked around and noticed that the bandits were gone, and the shield bearer was the last one. The guy glanced at the stream chat and didn't see any messages, which made him think that the viewers weren't impressed with his shooting. A few moments later, a single message appeared in the chat, asking what had happened. Afterwards, the chat was filled with a bunch of messages in which viewers were delighted with his performance and could not understand how a newbie could do so well. Because of the comments, Sanyun thought that the boss couldn't be killed, but he was told that he simply couldn't be killed. The guy reminded him that he was told that a headshot kills an enemy instantly. The commentator replied that you can't do that with the boss, so he doesn't understand how Sanchin managed to do it. The guy was told that because of the shield, the boss can only be killed with a full draw of the bowstring, and Sanhyun said that with a full draw, it is not so difficult to play. The commentator responded that with such a stretch, it is very difficult to aim, so it becomes impossible. A few moments later, Sanhyun saw a comment from a viewer asking if the guy had really been playing at full tension the whole time. Sanhyun was distracted from the chat by Roman, who called him. The captain came closer and asked if the last shot had really been fired by the boy. When the stream ended, a chat opened with an open discussion of the stream. The video lasted just over 20 minutes, and an anonymous viewer decided to watch it again. The viewer saw the game character firing one shot after another. The last one killed the boss without any difficulty. After this, Roman approached the player and put his hand on his shoulder. Roman spoke lines that were unusual for this character, praising the player's abilities. The viewer, following the commentator's advice, rewinds the video to the very end to find the player's nickname at the very end. At the end of the dialogue, Roman asks the player for a name so he can report it to the mercenary commander. The player thinks for a moment, apparently choosing a name for the character. After thinking for a bit, the guy calls himself Alman. An unknown viewer starts looking for information about this streamer and says that he will definitely remember him. The Kingdom Forum had a gloomy atmosphere, as did the game itself, as interesting events were not happening very often. That was until a post about Roman praising a newcomer turned everything upside down. The video from the stream became the most discussed topic on Kingdom. Commentators suspected that the player had used a bite, as Roman had never spoken to anyone like that before. Players insisted that the account was either fake or that a professional had created a new body and was replaying the game. The author of this post claimed that this account definitely belongs to a newbie because the stream name was automatically generated. Sanyan read all these comments and couldn't even think that the stream needed a name. One comment said that even streamer Electron couldn't handle the boss. San Hyun immediately recognized the name, as he had seen it at the top when searching for information about professional players. The brunette is surprised that people are comparing him to the former professional player. San Hyun was shocked that he only did one stream, but he's already being compared to a top player. Commentators began to worry that if they continued to compare, Alman might quit the stream. However, Sanchin himself was very pleased with their comments because he did not expect anything serious from this game test. The guy was distracted from the discussion on the stream by a phone call. Taking the phone, Sang-hyun didn't understand why Ji-hyuk was calling him so early, but he answered the call anyway. Ji-hyuk was at lunch at the time and asked his friend how his first stream went, and Sang-hyun said it was good. Seokhyun asked the brown-haired man to ask if the capsule was working properly, to which Sang-hyun replied that there were no problems. Ji-hyuk asked if there were any viewers on the stream, to which the brunette replied that there seemed to be. Sang-hyun said there were about 20 viewers by the end of the stream. Ji-hyuk answered a little thoughtfully at first, but then jumped up in place, asking again. Only then did the brown-haired man remember that he was in a cafeteria and had scared people with his scream, which is why he had to apologize. Afterwards, Ji-hyuk quietly asked Sang-hyun what the guy did on the very first day to attract so many viewers. Sang-hyun was snacking on nuts at the time and replied that he was lucky because he chose a good game. Ji-hyuk asked why the brunette had joined their company if he had such talent. Sang-hyun only asked if Ji-hyuk would agree to transfer to a large organization if he was offered one, to which the guy replied that it was a fair remark. So the friends chatted about nothing for a long time. At one point, Sang-hyun said that it was time for them to finish, as he still needed to prepare for the stream, which greatly surprised his friend. Brunette said that now there are no lunches or dinners for him, since streaming is his job. His words made Ji-hyuk freeze for a moment. But after a while, a smile appeared on the brown-haired man's face. He noted that Sang-hyun never worked during lunchtime, even in the office. Before Ji-hyuk could finish speaking, Sang-hyun heard his boss's shout through the receiver. The man was unhappy that Ji-hyuk was eating while his younger colleague was having problems. The brown-haired man quietly apologized to his friend and turned off the phone. Sang-hyun sat and looked at his phone, thinking that his boss was still the same. After some time, the guy approached the capsule and launched it. While the capsule was loading, Sang-hyun wondered if he should have eaten something more substantial, rather than just nuts and milk. But the guy always felt like he was just wasting his time instead of working. Sang-hyun sat in the capsule and thought that he just wanted to get started as quickly as possible. Ever since he read that forum, his heart has been unable to calm down. He hadn't felt this pressure of comparison, this tension of being discussed for so long. Sang-hyun smiled as he couldn't believe that he was so inspired by people's interest and appreciation. The guy sighed and said that at heart he was a true athlete. As soon as the message was sent out that Almond was starting a stream, people immediately started joining him. A lot of people showed up asking all sorts of questions and wondering why the guy decided to stream at that particular time. Someone said that they were lucky to have come across his page just now, so they are looking forward to what will happen on the stream. Sang-hyun noticed that the chat was moving much faster than yesterday, which made him want to know how many people were watching it now. When he looked at the number of connected viewers, the guy was shocked, as there were 189 of them. The guy couldn't believe that the number of viewers had increased ninefold in just one day. Sang-hyun didn't expect that forum to attract so many people and create so much noise. The guy has never been in such a situation, so he is a little nervous and doesn't know how to react to it. Sang-hyun decided to wait a bit before responding to the commentators and catch his breath. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, imagining that no one was around. Sang-hyun reminded himself that none of this was real, and that it was just a game he was playing in third person. The guy began to immerse himself in the game and thought that he liked this feeling. When he is transported to another world, all nervousness evaporates as if by magic. Sang-hyun gathered his courage and greeted the audience, saying that he would continue from where he left off yesterday. At this time, Ji-hyuk was in the office at his desk. In reality, it turned out that nothing serious had happened to his colleague, but his boss still distracted him from his lunch. To calm down, Ji-hyuk bought himself a coffee, but was distracted from drinking by a notification on his phone. In the message, Sang-hyun thanked his friend for his help and promised to buy him a drink next time. Ji-hyuk looked at the message with a smile and was glad that his friend was working hard, but suddenly his face changed as he remembered something. Ji-hyuk called Sang-hyun because he wanted to tell him something, but he completely forgot about it while they were talking. When Seokhyun was helping with the capsule delivery, he asked Ji-hyuk to pass on some important information to the guy. The brown-haired man was distracted from his thoughts by an employee who reminded him that the guy had a meeting in the third conference room. Ji-hyuk replied that he would come now and again, plunged into thought, trying to remember what he was supposed to tell Sang-hyun. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun was already immersed in the game and streaming. Ji-hyuk only remembered that this information was somehow related to body optimization or something like that. Last night, Sang-hyun was looking for a lot of information about how popular streamers manage their audiences and about controversial situations. One article suggested that you shouldn't mention the number of viewers because it could hurt audience engagement. San decided to point out that he remembered all of yesterday's viewers and listed their nicknames, thanking them for joining him again. These words flattered the commentators, and they began writing even more messages in the chat, calling San a streaming genius. At that moment, the guy decided that it was time to start playing and began to fully immerse himself. After some time, San transferred into his character's body and opened his eyes. This time, awakening found him right on his horse. San said he went straight to what he's good at, and it might be because he finished streaming yesterday and played a little more. Sanhen had previously asked Roman to introduce him to the leader of the mercenaries, and so he now has a new quest. The guy needs to tell the viewer about everything he does, so he told him that the quest involves accompanying a nobleman. Viewers wrote that the game is very realistic, and that mercenaries always worked as bodyguards. Sunyan thought that the game was indeed very realistic, as he felt like he was riding a real horse. Roman's voice rang out from ahead, asking if this was Almond's first time riding a horse. The guy automatically replied that he hadn't had many chances to ride it, and the way he said it made Sang-hyun think that it was a basic phrase. Roman began to turn to the guy and said that he needed to get used to this as quickly as possible. Sanshin was already expecting another caustic comment, but the capital smiled and said that in the future, the guy will have to ride a lot on a horse. Roman laughed, and it made even Sanshin freeze for a moment. The chat was flooded with comments about Roman's behavior being unusual for the game. Many commentators asked what Sanhyun did to their Roman, but the guy didn't understand what he could have done wrong. One of the viewers asked what kind of quest the guy was going through, since he had never seen him at the beginning of the game. The commentator said that bandits on horses should appear around this time. Sanhyun was distracted by the comments and stopped looking around. It was at this moment that the sound of hooves and shouts came from the side. As it was written in the chat, the squad was attacked. A multitude of mounted bandits approached the delegation. Roman took out his weapon and ordered the mercenaries to attack. At this moment, the leader of the robbers had already approached the procession quite closely. With one blow, he cut off the head of the nearest mercenary. Roman announced that the vanguard had been broken through. The captain ordered to defend themselves and help those who found themselves at the back of the line. Sanyan watched this from the side, taking out a bow from behind his back. The guy reads the comments and sees that many people like this situation, but there are also those who want the guy to lose. This is a typical reaction in the casual world, so the guy is used to it, but now he has to focus on the game. Sanhyun decided that the best way to silence the malicious commentators was to complete this quest at the highest level. The guy got ready to shoot and said that there were about 50 robbers. Sanhyun drew his bow and thought that a good result in the battle would attract even more spectators to his side. The guy said that this time it wasn't even an ambush, but the mercenaries still managed to start losing. To begin with, Sanhyun decided to deal with the bandit who led the squad into battle. The guy fired a bow without getting off his horse and shooting, rushed between his allies. The arrow did not hit any friendly characters and accurately struck the enemy's head. The robbers, who were following their leader, stopped in fear. Roman and the squad of mercenaries also looked at what was happening in shock. The bandits froze in place and did not continue to attack the mercenaries. They said that this could not happen, that their leader could not die so easily. Comments in the chat also said that Sanhyun had done something impossible. Sanhyun read all the comments and didn't understand why the viewers were so surprised, because for him it wasn't something difficult. The number of spectators increases with each passing minute, and Sanhyun thinks that they really like it. The guy once again pulls the bowstring and says that it's time for them to continue, because the battle is not over yet. Sanhyun is happy enough to leave the battlefield victorious. One by one, the guy killed all the robbers with a precise shot to the head. Sanhyun completed the quest with absolute calm, without being distracted by comments in the chat. One after another, they erased, hitting the target right on target. Not a single arrow went wide or crooked. The bandits looked scared, while the commentators became increasingly convinced that this was not a fake account. The bandits felt that they could not win this battle, so they decided to retreat. The spectators were amused by the situation, and Sanshin once again pulled the bowstring and said that he would not let a single robber escape. The guy apologized to the robbers, but once again let go of the bowstring. It was another accurate hit that thrilled the spectators. The comments continued, but one person pointed out that something had changed in Almond. This viewer wrote that the player's pose had changed. The bandits began to retreat, but Roman ordered the mercenaries to catch up with each of them and kill them. At this point, a notification came from the game that the task had been updated. Now the task was for Sanshin to catch up with and destroy all the bandits on horseback. Without hesitation, the guy rushed into battle and told the audience that it was time to end the quest. The next day, an anonymous user logged onto the Kingdom website and saw numerous chats discussing Almond's stream the previous day. The user decided to watch the sensational video and was surprised to see the player holding a bow. The guy was curious about who this newbie streamer was who wanted to play this unpopular game. This user is one of the gaming streamers with the nickname Acorn Jelly. The guy launched the video from the stream and watched what was happening with interest, thinking that Almond might be similar to him. However, what he saw shocked him. Acorn Jelly jumped up from his seat and asked what it was. Absolutely all of the robbers were killed with a single arrow to the head, without a single miss. A simple headshot isn't enough to kill instantly, and these enemies died in an instant without even realizing what happened. Acorn Jelly's hands began to shake, and he couldn't believe that such a perfect shot actually existed. He actually saw a perfect shot for the first time. In Kingdom, an enemy will instantly fall if you hit their vital point. But this only works for enemies of a certain level. In other words, if you're facing a boss, even a critical hit won't kill him in one hit. Everyone knows this, but in reality, there is a hidden system in the game. The only hit that can beat a critical hit and have higher accuracy is a perfect shot. But not even all professional players know about it, because no one has used it before. Acorn wondered if it was even possible to activate the condition and attack in the first second and a half and hit the exact center of the enemy's vital point. Judging by the stream, Almond used this attack not only once, but also killed all subsequent bandits using this method. Acorn thought that it might be some kind of code that helps to pass the game, but immediately dismissed this idea, since no one in Kingdom needs it. The guy decided to look up information about Almond to see what other games this guy plays and what exactly he does. After doing a little searching on the internet, Acorn was in complete shock because this player really is a newbie. Meanwhile, we return to the stream that Sanhyun hosted the day before. He is currently in the process of chasing the escaped robbers. Roman told Almond that a bow was not the best weapon for attacking from horseback and suggested switching to a spear or club. The commentators supported Roman, but Sankin had no intention of changing weapons, as he enjoys archery. Almond told the captain that he would not change weapons and everything would be fine. After a few moments, Roman accepted his answer and did not insist. With sparkling eyes, the captain said that if Almond did it, he would succeed. Roman's behavior caused the chat to explode with incoming messages about the captain discriminating against players. Sanchin thought about how he had never ridden a horse before, and that this would be his first time shooting at a moving target. The guy takes the arrow and pulls it back, wondering if he can do it. It is only at this moment that Sanhyun realizes that no matter how much he imagines it, his hands continue to shake. But despite this, he cannot give up so easily. The first shot hit the robber in the neck, but still killed him. Commentators were surprised that the guy did not change his weapon as recommended, and after the hit, they called the guy a horse archer of the Joseon dynasty. However, the guy was not happy with the shot, as he was aiming for the head but still hit the neck. Sanchin focused on his feelings and decided that he needed to adjust to the horse's rhythm. He needs to be much faster than his opponents, but he also needs to be even more precise than before. The arrow flew towards the robbers at great speed. This time, she accurately hit the head of one of the enemies and killed him. The other bandits were horrified by such accuracy. The chat was filled with messages about how the guy had repeated that perfect hit right on target and had even gotten even better. After this time, Sanchin was able to adjust to the pace of the chase and continued to release one arrow after another. They all hit the target perfectly, this time without a single miss. After some time, the field was strewn with the bodies of enemies killed by a precise hit to the head. Roman came closer and said that he couldn't believe that so many enemies could be killed in the blink of an eye. The captain turned to Almond and said that the boy was an archer sent from heaven. The captain's words were supported by the other mercenaries, who said that they had never seen anyone shoot like that before. Everyone was happy that Almond joined them and nicknamed him Robin Hood. The commentators in the chat also said that Sanhyun is great and they don't understand what he's doing in a game like Kingdom. Suddenly, the control panel screen lit up differently, which caught Sanchin's attention. The guy received a message that Acorn Jelly sent the guy 100,001, writing that all his shots were perfect. After some time, the quest came to an end and the nobleman gave a speech of gratitude to Roman and Sanhen. The man said he would definitely remember Almond's name. At that moment, the guy himself was studying the notification about the received donation. Seeing the audience's reaction to Acorn Jelly's donation, Sanhyun guessed that this person was quite famous. Messages started coming into the chat asking why the guy wasn't responding to the donation, and some wrote that the guy was shocked by the amount. Sanhyun didn't understand what the audience wanted from him and decided to ask how he should react. Commentators said he should shoot a bow, or at least pretend to do so. Sanhyun said he would do it and raised his bow up, pulling the string. The guy pointed the arrow upward and fired. The arrow shot into the sky at great speed. Sanhyun looked up and saw nothing, and the commentators were again unhappy with his reaction. The audience started saying that it was very stupid of him, but Sanhyun didn't pay attention to it. He spread his arms out to the sides and said that the arrow had disappeared. However, the next moment, the arrow sent into the sky returned and pierced Sanhyun's head. After this, a notification came that the game was over. This made all the viewers laugh, because they had never seen such an epic suicide for a donation. When the guy was an athlete, he only shot blunt arrows, and now he is glad that the audience liked it. But at that moment, the capsule turned off. The capsule's lid opened, but Sanhyun couldn't understand why this happened. The guy started sweating because the capsule had no cooling system and attributed the capsule's sudden shutdown to the fact that it was an older generation. Sanhyun immediately picked up his phone to see what was happening with the stream. Even though the broadcast was cut off, the chat didn't close, so the guy explained what happened, but they asked him to return to the game. Someone wrote that the guy has incredible talent, and he was flattered by this, since the guy thinks that this is not bad for a beginner streamer. Sanhyun decided not to explain his tactics and simply wrote in the chat that there would be no more broadcast today. The chat was flooded with negative comments from viewers who were unhappy with the sudden interruption of the broadcast immediately after the donation. Sanhyun decided to search the internet for information about acorn jelly and confirmed that this user was popular. The guy decided to study this user's playing method by watching several videos from broadcasts. After just a couple of videos, Sanhyun realized that this guy is truly amazing. All the bow tests were not very successful, but the other videos were quite good. Sanhyun couldn't understand what such a famous streamer was doing on his channel. Soon, a notification about an incoming message arrived on the phone. The message contained a greeting from Acorn Jelly. After learning more about Acorn Jelly, Sanhyun found out that the guy is a versatile streamer, and he would like to become just like him. In the message he sent, Acorn wrote that he was very impressed with Sanhyun's performance and suggested that they meet up sometime and exchange life hacks. Acorn suggested doing a collab, but pointed out that he wasn't putting pressure on the guy and that if there were any questions, he would be happy to answer them. A collaboration with such a versatile streamer could help Sanhyun in the future. However, viewers may perceive this as an attempt to rise in chats by exploiting another streamer's fame. Sanhyun rubbed his head and couldn't figure out what he should do, and there was no one to ask for advice. At that moment, the phone line nearby rang. Picking up the phone, the guy saw that Ji-hyuk was calling him. When the guy answered the call, his friend said he had just watched his stream and asked if his nickname was Almond. Sanhyun confirmed that it was him, and then Ji-hyuk asked how the viewers reacted to him. Sanhyun said that everything was fine, but Ji-hyuk didn't like such a simple answer and asked why the guy was so calm. The brunette said that he had become accustomed to increased attention since childhood, so it was not a problem for him. It sounded like bragging to Ji-hyuk, so he angrily squeezed the soda bottle. Sanhyun asked if that was the reason for the call, but his friend replied that there was something else important. A few moments later, Ji-hyuk announced with a laugh that he had also quit the company. His words left Sanhyun stunned, after which he began to ask why his friend had made such a decision. Ji-hyuk took a sip of his soda and replied that he had just gotten into a fight with his boss. Shaitan said that he should have thrown an ashtray at his boss when he was leaving the office. Now it has dawned on Sanhyun that Ji-hyuk can now sign a contract with another company after playing for a certain period of time. While Sanhyun was thinking, Ji-hyuk continued to talk about how his boss had been irritating him for a long time. At that moment, Sanhyun was only thinking about whether he should ask Ji-hyuk to be his manager. However, the guy quickly dismissed this idea, since he still wouldn't be able to pay his friend for the work and didn't know what he would need to do. Sanhyun's thoughts were interrupted by Ji-hyuk's words that from now on, he would become his manager. A friend said he was looking forward to working with Sanhyun. Having received no answer, Ji-hyuk asked if the guy was against the idea, but Sanhyun began to convince him that he really wanted it. Sanhyun said he was concerned about his friend's financial situation, but his friend changed the subject. Ji-hyuk recalled that the boy burst into tears the first time he used the capsule, and these words greatly embarrassed Sanhyun. Sanhyun's excuses were interrupted by a friend who said that he became thoughtful when he saw the brunette in such a state. At that moment, Ji-hyuk realized that Sanhyun really liked archery. When the brown-haired man saw his friend in such a state, He realized that he had never done anything like this. Ji-hyuk said that he also wants to find out what he really likes. Sang-hyun told his friend that if he did this, it could affect his career. Ji-hyuk replied that nothing would happen if he took a year off before looking for a job, but they would be able to secure a lucrative contract. Ji-hyuk asked if the brunette doubted him, to which the guy replied that he had complete confidence in his friend. Sang-hyun told his friend to quit right now, and then he would let him roll in money. The brunette said that Ji-hyuk can start work starting tomorrow. For some time, the guys discussed various work issues. Upon learning that Sang-hyun had received a collaboration offer, Ji-hyuk said that choosing offers was his specialty. Sang-hyun asked if everything would be okay, and Ji-hyuk replied that they couldn't miss this opportunity. The brunette reminded him that he was making a bad impression on people, but Ji-hyuk said to leave it to him. Ji-hyuk has an idea, and he suggested that they show what they are capable of. The next day, it was decided to meet with Acorn Jelly's manager. A female manager with long, light brown hair named Nayeon was concerned that they had chosen a less than presentable place to meet. Acorn Jelly, whose real name is Do Jemuk, replied that he chose this place because the guy has potential, but Acorn is still a superstar. Nayeon recalled that the last time she collaborated with a certain streamer, Jemuk almost fainted. The guy was unhappy with this caustic remark and changed the subject, saying that Almond had the best physical attributes in the country. Jemuk said that investing in a guy like that could be good for their future. The girl said that in this world, everyone looks at abilities and asked if Jemuk had met Almond in person. The guy turned away and answered negatively, which made the girl doubt that her protege was truly a professional. Nayeon started hitting him and saying that the guy could have been wrong about Almond, and then he would whine if the stream was canceled. The boy and girl were distracted from their argument by a voice that asked if the boy was Acorn Jelly. Nayeon and Jemuk were distracted and looked at the man who approached. They froze in surprise when they saw Sanshin standing in front of them. The guy was dressed in a suit and greeted Jemuk and Nayeon, introducing himself formally. When Nayeon saw the guy, the first thing she thought was that he was very handsome. Jemuk quickly stood up from his seat to shake hands and greet Sang-hyun. While they were exchanging greetings, another guy in a suit approached them from behind. Jemuk immediately noticed him and asked him to introduce him too. Ji-hyuk introduced himself as Sang-hyuk's manager and handed the guy his business card. When Nayeon and Jemuk accepted the business cards, Acorn thought that the boys were very sociable and friendly. Jemuk wanted to learn more about his new acquaintances and decided to pay attention to the business card. After reading the information on the cards in detail, Nayeon and Jemuk were amazed because Ji-hyuk used to work for a large company. While the brown-haired man accepted the praise with a smile on his face, Sang-hyun wondered when his friend had managed to make business cards. Nayeon became very embarrassed and said that compared to Sang-hyun's manager, she was an ordinary person. The girl bowed low and said that she looked forward to working together. Jemuk suggested that the guys sit down and begin the discussion. Nayeon handed out sheets of paper to Sang-hyun and Ji-hyuk and explained that they contained the streaming order and a list of questions. After some time, the guys finished discussing all the details. Jemuk said that they only had to discuss the financial side of the issue. Sanchin said that he was new to the field, so he offered to do it without payment, as a simple cooperation would be enough for him. Jemuk replied that they were not living in an age of slavery, and Nayeon said that if they did so, it would cause a storm of negativity towards them. Sang-hyun wanted to say something, but Ji-hyuk interrupted him and told the guys that in that case they could pay them the minimum amount. Jemuk reminded that their work does not have an hourly rate, so this is not entirely possible. However, he already had a plan in his head, which he had discussed with his manager in advance. Jemuk offered to give half of the donations they collected during their joint streams. This proposal greatly surprised Ji-hyuk. He was delighted and turned to Sang-hyun to see his reaction. The brunette did not expect that they would make him such an offer, because initially they did not intend to receive any benefit from this offer except experience. After the negotiations were successfully completed, Sang-hyun and Ji-hyuk went home. The manager was happy that they would be given half of the donations, and Sanshin said that this would be a fairly large amount. According to information from the internet, Ji-hyuk found out that the minimum donation amount for Acorn Jelly is 2 million won, so they could receive around 1 million. Sang-hyun asked the manager where he got this information, after which Ji-hyuk sent him a message. Opening it, Sang-hyun realized that Ji-hyuk had been recording the negotiations all this time, to be on full alert. The brunette thought that it was people like his manager who became the heads of conglomerates. Ji-hyuk interrupted his thoughts and said that if Sang-hyun earned 300,000 a month, then he would be entitled to 20% as a manager. Sanchin reminded him that he hadn't even earned the minimum amount yet, and asked the manager if that would be enough, to which he replied that he had a lot of savings. Ji-hyuk said that he had plans for everything, and his words calmed San-hyun down a little. The next day, San-hyun started a stream, and many viewers immediately joined in and asked why there was no stream yesterday. Among the comments, the guy saw information that he would be collaborating with Acorn Jelly, which made the guy nervous. According to the agreement, San-hyun cannot disclose information, so he decided to pretend that he knew nothing about it. While loading the game, the guy told the audience that today he would go after the leader of the bandits and try to destroy them all. There have been numerous messages in the chat about the boss being impossible to kill with one headshot. Sun-hyun decided to remind them that last time he killed the boss with one shot, but accidentally got his name wrong and received a few more laughing comments. Sun-hyun was told that the leader of the bandits was not the boss, which made the boy feel uncomfortable about bragging. A message came into the chat in which one of the viewers offered 100,000 won for San-hyun to kill the boss with one shot. The guy thought it was a good offer, so he accepted it without thinking. However, it was only after San-hyun gave his consent that he remembered that it was impossible to kill the boss with one shot. San-hyun decided to be shameless, so he thanked the viewer for the donation and said that he would definitely take the 100,000. After that, several more people sent donations with the task of killing the boss with one shot, as well as with other tasks. San-hyun hadn't even logged into the game yet, but donations had already started coming in, for which the guy thanked everyone and said he would do his best. The guy realized that even if donations determined the flow of the stream, such communication would become an excellent source of constant income. San-hyun decided not to delay any longer and began to dive. The guy found himself back on the same lawn where he finished his stream the day before. The guy's attention was drawn to a female voice. Turning around, he saw a girl with turquoise eyes and blonde hair named Amelia. The girl came closer and thanked the guy for saving her from the robbers and said that she did not know how to thank him. San-hyun thought that Amelia might be the game's main character, and his answer might change the course of the game. Before the guy could answer, a table with answer options appeared in front of him, and all the commentators advised him to answer so that he would hint at money. However, San-hyun chose a different option and said that it was not worth thanking since it was their job. The girl still thanked Almond again for his help. People started writing in the comments about another heroine named Rosanita, but the guy didn't have time to figure out what was going on because he was distracted by Roman. The captain said that there was a risk that the remaining bandits were scattered throughout this mountain range and suggested sending a special detachment to destroy them. Amelia replied that she would be very grateful, after which Roman went to give the order. The captain ordered the guards to remain where they were and set up camp. As night fell on the streets, the clearing squad set out. San-hyun was part of this squad because his mission was to destroy the boss. After some time, the detachment managed to spot the enemy camp. The mercenaries hid in the bushes to assess the situation and come up with a plan of action. San-hyun looked around and tried to figure out from which place it would be more convenient for him to shoot. Meanwhile, Roman raised his hand and gave a signal. The captain said that they would get as close as possible and simultaneously strike from the rear. It was on this mission that San-hyun felt more nervous than usual. The sensation of being fully immersed in reality is almost no different, so he cannot simply dismiss it as a simple game. A few moments later, the fight began. From the direction of the camp, screams were heard, indicating that they were under attack. The bandits standing by the fire realized that they had been taken by surprise. Before one of them could do anything, an arrow struck his head. The bandits didn't have time to come up with a plan of action. One after another, the archer shot them down. The bandits tried to escape, but to no avail. Arrows caught up with them, even when they thought they had found shelter. San-hyun hid in the bushes in a convenient place and continued firing. Unfortunately, his attacks attracted the attention of bandits. When the enemy managed to discover his location, they decided to eliminate the archer first. San-hyun's attention was drawn to the achievement he received, which unlocked the sequential shooting skill after 3 headshots in a row. The guy decided not to hesitate and immediately test this skill in action. His bow began to emit a light green glow. San-hyun activated the sequential shooting skill and fired several arrows at once. All 3 arrows pierced different targets at the same time, hitting them right in the head. Commentators began to write that this skill previously seemed simply useless. But even with this skill, Almond continues to hit the target. Viewers wrote that even if it was sequential shooting, it shouldn't be that fast. Other commentators wrote that it's not about the speed of the skill, but that Almond is just like that. After reading the comments, San-hyun said the bow was much cooler than he thought. The guy received another donation, asking him to say that Almond doesn't have a girlfriend, to which the guy immediately fulfilled the viewer's wish. Sun Hyun was a little tired, but was still happy with the result of the stream. And it wasn't just about the chat and the realistic feeling of being fully immersed. Sun Hyun was very drawn to the reaction and joy of the people. While the guy was catching his breath, Roman snuck up to him and put his hand on his shoulder. The captain said that at this rate, the guy would soon become the best in the empire. At that moment, a donation came in asking where the boss had gone, and that really got Sanshin thinking. Suddenly, the guy heard the cry of one of the mercenaries, who reported to Roman that they had found the boss's corpse. When they raised the head of the bandit leader, everyone could see that he had been killed by a single arrow to the head. People started writing in the comments that this couldn't be true, and that the boss definitely didn't die from a headshot. At that moment, a message came from Acorn Jelly, saying that a perfect shot could even defeat a boss, and he sent Sanhyun a donation of 100,000 won. Looking at the chat, Sanhyun realized that the audience was divided between those who didn't believe it and those who praised Almond's skills. However, the guy himself had only one question. What does a perfect shot mean? There was a lot of buzz in the chat over Acorn Jelly's comment about the perfect shot, as many people didn't understand what it meant. The audience agreed that the perfect shot was just a fairy tale, which greatly angered Yamuk. Unfortunately, Acorn cannot back up his words with action, so he hopes that Sanhyun himself can do it. However, what shocks him most is that the guy himself doesn't understand how difficult a shot he made. Acorn sent another donation and asked if the guy really knew nothing about the perfect shot. Acorn couldn't understand how this could happen, because all this time Sanshin had been performing this blow flawlessly. Jamuk didn't know how to explain everything to the brunette. However, he was not upset by this. He was genuinely surprised by this guy's abilities. Acorn thought that Sanhyun was really a pro, and the timing was perfect. Jamuk sent another 100,000 won and invited Almond to stream together tomorrow. Sanhyun realized that Acorn was trying to subtly suggest a collaboration. The guy decides he should play along, so he pretends to think about the offer. The chat was flooded with comments recommending that they refuse, otherwise the guy would be cursed. Despite the seemingly negative comments, all viewers were eagerly awaiting the joint stream. At that moment, another viewer sent 100,000 won and wrote that he would send another 100,000 won if Almond repeated his shot in a joint stream. Sanhyun realized that this message was the starting point, and the brunette accepted Jemuk's offer. The guy said that it would be an honor for him to do a joint stream with Acorn Jelly. Jemuk looked pleased with the situation. After the announcement that Acorn would be contacting Almond, a flood of excited comments poured into the chat. However, Sanhyun thought that Acorn made up the story about the perfect shot to get more views. Commentators wrote that Almond received a fairly large donation from Acorn, but he said nothing about it. Sanhyun read this and raised his bow, while the commentators realized what was going on and asked him not to end the stream. The boy raised his bow again, aiming at the sky above his head. Sanshin thanked everyone for their donations and said that it was time to finish the game for today. The guy again spread his arms out to the sides and said goodbye to the audience. The next moment, the arrow fell right on his head again, ending the game. When the stream ended, Sanhyun came out of the capsule and sighed with relief. He thought he was going to die from the heat. The guy wondered if there was anything wrong with the fact that he ends his streams like this every time, because he doesn't feel very well. At that moment, Ji-hyuk wrote a message saying that he liked Sang-hyun's stream. The guy reminded Sang-hyun that they had agreed to meet, record an interview, and play on stream. The brunette looked at himself in the mirror and only now remembered about the interview. The friends agreed on a meeting place, and Sang-hyun went to read the comments on the stream on the Kingdom website. The guy glanced at the messages about his collaboration with Acorn Jelly and stopped at the video recording. Someone in the audience slowed down the stream so that they could clearly see how the arrow killed the boss in one shot. However, there were people who did not believe it and accused Sanshin of shooting 2 arrows. Many people pointed out that nothing could be seen in the video due to the distance. Sun-hyun came across a comment that everything would become clear during tomorrow's joint stream. When they started discussing his appearance in real life, the guy lost interest and looked at his watch, thinking that it was time for him to eat. As Sun-hyun was about to leave the room, his attention was caught by the ringing telephone. The guy picked up the phone and asked why Ji-hyuk was calling him if they had just talked. The manager told Sang-hyun to watch a video of him on LTube, but the brunette said that he didn't have an account on that app. Then Ji-hyuk told him that Acorn himself had posted a teaser for their upcoming joint stream on his channel. Sang-hyun was intrigued by this, so he immediately ran to watch the teaser video. The video featured clips from Almond's previous streams. Numerous moments of perfect shots that took down everything from the weakest enemies to bosses. Each of the strikes was accompanied by commentary from Acorn Jelly. The video was made to a high standard, as you would expect from a professional. The video also included moments from today's stream. A new skill with several arrows flashed, and also the final blow, which killed the boss with one shot to the head. The images change and then disappear, leading to Acorn Jelly asking if the perfect shot exists. The streamer suggests joining their stream tomorrow and finding out. The video was flooded with comments suggesting that everyone would be eagerly awaiting the stream to meet the newcomer who had caught Acorn Jelly's eye. Everyone who watched the video that day was delighted with the joint stream. The next day, Acorn Jelly's stream recorded a record number of viewers on all of Altube. The next day, Sanhyun and Jamuk met in the studio to conduct a joint stream. Acorn was already preparing for the broadcast and warned Sanhyun that they would need to show their faces and introduce themselves. Jamuk said that at the beginning of the stream there are usually 3,000 to 4,000 viewers, so Sanhyun can just stand aside for now. Jaehyuk was also present during the broadcast, but he took his place next to Nayeon, watching everything from the viewer's perspective. Soon the guys took their places and the stream finally began. Although Jamuk said that there are usually around 4,000 viewers, now more than 10,000 have joined them, which greatly surprised the guys. Acorn began answering some questions from the chat, while Sanhyun watched from the side. The guy understands that Jamuk is doing this so that as many people as possible will join the broadcast. Acorn said that everyone already knew about their guest today, and that today they would be demonstrating the perfect shot and checking whether it really exists. After his words, the number of connections had already reached 40,000, which gave a signal to Jamuk to invite Sanhyun. Acorn extended his hand and invited Almond to join them. He introduced him as a popular genius archer. All the spectators were in anticipation, because they had never seen Almond's real face before. Sanhyun gathered his courage and walked closer to Jamuk, sitting down in his seat. With a smile on his face, the guy greeted the audience and introduced himself again. The chat was flooded with messages saying that Almond was very handsome, and some even started sending donations. Jamuk said that the guy was really handsome, and he himself was very surprised when he saw him for the first time. Many began to rush the guys to start playing faster, but Jamuk asked them to treat the guests with respect. However, under the influx of messages, he gave in and said that it was time for them to get started. To enter all the data, Acorn asked Sanshin for the optimization code. However, the brunette doesn't even know what it is, which leaves Jamuk stupefied. Acorn said that the capsule's optimization code is needed to tune it to a person's brainwaves and body. Sanhyun said that he wasn't aware of this and asked if it was really that important, which shocked Jamuk. Only now did Acorn realize that Sanshin had been playing without optimization all this time, making it much more difficult to complete missions. At that moment, Jaehyuk, who was sitting in the other corner of the room, jumped up. Seokhyun had already warned Jaehyuk about this, but he had completely forgotten about it. Coming closer to Acorn, Jaehyuk told him that Sanhyuk really didn't know anything about it, since he forgot to tell him about it. Acorn couldn't believe it, and said that he now even felt a bit ashamed. Jamuk told viewers that Almond bought a used capsule and simply played without thinking about the details. There was a flurry of comments about how this was impossible, with some suggesting that this was what was causing Almond to be kicked out of the game. After reading the comments, Acorn asked if this had happened before during the game, and Sanhyun replied that it had. Brunette said that this always happens after he dies, but this amazed Jamuk even more, since the game starts over again after the player dies. The commentators explained this by saying that the guy didn't die, but simply got hit in the head by his own arrow, thereby disconnecting from the game. Acorn called Sanshin a genius, to which he replied that apparently that was indeed the case. Jamuk looked at the guy in shock and couldn't believe what was happening now. Acorn realized that Sanhyun was the typical genius that everyone wanted, and he also looked like he had experience dealing with people. Looking at the brunette, Jamuk realizes that he is perfect for the stream, which makes him happy. Acorn suggested creating optimization code for Sanshin first, to which he immediately agreed. After some time, the scan was completed, and it took less time than Sanshin expected. Jamuk joined him in space and asked how the boy was feeling. Sanhyun said that he felt very light, as if the body did not exist at all, and Jamuk said that this is how it should be, because this world is in their minds. Acorn came closer and said that they had completed all the preparations. Now it's time to start the game and finally find out if the legendary perfect shot exists. Jemuk announced the start of the game, and the guys began to be transferred into the game. The boys found themselves in the game and immediately heard that Lady Amelia had assigned another task to the mercenaries. Roman said that there is a goblin cave not far from here, because of which the farmers have no life, so they must find this cave and destroy all the monsters. The captain said that they hadn't received such a good assignment for a long time, so they should try hard. The road was not short, so it took quite a long time. They had to travel in a cart, but it was convenient for Acorn and Almond. Acorn said he would tell the guy the conditions for the perfect shot. Jemuk said that the game has a scoring system and points are awarded depending on where the shot lands. And the condition for a perfect shot is to hit the exact center. It was very similar to archery and competition, so Sanshin asked about the second condition. Acorn said it was very difficult to execute because it meant you only had one shot at hitting the perfect shot. Sanshin didn't take it seriously and said he understood everything. Now he knows why the shot is called perfect. Acorn was shocked by his reaction because Sanhyun acted as if he didn't care about it. Jemuk thought that the guy was reacting this way because he had managed to make a perfect shot before, so there would be no problem. While Acorn was lost in thought, Roman came up behind him and hit him on the head, which greatly surprised Sanshin, who had never encountered such behavior from the captain before. Roman asked why Acorn hadn't come out yet, even though they had already arrived at the place. Roman looked at Acorn with anger and continued to scold him and threaten him with violence. At some point, the flow of curses stopped and the captain froze for a moment. The next second, he turned his gaze to Almond and smiled again. Roman wished Sanshin good luck, to which Acorn complained, because they speak to him differently. Soon, a squad of mercenaries approached the cave with goblins. Acorn hid in the bushes nearby and asked if the audience was ready to see the show. But before he could finish speaking, Roman hit him on the head with his fist again. The captain ordered Acorn to shut up if he was going to help them. Roman asked Almond to show the newcomer what a real surprise attack was. For a while there was silence in the air, broken only by the sounds made by the goblins themselves. Sanshin crept through the bushes to a convenient area for him. The guy felt that due to the optimization, his body began to move more easily, and that unpleasant feeling completely evaporated. Sanshin hid in the bushes and pulled the bowstring, preparing to fire the first shot. Acorn watched him from the side in surprise and did not understand why the guy chose this particular position. However, no matter how impossible it may seem, Acorn is confident that the guy will cope. And for good reason, as Almond once again delivered a perfect strike. Acorn was genuinely amazed by what he saw, because now he was watching all of this not through a computer screen. For Sanshin, this shot was not at all unusual, so he continued shooting without hesitation. All subsequent arrows easily hit the goblins' heads, killing them on the spot. Watching from the sidelines, Acorn noticed that due to the optimization, Sanyun began to play even better than before. The brunette even managed to make his shot quieter so he could shoot from an ambush. Acorn was truly amazed by Almond's abilities. In addition to his monstrous physical attributes, the guy has a special trait that can be seen in his speech and behavior. Now Acorn sees that the guy seems to be standing in rays of light. Finally, Almond finished his series of strikes, killing the last goblin in sight. Acorn is confident that thanks to optimization, Sanyun no longer has a problem making the perfect shot. After some time, the game announced that all the goblin guards had been destroyed. Roman praised Almond for his work, while Gemma couldn't get over what he saw. The guy thought that at this stage, all the mercenaries should have worked together, but this time Sanyun managed it alone. Gemma turned to the audience and said that every shot was perfect, but the commentators didn't believe him. Roman ordered the mercenaries to light a fire and seal off the exit from the cave so that all the remaining goblins would suffocate inside. The mercenaries moved closer to the entrance and began to make fire under the clear direction of the captain. Before they had time to block the entrance to the burning cave with stones, a menacing roar was heard from its depths. A large monster was emerging from the depths of the cave towards them. The goblin boss's eyes glowed red in the darkness of the cave. This monster was much larger than its minions and surpassed any man in height. Frightened by the boss's sudden appearance, one of the mercenaries who had been making the fire fell and began to crawl back. Roman ordered everyone to prepare for battle, while some commentators were moved by the stream and wished Sanhyun a perfect shot on the boss. The goblin boss approached the mercenaries' first line of defense and prepared to strike. In front of everyone stood Yamuk, who with a smile on his face told Sanhyun to hit the target on the first try and right in the center. The commentators eagerly awaited the outcome of the battle. Sanshin did not look up from the game and took an arrow out of his quiver, taking aim. However, the shot never happened, as something unusual caught the brunette's attention. He lowered his bow, causing indignation and questions from the commentators. Viewers wrote that Sanhyun was afraid that he wouldn't be able to cope. But the problem was that the goblin was wearing an iron mask on his head. The guy realized that there was no point in aiming at the head, since it was protected, so he thought about choosing another point to strike. However, after some thought, Sanshin came to the conclusion that no other point on the body would produce a perfect shot. In this case, the guy made another decision, which he considered correct, and pointed the bow upward. Sanhyun launched an arrow into the sky, which raised a lot of questions from the audience, and someone even asked if they had received 100,000 donation. The arrow continued to rise high into the sky, just as it had done before when the guy interrupted his streams. Having reached the highest point, the arrow turned downwards and began to fall. Sanshin looked at the arrow and thought that for a perfect shot, he had to hit a vital point. Contrary to the expectations of the audience, this time the arrow flew not towards the guy, but towards the goblin. The arrow approached the boss from behind, because a vital point can be hit not only from the forehead, but also from the back. Thanks to his excellent skills, Sanshin was able to hit the back of the goblin's head precisely. The commentators, like Roman and the mercenaries, watched what was happening with bated breath. Jumuk looked at the boss and waited to see what would happen next. Whether the monster would fall, or whether that shot had killed him. Sanshin looked at the goblin and did not take his sharp gaze away. After a few seconds, the monster began to fall backwards. Under the surprised gaze of the mercenaries, the goblin fell dead. At the place where he fell, a hole formed in the ground. The mercenary squad with Roman and Jemuk approached closer to make sure that the goblin was destroyed. The next moment, Jemuk fell to his knees and screamed joyfully, and commentators began writing that his wish had finally come true. One of the viewers sent the guys a donation of 200,000 won with congratulations. While Jemuk continued to cry with joy, Sanhyun thanked the viewer for the donation. Notifications started arriving one after another, which greatly surprised the brunette. Viewers began sending donations of varying amounts one after another. After a while, the guys finished the stream, and after waking up, Sanhyun noticed that he was still sweating heavily. The guy suggested that even expensive capsules don't have a proper ventilation system, while Jaemuk went to show off to Nayeon. The boy happily jumped around the girl, who stood there as if she had no chance of leaving, and endured Jaemuk's childish behavior. Nayeon reported that the stream was cut off due to overload caused by the chat and the influx of donations. Ji-hyuk approached the guys and said that the game was frozen, but the stream was still running, so they could continue the interview and get even more donations. Jemuk liked the idea and was eager to bring it to life. Sanhyun asked to wait while he went away and dried his hair, but Nayeon said that the guy looked good as is. Just a minute later, the guys appeared in front of the cameras again and greeted the audience. Acorn now looked pleased that he had been able to prove his theory about the existence of the perfect shot. Sanhyun smiled at the camera and said he didn't really know anything about the perfect shot. Someone wrote that Jaemuk was crying after the game screen went black, but the guy started denying it. At that very moment, a multitude of donations poured into the chat, which greatly surprised the guys, and Acorn said that he wouldn't have time to read them all. Instead, Jaemuk decided to thank them all at once. Away from the boys, Nayeon and Ji-hyuk were watching what was happening. Ji-hyuk noticed that more than 1,000 people had already left donations, but he couldn't even imagine a specific amount. In an instant, the faces of everyone in the room changed. A viewer with the nickname Seo sent a donation of 1 million won. Sanshin froze because he had never seen anyone send such an amount as a donation. His manager couldn't believe what he saw either. Along with them, Jaemuk was also surprised since in his entire history of streaming, he had never received such an amount. However, the donation included a message asking people to tell Alman that he was handsome. The next moment, the viewer sent another donation with the same amount and message, which surprised the guys even more. Commentators began to laugh at the fact that all the donations went exclusively to Alman. Before the broadcast, Jaemuk compiled a list of questions and put them to a vote, but he wasn't very pleased with the results, as all the top spots were taken by questions about Sanhyun's personal life. While Jaemuk was indignant, Sanhyun began to answer questions and said that he does not use any special care and does not use tint either. Despite all these strange questions, although the guy felt awkward, he liked this attention. Being in the center of all these events, the guy felt very good. For a while, Sanhyun and Jaemuk answered questions from the chat and had a fun time discussing the game. During all this time, Sanhyun realized that he really enjoyed playing games on stream. The guy thinks it suits him very well. When the sun began to set, the boys decided it was time to finish. Nayan handed a towel to the sweaty Sanhyun and said that he was sweating so much because he didn't have a proper cooling system. Jemuk disagreed with her and suggested that it was because Sanhyun was concentrating so hard while playing. Jemuk thanked the guys again for their cooperation and said that this was the first time he had seen such a response on a stream. Ji-hyuk thanked the guys in return and handed them a gift in honor of their collaboration, which made Nayeon and Jemuk happy. Sanhyun thought that his manager was really good at collaboration, because he himself would never have thought of this. Jemuk said that they needed to talk while Nayeon prepared everything. Turning the tablet towards Sanhyun and Ji-hyuk, the guy showed them the total amount he received from the stream. There was silence in the room for a while, but then it was filled with surprised cries as the total revenue amounted to 5,360,000 won. Sanshin expected the donation amount to be large thanks to Acorn, but he didn't expect 5 million. Ji-hyuk asked if the guys always managed to get such a sum, to which Jemuk replied that it was the first time he had seen such a thing. At this time, Nayeon brought the boys drinks and said that if they split it in half, they would each get 2,700,000 won. Ji-hyuk and Sanhyun were shocked by the amount. The boys immediately began to bow and thank Jemuk and Nayeon for their work, but the guy replied that it was all thanks to them. Jemuk said that even 500,000 won on a joint stream was already a big jackpot, and these words made Ji-hyuk convinced that donations were not the main source of income for gamers. Ji-hyuk decided to ask the guy directly how he makes money. Jemuk replied that the main source of income is advertising, and that income depends on the number of viewers. Nayeon, in turn, is engaged in attracting third-party advertisers not related to gaming activities. Pointing to a t-shirt with the logo on Jemuk, the girl says that he advertises not only games, but also clothing and gaming equipment. Ji-hyuk compared it to what celebrities do in normal times, and the girl agreed. Nayeon said that while the good-looking guys make most of their income from donations, the likes of Jemuk are left with nothing but advertising. Jemuk and Nayeon started arguing again, while Sangyun watched them, and Ji-hyuk tried not to laugh too loudly. At some point, the girl turned her attention to Sanhyun and said that he could sometimes act like a celebrity. Jemuk looked at Nayeon and didn't understand why she was saying something that was different from what the girl had said before. Sanhyun thanked the girl for the compliment and said that he would like to only do games in the future. The girl reassured him, saying that she had only suggested options on how he could earn money. Jemuk said that if Sanhyun is into streaming, then increasing his outside activities is also important. For example, a streamer with the nickname Horn, in addition to streaming games, also works in the entertainment industry and appears on various shows. Jemuk also suggested starting an ALTUB channel to stream fan service for communication. Nayeon explained that streamers can be divided into two groups, with the majority focused on creating content for YouTube. There are also streamers who occupy a narrower niche, as they stream on Trebi. Nayeon advised Sanhyun to consider moving to a wider field, while he is currently occupying a small niche. Jemuk said that to run such streams, you need a good editor, but Ji-hyuk has no experience in this field. Jemuk advised them not to rush in this case and try to find an editor on the side. The guys sat in the cafe for a while, exchanging ideas and sharing experiences, but soon they decided to go their separate ways. After reaching the parking lot, Jemuk and Sanhyun shook hands again and thanked each other for their cooperation. Jemuk suggested the guy organize another joint stream together in the future. Jemuk thought that the next time they met, Sanhyun would already be much ahead of him. But the guy wasn't upset by this. He would have been glad to see it, because Sanhyun appeared before him as an amazing person. Jemuk and Nayeon stood in the parking lot for a while, watching the car go by. The guy said that he was as far away from Sanhyun's talent as he was from China, and Nayeon complained that she was cold and suggested going inside the building. After some time, Ji-hyuk gave Sanhyun a ride home, for which the brunette thanked him. When Sanhyun was about to leave, the manager called him, forcing him to stop. Ji-hyuk saw that the brunette was thinking hard about Altub and Trebi, but advised his friend not to rush into making a decision. The guy said that Sanhyun is very talented, so he will definitely be successful in everything he takes on. The friend's words encouraged the brunette and made him smile. Sanhyun thanks Ji-hyuk for the advice and heads towards home. The area was densely built up, so Ji-hyuk couldn't take Sanhyun directly to his house. The guy had to walk up the stairs to his house. Sanshin said it was starting to get cold. The brunette remembered seeing his grandmother off because, in winter, the stairs get covered in ice and are very difficult to climb. These memories made Sanshin plunge into thought. Looking at his feet, the boy told his grandmother that he had earned 2,700,000 won today. Despite his words, Ji-hyuk did not take a penny from this money. Grandma was not there with Sanchin, but he continued on his way, saying that he would continue doing this because he liked it. Besides, the main reason for streaming was that it stopped his hand from shaking. But no matter how much the guy wanted it, he could only feel it when he was in the capsule. That car accident was a terrible memory not only for Sanchin, but also for his grandmother. The boy remembers his grandmother's wrinkled eyes when she cried alone, hiding from everyone. She didn't know that every time next to her, out of her sight, Sanhyun was crying just as bitterly. His right hand is more than just a nightmarish memory. She is the most hated part of the body, which caused Grandma a lot of pain, and at the same time she always accompanies Sanhyun in everything. But now, thanks to the games, the guy can pull her bowstring again. Sanhyun raised his head and said that his grandmother would faint if she saw him now. Now the guy is surrounded by many good people who help him, and it feels like they were sent to him by his grandmother. A tear ran down Sanhyun's cheek, as the boy didn't know how to repay them all for all the good things they did for him. The boy stopped to wipe the tears from his face. Sanhyun is going to do everything he can, but he thinks that it might be too late. At some point, a memory of his grandmother beating him and telling him that if he was late, he should work harder. These memories made Sanhyun smile and say that he would try his best. But the guy feels very sorry because his grandmother will no longer be able to see all of this. And this is what Sanhyun regrets more than anything else in the world. After some time, a video from the stream was posted online, causing a stir in the comments. Seeing the comments, which included both surprise and criticism, Jemuk thought that it really was a good stream. Jemuk said that this is the first time that a post about this game has reached the top 10 on the forum. Nayan said the video was really good, but the guy didn't understand what she was talking about because they didn't post anything. Nayan replied that a video from the stream had appeared in the editing community and offered to send a link to it. After watching the video, Jemuk was even more surprised. The guy knew that Sanhyun was a very lucky person, but he didn't think he was that lucky. Sanchin's main problem was that he didn't have a good editor, but such a person himself became interested in the brunette and made a video. The next morning, birds were chirping under the windows of Sanchin's house. The guy had just finished taking his morning shower. Sanhyun wiped his hair and thought about how he had put all the information they had been able to obtain yesterday into order. Thus, streamers have two main ways to make money. The first part consisted of donations from streams, and the second consisted of profit from advertising, proportional to the number of viewers. There is also the option of uploading edited videos to ALTube, which will then bring in substantial profit. Among all the options, Sanchinu is most suited to the so-called star style, which is often practiced on the Altuba. Ji-hyuk also reasons that Sanhyun is not very similar to Jemuk and would be better able to handle what Horn does. That day, on the way home, Ji-hyuk was already fired up with the idea of promoting Sangyun in a star-like style. However, according to the brunette, Horn's style is fundamentally different from his, and most likely the manager was talking specifically about his style of earning money. All these thoughts had been swarming in Sanchin's head since the morning, so the guy walked around the apartment with the same words. The guy came to the only conclusion that he needed an editor, so he sat down at the computer and started looking for information. Thus, Sanhyun came across a movie about an archer from Kingdom that had been trending for 17 hours. It was only after the guy started the video that it dawned on him that the video was about him. The first thing Sanhyun noticed was the video author's nickname. His nickname was Seo, which made the brunette wonder if this was the same person who sent the 1,000,001 donation. The video Sanhyun watched was very different from anything he had seen before. The music in the background slowly faded in, matching the footage from the game. The video began with Sanhyun accompanying a nobleman as part of a mercenary force. Roman's voice in the background informed Milady that the bandits had spread out across the entire mountain range. The mercenary captain suggested sending a squad to destroy the bandits. At this moment, the leader of the first attack of the mounted bandits appeared in the frame. He quickly approached the detachment with the aim of breaking up their formation. Sanhyun watched with bated breath as ordinary game footage was transformed into a masterful film. The guy noticed that the background music, the color rendition, and even the editing seemed to complement the plot. It seemed as if Sanhyun was watching a movie about himself. The shots of the bandits were tinted with redder tones, creating a contrast with the soft blue tones framing the shots of Sanhyun. They flowed smoothly, creating a feeling of complete immersion in the Kingdom universe. Each bow pose was meticulously crafted not only through Sangyun's skill, but also through skillful editing. Every single element, even the smallest one, was played out correctly and fit into the concept of the video. The candids followed the released arrow softly. Each of Sanshin's hits was played out from different angles. They conveyed the lively atmosphere of the game and transformed the cold and indifferent look into a bright and dynamic one. The last card was with Sanshin catching his breath after a perfect shot. After watching the video, even Sanyun himself couldn't believe that it was him in the footage, as the acting was top-notch. Many commentators expressed interest in the game, but those in the know wrote that there was no point in starting to play, since only Almond could shoot like that. All the comments on the video were pretty good, which prompted Sang-hyun to call Ji-hyuk. The guy reached for the phone lying nearby, but didn't have time to dial, as a notification came on the phone. The message was from Ji-hyuk, with an attached video that Sang-hyun had just watched. Sang-hyun was worried that he didn't have enough money to pay the manager yet, but Ji-hyuk told him not to worry about it. The brunette chuckled, as his manager is a truly amazing person. Sang-hyun got up to warm up before the game in the capsule, as he couldn't give up on the game when he had such a reliable manager. Having warmed up well, Sanshin got into the capsule and launched it. The guy looked through the recommendations and realized that his physical characteristics were very different from other players, which meant that he needed to work on this. The program asked Sanshin what difficulty level he chose for training, and he indicated the maximum. 3 hours later, his training was over. The guy started sweating heavily again and decided to drink some cold milk. Sanyan looked at the time and realized that he needed to eat quickly and start streaming soon. He had no choice but to quickly snack on some nuts. While the guy was having a snack, he thought that there should have been a lot of comments about the joint stream with Acorn by now. However, Sanshin was worried about what the audience's initial reaction might be. After a while, the guy sat back in the capsule and started the stream. Meanwhile, in the office of the game developer's main building, the atmosphere was oppressive. The developer of the game Kingdom was saddened by the fact that the game was not gaining popularity in chats. The Pank Company is the largest domestic distributor of games. Even at the creation stage, the developer understood that this genre would not be commercially successful, but did not expect that everything would be so bad. However, according to experts, everything should have improved. The man thought that it would be possible to create an event to attract new players, but no one would do that for a game that doesn't sell. The only chance to get out of this situation is to find some top player who wants to play in Kingdom. The man sighed because there would be no such player, as this game couldn't even make it onto the esports list. The man decided to look for information about the latest events in the game Kingdom to understand how he could revive the game. The first thing that caught my eye was a video of Archer Almond. The man saw it for the first time, so he decided to see what had been so famous in the Kingdom lately. The man noted that the quality and editing were amazing, but the man's acting was inimitable. His skills are unmatched. The man began searching for information about this player, as he had never seen him on any streamer list before. The man soon realized why he had never heard of Almond before. This streamer was new to the game, and his first game was Kingdom. The guy was not only a capable, but also a talented streamer. The guy's popularity grew incredibly quickly. The man also watched a video of Almond and Jelly's joint stream. Thus, the man learned that the guy was not only talented, but also very handsome. The man realized that this was what he had been looking for a long time, and in his emotions he hit the table, thereby frightening his colleagues. The man decided to watch the newcomer for a while, and was delighted to learn that Almond had decided to start streaming right now. The developer was happy with this opportunity because he would be able to watch the guy play live. The first thing that caught the man's eye was the number of spectators. At first he found it strange that the chat was so lively. However, this was explained by the fact that more than 1,000 viewers connected to the stream in the first seconds. Viewers asked why Almond remained silent, but he couldn't get over what he saw. During the time he was silent, another couple of hundred viewers joined him, and they continued to come. Ji-hyuk watched the stream from home and thought that it didn't matter what exactly gave him such a boost. The main thing is that once they crossed the 1,000 member barrier, Sanhyun became a full-time streamer. The chat was going crazy as Sanhyun remained silent. The guy remembered that they had 50,000 viewers on their joint stream, and everything went without a hitch, which meant the guys had organized everything well. Because of this, Sanhyun began to worry about whether he could handle it all alone. The guy collected his thoughts and greeted the audience, thanking them for the warm welcome. Reading the comments, Sanhyun realized that most of the viewers were newcomers who came just to see the guy's face. Longtime subscribers of the brunette reported that the guy always streams without a camera. At that moment, a message from the manager arrived in the private chat with a link to the photos. The file contained photos of Sanhyun from the stream. Each of the photographs was commented on by numerous viewers. Sanhyun was called a talent that major agencies lack. The guy told the manager that he most likely just wanted to attract attention. But Sanhyun admitted that he really liked it, and the manager told him to just turn on the camera. The guy gave in to persuasion and turned on the camera on the stream, greeting the viewers. One after another, donations started coming in with messages about how handsome the guy was. Sanhyun read everything out loud and thanked the audience. The guy said they didn't have time, so it was time to start the game. Sanhyun was transported into the game and found himself at the moment where Emilia praises Almond for his abilities and thanks him for destroying the goblins. The girl was beautiful, which was supported by commentators, who said that their hearts trembled before Emilia's beauty. Sanhyun decides not to take all the credit for himself and says that there were still people with him. However, the girl did not listen to him and took his hand, saying that Roman had told her everything. Commentators began writing a lot of messages about the fact that Emilia had never held anyone's hand before in the game. Squeezing Almond's hand in hers, the girl said that she had one more task for the boy. Sanhyun asked why the girl didn't tell Roman about this, but she replied that she and the captain wanted Almond to go on the test alone. Emilia pointed towards the majestic castle, and the guy thought that if this was a solo mission, then everything shouldn't be so difficult. However, the next moment the girl's face changed, and she said that Almond must kill the lord of that castle. Sanhyun was shocked by such a difficult task, and did not understand how everything had come to this. Sanhyun asked how often the lord left the castle, to which the girl replied that the guy needed to get inside the castle. The commentators were also surprised by this task, and thought that the power-level determinator was broken. A moment later, the girl grabbed the guy's hand again and said that she believed in him. Following her words, several commenters sent donations with words of support. A sign appeared in front of Sanhyun asking whether he wanted to accept this task or refuse. At this time, the developer was watching the stream and thinking about the current situation. The man had played Kingdom many times, but completing this quest with a bow was simply impossible. Commentators wrote that Sanhyun would not be able to handle this task, and the man agreed with them. Sieges in Kingdom are famous for their incredible difficulty, as they require scaling walls. The enemy's artificial intelligence is so advanced that as soon as they detect the player, he will immediately find himself surrounded. But even though capturing a fortress is more difficult than crossing the border between North and South Korea, there is another difficulty. Lord Talleyrand is clad in armor from head to toe, making him impossible for an archer to kill. However, the developer wondered what would happen if Almond actually managed to pass this test using a bow. Almond is undoubtedly talented and handsome, but in this field that alone is not enough to become a star. To do this, he needs a little magic. Sanhyun thought about the task for a while, and then accepted it. Emilia said that she had known his answer for a long time. The commentators supported Sanhyun and said that now they would have to go to certain death. The guy thought about the fact that he needed to complete this quest in order to succeed, because if he was going to retreat, he would not have started at all. Sanhyun said that historically, medieval castles are not as big as they are generally believed to be, and there are about 50 people in them. Emilia continued to look at Almond, waiting for him to take action. Sanhyun looked toward the castle and said that he could handle this task, causing the commentators to start making fun of him. However, Sanhyun was more interested in why the girl gave the order for someone's death. Even though the girl is a game character, she doesn't seem like the type of person who would hate or harm others. Sanhyun's character himself asked the question about what the lord of this castle had done wrong. This was part of the game's story, so Sanhyun had little control over the character's actions at that moment. Emilia replied that Lord Talleyrand had enslaved his people. He gave people money on security at exorbitant interest rates and forced them to repay the debt, thereby turning them into slaves for the rest of their lives. Talleyrand was not ashamed to act this way, not only with men, but also with women and children. Emilia believes that if the Lord dies, her family will be able to take care of the people. The girl would prefer to start a war, but there is no compelling reason for her to do so. After a moment of silence, Emilia asked if Almond was satisfied with this answer. The guy bowed to the girl and said that he understood everything. He promised Emilia that he would complete this task. To capture the fortress, Sanhyun had to wait until late at night. Hiding in the bushes, the boy asked the audience if the game could detect when he was talking to himself. The comments said that this was possible and recommended that the guy change the game settings. The guy was determined to make the game as realistic as possible, so he decided not to change anything. All this time, the boy was in a cornfield, not far from the castle walls. Coming out of hiding, the guy headed towards the castle. Commentators were amazed at how silently the boy moved through the cornfield. Longtime viewers noticed that the guy began to move much better than before. Some began to speculate that this was due to good optimization, but others insisted that the guy had an innate, extraordinary ability to concentrate. Sanyan thought that he too felt changes in his movements, and only the guy himself guessed that this was connected with the 3-hour training he had done before the stream. After some time, he managed to get closer to the castle walls. The cornfield was almost flush with the walls, thus creating a reliable shelter for Sanshin from the eyes of the guards on the wall. As soon as the guards passed along the wall, the guy silently jumped out of hiding and ran closer to the stone wall. Sanhyun pressed his back against her and stopped to catch his breath and come up with a plan of action. The guy has already gone far, and now he needs to figure out how to get over the wall unnoticed. From the lights on the wall, Sanshin realized that there were 2 guards nearby, but if the guy attacked thoughtlessly, they would call for reinforcements. In one book, the guy read that you need to sneak up on a guard from behind, clamp his mouth, pull him aside, and then kill him silently. Sanhyun has a reasonable assessment of his abilities, so he is not confident that he can handle another type of weapon. The guy pulled out an arrow, after which the commentators asked him if the guy was really going to shoot a bow. Viewers wrote that at this rate he would be quickly exposed, unless he had the ability to kill 2 guards at once. Sanshin raised his head to the sky and thought about their words. At that moment, an idea came to him and he said that he had a plan. The guy pulled the bowstring and said that there was one way to get rid of the guards at once. Sanshin has the ability to kill them with 1 shot to the head. Commentators started writing that he wouldn't be able to pull it off because he was playing in Kingdom, not filming in Hollywood. Sanhyun ignored all these comments and walked away from the wall, taking aim. The guy didn't think that something might not work out for him. He was confident of victory. Sanhyun decides to kill the guard on the left first, so that the arrow's trajectory will be longer and its landing will be slower. The guy pulled the bowstring as tight as possible to make the shot very powerful. Before the audience could figure out what exactly Sanhyun was planning, the arrow had already taken flight. Sanshin watched the movements of the guards on the wall carefully. Seizing the moment, the guy took another arrow from his quiver and aimed at the guard on the right. The guy waited for the moment when the first arrow would turn in the air and head downwards. All this time, he stood in combat readiness and aimed at the second guard. Finally, the first arrow began to fall right toward the guard's head. It was this moment that Sanshin chose to fire his second shot. The arrows hit 2 guards with precision at the same time, one from above, the other from below. Thanks to this, the danger was eliminated, and no one could signal an invasion anymore. Comments admiring Sanhyun's abilities began to arrive in the chat. The guy, in turn, did not pay attention to them and only looked at the wall to see if there was anyone else on it. Several viewers sent donations, for which Sanshin thanked them. Someone wrote that most likely, even the developers did not expect such a turn of events. They were right, because one of the developers was now watching the game and couldn't believe what he saw. For the man, this was truly a complete surprise. The man has been working in the field of gaming distribution for many years and has seen countless players, but he has never met anyone like Almond. The developer immediately decided to contact management. He told the director that he wanted to arrange a meeting and said that he would send a dossier on the new streamer with all the details. The man sincerely believes that they cannot let the guy go and must get him at any cost. Meanwhile, Sanshin continued to move forward. It took him a long time to climb up the wall. Sanshin did not have any special equipment, which made the task much more difficult. Once at the top, it took him a while to catch his breath. Sanshin said that this game is pure hell, except for the archery that keeps it interesting. Some commentators suggested that the guy was practicing before the stream, which was indeed the case. Sanhyun said they needed to remove the bodies first, but he was distracted by the sound of footsteps. Another guard was approaching him. Before anyone could notice him, Sanshin disappeared from sight, and the guard didn't understand where everyone had gone. The guard continued on his way, thinking that the guards had gone to bed somewhere again. However, the man was inattentive because Sanshin was on one of the cannons, ready to strike at any moment. No one noticed that the 3 guards had disappeared from their posts. This time the shot hit the throat so that the guard did not have time to utter a word. Sanhyun continued to put the bodies in a secluded place, and viewers wrote that the guy was making it all too easy. The guy agreed that even a good marksman couldn't handle close combat, especially when there were a lot of enemies. Sanshin walked to the edge of the wall and looked at the castle courtyard, trying to come up with a plan of action. After some time, an idea appeared in the guy's head on how to get through the yard unnoticed. The guy changed into the guard's clothes, but he didn't think it would be so uncomfortable. Sanshin approached the armory to replenish his supply of arrows and move on. Because the guy was dressed in a guard uniform, no one paid attention to him. However, as soon as he opened the door and entered the armory, one of the guards stopped him. The man wanted to ask what he was doing there, but before he could voice his question, an arrow flew straight into his head. These actions did not go unnoticed by the people on the castle walls. Commentators began writing that they had been exposed and the plan had failed. At that moment, Sanyun was overcome with nostalgia because it all resembled the archery competition where he once shone. In those moments, he seemed to fall out of reality, completely focused on the target in front of his eyes. After this complex world acquired unprecedented clarity. Sanshin understood that in this world he had only two outcomes, hit or miss. Before the guard could give the signal, Sanshin's arrow reached him. The guy knew that until then, he had a choice between hitting and missing. He would develop to unimaginable heights. Sanshin put the bow behind his back and ran in the opposite direction from the warehouse. The guy's actions were no longer secretive, which caused a wave of indignation from viewers. Sanhen was spotted by another guard, but this time the arrow only hit him in the leg, forcing him to give up the chase. Spectators thought the guy missed because he became nervous and lost concentration. Several more guards ran up to the wounded man, and the commentators wrote that this was the end of Ailman's mission. Sanhyun continued moving in his direction, ignoring the comments and guards. Having run to the side, the guy tried to increase the distance to carry out the maneuver. Seizing the moment, Sanshin turned around on the spot and took out his bow to take aim. The first arrow killed the guard who was chasing him, hitting him in the head. The second guy was helping the man with the wounded leg to get up, so he didn't have time to understand what had happened. The second and third arrows quickly reached them, causing the spectators to realize that the shot to the leg was intended to be a decoy. After some time, everything outside was cleared, so all that remained was to get inside. Sanshin crept up the wall, but was immediately spotted. Before the guard could do anything, an arrow hit him right in the head. The problem, however, was that there was not just one person on the wall, but several. The survivors immediately signaled the invasion by blowing a horn. Another couple dozen guards arrived in response to the call. Weapons of various kinds were pointed towards Sanshin in an instant. However, despite all the comments about the guy losing, Sanyun himself remained calm, as if everything was going according to plan. He was faced with a big problem that he probably couldn't handle alone. However, Sanyun doesn't show a shadow of fear. The squad rushed towards the guy, who pulled back his bowstring, ready to join the battle. Sanyun was calm because he had a special skill called sequential shooting, which allowed him to attack multiple targets at once. It was very inconvenient to take out one arrow at a time from the quiver on my back. Sanshin decided to take out all the arrows and stick them into the floor next to him. Thus, he further sped up his operations by simplifying the system of changing arrows. Thanks to this, the arrows hit the guards one after another, leaving them no opportunity to get closer. Seeing such pressure from the enemy, the guards began to panic. They no longer sought to approach the guy and remained on the sidelines. However, this did not help them escape their fate. One of the guards saw how all his comrades fell dead from precise hits to the head. His hands began to shake, either from fear or from anger. The next moment, the guy called Sanyun a monster and told the others to run away. No one wanted to stay near the archer, as he spared no one. When the guard looked back, he saw Sanshin chasing them. The boy collected the arrows and caught up with the fleeing guards. They in turn screamed and tried to hide from their pursuer. The commentators didn't understand why the guy was chasing them, since it wouldn't be possible to shoot while running. However, we are talking about Sanshin, which means that nothing is impossible for him. The most important thing for him is not that his hand doesn't shake while he plays, but that his concentration is unwavering. One after another, Sanshin continued to release arrows. Each of them unerringly reached their target, killing one guard after another. One of the sufferers looked back and was scared to the point of hiccups. Tears began to flow from his eyes and he was about to beg for mercy. But he didn't have time to say these words because he became the next target. The arrow hit him in the head and the boy fell to the ground motionless. After some time, Sanhen managed to catch up with all the guards and eliminate them. The long run left the boy sweating and tired. However, he was pleased with the result and asked the audience what they thought of this turn of events. The chat was filled with enthusiastic comments and several donations, which made the guy happy. Sanshin thought that his business was now going well, but he had not yet completed the main task, so it was time to visit the lord of this castle. Sanshin headed towards the main entrance of the castle, with a trail of blood following him. The guy opened the massive door and walked into a large hall. His gaze turned to the man in armor sitting on the throne with a large sword in his hands. Initially, Sanyan thought that the Lord would look like an ordinary man resting on his money. However, this man exuded the atmosphere of the game, indicating that he was the boss. Sanchen said that the Lord looked like he was prepared for his arrival, but still did not come out to help his people. The commentators laughed at the fact that the guy himself revealed his plan at the moment when something rushed past Sanchen at high speed. Right next to the guy, a giant sword was sticking out of the wall, which miraculously did not hit Sanchen. It was the sword that the Lord had held in his hands just a second ago. The boss asked if the guy really dared to come to him in splendid isolation. Sanchen thought that the man possessed monstrous strength, since he could easily throw a giant sword. Sanchen took out an arrow and pulled the bowstring, taking aim, but froze in place. People in the comments started laughing at him, because after all this time, the guy only now noticed an important detail. The problem was that the armor on the Lord was impossible to penetrate. The Lord raised his hand and made an inviting gesture. An unknown person in armor began to emerge from the shadows of the hall towards them. Several knights emerged from the shadows of the hall and headed towards Sanchen. Each of them was equipped in the same way as their lord, making them an unattainable target for Sanchen. The brunette stood in place and tried to come up with a plan for further action. Sanchen thought that the sword that the Lord had thrown at him not long ago would suit him, but he didn't know how to use such a weapon. The guy understood that all this was risky, because with a bow he would not be able to break through and defeat the enemy. Sanchen did not give up because if there is a choice of weapons, then there is a way to complete the task. The boy pulled the bowstring again and began to look closely at the knights. Not the slightest detail could be missed, as they could contain a clue to the solution. All you had to do was focus on your enemy's movements. A few seconds later, a plan came into Sanchen's head. The knights quickly approached him, but did not understand why the boy was inactive. The Lord watched the proceedings attentively from his throne. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Sanchen's face. One of the knights decided to take action and approached the guy closely. The knight raised his sword, ready to deliver a crushing blow. However, Sanchen easily dodged it, continuing to closely watch the knight's actions. Catching the right moment, the guy pulled the bowstring and fired. The arrow flew over the knight's head, hitting the helmet's ring, causing it to fly off the man's head. Commentators couldn't believe that the guy not only noticed such a small detail, but also quickly came up with a plan. The rest of the knights froze in place, not understanding how this could have happened. Sanchen took advantage of their distraction and fired a couple more times. The helmets flew off the knights' heads one after another. The helmet of the very first knight scratched his face, which greatly angered the man. Driven by anger and a thirst for revenge, the knight rushed at Sanchen. The man swung his sword and struck with a backhand. However, Sanchen leaned back, dodging the blow, and pulled back the bowstring. When the blow missed, the boy released the bowstring, sending the arrow flying. She accurately struck the knight right in the forehead. The remaining knights rushed towards the archer with the aim of eliminating him. However, Sanchen was faster, so for them it was already over. 2 arrows pierced their heads at great speed. The bodies of the lifeless knights fell to the floor. Now only Sanchen and the Lord, who continued to sit in his place, remained in the hall. Sanchen, in turn, was thinking about how to deal with the enemy. The Lord praised Sanchen and rose from his seat, revealing that his helmet did not have a loop like the knight's had. The Lord approached the archer, swinging his gigantic sword with ease. Sanchen, in turn, thought that the condition of 3 headshots had been met, and now all that remained was to make sure. Before entering the battle, the guy learned a new method, but doesn't know if it will really work. Sanyan prepared for battle by activating his sequential shooting skill. The boy thrust all the arrows into the ground again to make it easier to take them during the fight. Commentators didn't understand why he was doing this. The Lord walked to the center of the hall and prepared for battle. The Lord said that Sanchen was pathetic for thinking that his arrows could hit him. Commentators agreed with him and began to write that Sanchen had made a mistake in his choice of weapon. However, Sanchen was ready for battle, as he had already come up with a plan of action. On the Lord's armor, right in the area of the heart, the metal was worn away, which created a place for the blow. Sanchen took a stance and had no intention of reacting to the Lord's words. The Lord walked slowly but surely towards the archer, telling him that he could not be defeated with a bow. The Lord made threatening speeches trying to lower the opponent's morale, but in an instant, an arrow was sent straight to his weak spot in the chest area. However, this arrow flew to the side without penetrating the defense. The Lord did not understand what the boy was aiming for, but the arrows hit the same spot one after another. Despite all the Lord's ridicule, Sanshin did not stop. At some point, the force of the blows caused the Lord to lose his balance and step aside. Sanhyun realized that his strategy was working, so he had to move even faster and be even more precise. Arrows must hit the heart directly to penetrate the armor by constantly hitting the same spot. At some point, due to the constant blows, sparks began to fly off the armor, which greatly angered the Lord. Commentators slowly but surely began to understand what Sanshin was aiming for, but no one believed it would be successful. The Lord felt that the armor was beginning to crumble and decided to attack. The arrows behind Sanshin's back were slowly but surely running out. Viewers wrote that arrows were a very poor weapon against the Lord, but Sanshin was convinced of the opposite. Another arrow was sent towards the Lord's chest. The boss was inevitably approaching, not paying attention to the fact that the arrows had almost reached their target. The arrow, as usual, bounced to the side like all the previous ones, but this time, a gap was made. The Lord even froze for a moment, not understanding how this could have happened. The boss didn't have time to do anything, as another arrow was approaching him at high speed. She unerringly pierced the gap in the armor, causing the sword to fall from the Lord's hands. The arrow was fired with such force that it entered the flesh more than halfway. The Lord lost his footing and fell backwards. Sanshin remained in his place, and only 3 arrows remained behind his back. The comments exploded with congratulations and praise for his abilities, and donations poured in like a river. Sanhyun was able to exhale, as he was tired and wasn't 100% sure that he would be able to carry out the plan with the arrows he had. 3 hours of training and a challenging quest are very exhausting, but the feeling he gets from winning recharges him with energy again and again. Having caught his breath, Sanhen scrolled through the donation messages and read out the nicknames of the viewers, thanking them for their support. The guy said he fired about 40 shots at the same spot, causing the armor to give way and shatter. Sanyun was about to complete the quest to see Lady Amelia's surprised face. The guy's attention was drawn to a message about a donation of 300,000 won from Seo. Sunhyun immediately realized that this was the author of the video, so all the remaining comments already lost their meaning for him. Meanwhile, we are transported to a crowded subway. A short girl with dark hair was pinned between people, but she could do nothing about it. While others were able to move around inside the carriage more easily, the girl was swept away by the flow of people due to her small stature. After a while, she managed to get out of the train car and into an empty metro station. The girl was clearly irritated by the crowd of people and the noise they were making. It was already late outside, but the girl continued her way home in the dark. The girl didn't understand what she was doing at all and why she had to do all this day after day. She was obviously upset about something, because her only desire was to dive into this boundless ocean where there was not a soul. The girl seemed to be frightened by her own house, but she didn't like people anymore. Walking into the living room, she sank down on the floor in front of the TV, wondering whether the broadcast had already started or not. Seeing that the streamer had just started broadcasting, a smile blossomed on the girl's face. On the TV screen, we saw Sanhyun loading the game. The girl watched the stream closely and listened to every word Sanhyun said. For the girl, the guy's streams were the only light in her life. Initially, the girl watched the guy's streams because his nickname sounded similar to her favorite snack, almonds. But then the girl got involved in this business because Sanhyun's streams attracted her. The girl was surprised that the guy accepted a difficult quest from Amelia. However, all his actions were consistent and striking in their originality. The girl watched the guy's every action with interest. She liked what was happening on the broadcast. Some moments made the girl laugh. At some point, Sanshin managed to knock the shield off the knight's head. This greatly impressed the girl, as the situation at that moment seemed hopeless. Finally, the quest began to come to an end when the arrow pierced the Lord's heart. The girl saw how the boss, who had the highest level armor, lost to the archer. Almond continued to sit in his place, resting after the intense attack. These shots were impressive and touched the girl. The girl was very happy that the guy was able to cope with this difficult mission without changing his weapon. The girl immediately began to think about how much money to send the guy as a donation. She thought about sending the usual 100,000 won, since this was not her first time sending a donation. But before the girl sent the amount, she decided that it was worth sending 300,000 won. The girl doesn't want to give in to anyone in this regard, and despite the fact that she has already spent a lot, she doesn't see anything wrong with it, because she is investing in her own happiness. The guy immediately noticed her donation and said that he already knew her nickname. Other commentators suggested that Sang-hyun should do a backflip to end the stream. Commentators started writing that the guy wouldn't succeed and would end up as usual. But Sang-hyun succeeded. After this, the game turned off, and a notification came that Sang-hyun had died and was resurrected at the last save location. The guy suggested that he was kicked out of the game due to optimization. Sang-hyun said that he hadn't succeeded, so he thanked Seo again for the donation and said that he would end the stream. Sang-hyun ended the stream and opened the capsule. The guy thought that even if he died, the game would still not kick him out. Sang-hyun remembered a viewer with the nickname Soe and wondered what this person does in life. The guy thought about the fact that this viewer must be quite young to donate such sums to the streamer. Sang-hyun is discouraged by this situation, but he can't do anything about it. Meanwhile, the girl with the nickname Seo was lying on the floor in her room and laughing because today's stream was very funny. A few minutes later, the girl got up from the floor with the idea of making another video on the stream. She scrolled through her playlist, choosing a song to go with the stream. The girl picked an exciting track, as today's stream had a good plot. Almond played better and better than ever before. These videos promised to be very exciting. The next day, Sang-hyun woke up to someone calling him. Picking up the phone, he asked why Ji-hyuk wasn't sleeping. The guy on the other end said he had lasagna for lunch today, after which Sang-hyun hung up. A moment later, Ji-hyuk called back and apologized. He didn't expect Sang-hyun to just end the call. The brunette asked the manager what had made him call so early, and he replied that they had some kind of problem. Ji-hyuk asked if Sang-hyun remembered a certain Seo who had previously posted a video from the stream. Ji-hyuk said that this viewer has a private account, so he doesn't respond to their meeting requests, so Sang-hyun should ask him when he next sends a donation. The brunette replied that he didn't want to do that, and then Ji-hyuk said that they would have to wait a very long time for an answer. After this, the manager ended their conversation and hung up. The boy spent the rest of the morning thinking about this situation. To get his head in order, Sang-hyun decides to first get his house in order. As he walked down the stairs, the guy thought about how he walked down them every day, but it still took his breath away. Sang-hyun decided to ignore it and take it as a kind of training. The guy thought that all the difficulties were temporary and he would be able to overcome them. But at that moment, the door opened right in front of him and hit him on the head. The girl leaving the house was very scared and began to apologize to the guy. Sang-hyun sat down on the ground and rubbed his bruised shoulder, while the girl came closer and asked if he was hurt. The guy turned towards her and said that he was fine. The girl saw his face and abruptly stepped back, causing the tablet to fall out of her hands and roll down the stairs. She immediately recognized the guy as streamer Almond. Sang-hyun didn't understand her reaction and asked if everything was okay with the girl. The girl remained silent, so Sang-hyun decided to leave her alone and go away. This time, the guy got to the trash bins without incident and threw the bags into them. Sang-hyun felt much better after the walk, but he hadn't gone far before his phone rang. The guy took the call and asked the manager what had happened again. Ji-hyuk said that Seo had released another video and asked if the guy had watched it. Despite the fact that the video was just posted, it has already garnered over 3,000 views and over 100 comments. The video is trending at number 78 and at this rate will reach 200,000 views in less than a day. Ji-hyuk said that he left their contact information in the comments, and now all they had to do was wait for a response. When the call ended, Sang-hyun heard the girl's voice asking him to wait. The guy turned around and saw the same girl who had hit him with the door a couple of minutes ago. Sang-hyun began to feel his pockets, trying to figure out if he had dropped anything when he hit himself. His actions were interrupted by the girl, who quickly handed him a notebook. The girl covered her face with a cap, but it was clear that she was blushing with embarrassment as she asked Sang-hyun for an autograph. The guy was stunned and didn't understand what the girl wanted from him. Only after a few moments did the guy realize that the girl could be his fan. Sang-hyun asked if she really watched his streams, to which the girl nodded her head. The guy thought that he was not that famous yet, but he had already met a fan near his house. Since Sang-hyun didn't answer for a long time, the girl thought that he would refuse, but he happily accepted the notebook and asked her name. The girl replied that her name was Jia, causing the notebook in the guy's hands to shake. A moment later, the girl introduced herself with her full name, So Jia. The meeting that Ji-hyuk and Sang-hyun had been trying to arrange for the past few days finally happened. The guys invited the girl to a cafe where Jia said that her main job was editing. Ji-hyuk said it's great when editing becomes not just a job but also a hobby. Ji-hyuk said that they were looking for a girl, but they didn't think that this meeting would happen so accidentally. Jia asked why they were trying to find her. The manager said it was nothing serious, but then he took several sheets of paper out of his briefcase. Ji-hyuk immediately offered the girl to work with them, But Sanyan didn't understand when the manager had managed to prepare all the documents, since he had only recently found out about the girl. Jia didn't fully understand what Ji-hyuk meant. As an experienced negotiator, the manager immediately noticed doubt in the girl's behavior. Ji-hyuk decided that he had to put pressure on the girl. Otherwise, she would reject their offer and leave. Ji-hyuk said that the videos the girl posted had some problems with monetization. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about. And then the manager reminded her that she was violating copyright and that fan channels couldn't generate income. Ja looked embarrassed and said that she sent the guy donations during streams. The girl began to defend herself and said that her videos were not made for profit. Jihyuk decided to get down to business and said that he was offering the girl to work with them and earn income from these videos. The manager saw that Jia was behaving in an unconventional manner, since usually everyone is interested in money, but she apparently had a different goal. Initially, Jihyuk thought that the girl was rich, but it turned out that she sent donations because she was a fan of Almond. All the videos she made were built on enthusiasm. It is this enthusiasm that should be used to attract the girl's attention. Jihyuk said that Almond needed the help of an editor, but only so Jia was suitable for him and no one else. Sanchin didn't understand what the manager was talking about, but he said he had everything under control. The girl was touched by his words and asked if they really needed her. Ji-hyuk said that they had been looking for a suitable editor for a long time, and Sang-yun decided to play along and said that he would like to work as a girl. Sang-yun said that he needed her help, and then the girl would continue to edit his videos the way she wanted. The girl wondered how long it had been since she had been needed by anyone. After all, she always felt like a superfluous person. Jia was confused, so she asked if she could think for a moment before giving a final answer. The guys agreed to wait, but the girl interrupted their joy. Jia said she had some problem. The girl said that the company she currently works for prohibits dual contracts. To officially become Almond's editor, she will have to quit her current job, but she will need to make a living. The girl is satisfied with her current salary and is afraid to rely solely on income from videos. Sang-yun realized that the girl needed to be paid a fixed amount, but at the moment he couldn't even afford to pay Ji-hyuk. The guy turned to the manager and said that they should think about the issue again. However, Ji-hyuk did not listen to him and was determined. The manager opened the bag and said that he just happened to have one letter with him. Today they received an offer of cooperation from the Pank Company, which includes payment for the editor's work. This letter made the girl cast aside all doubts and agree to this job. Sang-yun thought that the girl had resolved the issue of her livelihood so easily, which indicated that she had not liked working at her previous place of work. Ji-hyuk said that the girl would be paid a base salary of 25 million won per year, plus 40% of the Altube income as a bonus. The manager also suggested simply splitting the entire income in half, but Jia said that she preferred the idea of a fixed salary. After signing the contract, Ji-hyuk said that he would contact the girl after receiving a response from Punk's company. Jia asked what she should do with the videos she had previously posted on her channel, and the manager said that they would need to be posted on their official channel. The girl bowed to them and asked them to call her when all the details were resolved. When Jia had moved a sufficient distance away, Sang-yun poked the manager in the side. The guy asked if the collaboration offer from Punk was real, to which the manager replied that he had never been a liar. Sanchin was surprised by this offer, but he was not going to refuse as the conditions were very favorable. Ji-hyuk said that Jia turned out to be very straightforward and meticulous, although the guy had expected that it would be much easier to negotiate with her. Sun-hyun said that being a fan and working side by side with your idol are completely different things. Ji-hyuk noted that she must really like Almond since she sent large sums of money. But in conversation, the girl was very cold and reserved. Lost in thought, the manager said that during the entire conversation, the girl never smiled once. Meanwhile, Jia ran home at breakneck speed and, having run into the apartment, leaned her back against the door. Tripping over her own feet, the girl threw off her outerwear. Running to the bed, the girl jumped onto it and covered her head with the blanket. Wild screams and fussing could be heard from under the blanket. Jia couldn't believe that she had met Almond in person, and becoming his editor was completely out of the question. The girl looked over the contract she had signed in the cafe again, and still couldn't believe that this wasn't a dream. Only now did it begin to dawn on the girl that she had finally managed to escape from that life. She remembered how the employees from her previous place of work bullied her and told her that she would never be treated as well anywhere else as she was treated there. The girl was mired in this and could not find a way out of this nightmare that was eating her up from the inside day after day. Jia couldn't believe that her talent was finally being recognized. The girl went to her page and decided to read the reviews of the video, and they all pleased her. Jia hugged the phone to her chest and enjoyed the feeling spreading through her body. After some time, Sanyun also returned home and decided to start the stream early. When the guy got ready and sat in the capsule, he received a message. In the message, the girl sent music for the screensaver and attached instructions for use, which greatly surprised the guy, since they had recently gone home. Sanhyun watched the opening credits and was amazed. Jia said she didn't make the video in one sitting, but slowly in her free time. Sanhyun thanked the girl and said that he would definitely use the screensaver in the right place. After a while, Almond began broadcasting. All subscribers instantly received a notification from the app. Some people were caught at home, while others were out walking with friends at the time. Someone was lucky enough to be in a gaming club at that moment. As viewers began to join the stream, Sanhyun launched the intro. Some viewers were already familiar with Seo's work, so they asked if she had made the opening theme. As the intro drew to a close, the number of viewers increased. Commentators asked if the girl had really been hired as an editor. When the number of viewers exceeded 1,000, Sanhyun appeared on the main screen and greeted everyone. The guy thanked the viewers for their welcome donations and suggested they jump straight into the game. Spectators noticed that all the bodies remained in their places. Sanhyun said that they needed to report everything to Amelia, but they had one more thing to do. The guy said that if he could clear everything alone, it meant he could take some resources with him. After examining the castle, Sanhyun was faced with a difficult choice between several bows. The guy also managed to find a whole chest of gold. In another room, Sanhyun found new clothes. She immediately caught his attention, and commentators wrote that the guy should definitely take her. Sanhyun didn't even think of refusing this offer and changed his clothes for new ones. The commentators suggested that the guy take something else, but the limit had already been exceeded, so Sanhyun could not take anything else. The guy came up to the stable and said that now he wouldn't die so easily. Taking the horse, Sanhyun said that he was going to Amelia to complete the task. Time passes much faster in the game than in real life, so Sanhyun reached Amelia's castle by dawn. Sanhyun was happy with this turn of events, and the audience supported him in this. The boy dismounted and was tying up his horse when he was called. Amelia was passing by in a carriage and noticed Almond. The guy came closer to the carriage and bowed in greeting. Almond said that he came to report to the girl about the completed task. The girl turned to her maid and told her to be left alone with the guy. The maid could not allow my lady to be left alone with the mercenary, but Amelia insisted. Milady got out of the carriage and invited Almond to come into the building. The guy followed her, and Amelia said that the guy completed the task incredibly quickly. The girl expressed her doubts, suggesting that the guy had simply decided to abandon the task. But Sanhyun said that he came to her because the task was successfully completed. Emilia was surprised and said that only 2 days had passed since she gave him this task. Sanhyun said it took him 1 day to travel there and back, half a day to prepare, and another half a day to complete the mission itself. The girl was shocked by this development of events. Emilia tried to find inconsistencies in Sanhyun's answers. She reminded him that she had ordered the murder of the Lord. Sanhyun replied that the castle's security was very strong, so he had to kill them all. For a moment, the girl froze in amazement. However, a second later, she screamed in shock. The next second, the girl pulled herself together, as she had to maintain her status. Amelia asked if Tolerant Castle was really empty now, to which Sanhyun replied in the affirmative. The girl was delighted that the guy was able to capture the impregnable castle single-handedly. Her praise made Sanhyun very happy, and he smiled back at the girl. Emilia became more serious and said that they had no reason to delay. The girl said that in order to protect innocent people, they must immediately annex the lands to the territory of Jeanneret. Emilia gave the order to advance to Tolerant Castle, as they needed to arrive before the greedy nobles took it into their own hands. Milady approached the carriage and thanked her maid for her help. Amelia was already climbing into the carriage when her attention was drawn to Almond, standing to the side. The girl turned around and asked why he was standing there, lost in his thoughts. Emilia invited him to join her, as she wanted to ask him a great many questions. Commentators began to write that such a warm attitude could only be achieved by achieving maximum favor. Sanhyun could not refuse the trip, and there was no reason to do so. On the way, Amelia asked how the guy could be such a strong warrior, to which the guy replied that he was not as strong as she assumed. But the girl did not agree with him, because she had seen many valiant knights in her time. However, none of them can even compare to Almond in terms of skill level. Sanhyun admitted that he was quite skilled in archery, causing Amelia to ask if those skills helped him defeat all the knights in the fortress. Sanhyun answered in the affirmative, which made the girl freeze in amazement. Amelia said that this was surprising, since she had never seen a knight who relied solely on a bow. Sanhyun reminded her that he was not a knight, but served as an ordinary mercenary. His words made the girl think about something. After some thought, Amelia asked if Almond had ever thought about becoming a knight. The girl said that they needed a reliable person who would manage the castle of Taloranta when they annexed the lands. Sanhyun replied that even if he had some fighting skills, he was just a mercenary, so he had no reason to become a knight. After a short pause, Amelia announced that her father had expressed a desire to meet Almond in person. The Count is quite pleased with how cleverly the boy resolved a recent difficult situation. Sanchin could not believe what he heard, since it seemed to him that the Count had left as soon as he gave the order to Amelia. The guy wanted to say something, but the girl put her finger to his lips, calling for silence. This gesture confused Sanchin, but he fell silent, looking closely at Amelia. The girl told him not to pay attention to such things, as it was a sign of disrespect towards a noble lady. Amelia looked away at the window in embarrassment and said that they had already arrived at their destination. The carriage arrived at its destination, and before Sanchin's eyes appeared peasants who were cleaning the castle. One of the peasants noticed the approaching people. The first thought that came to the man's mind was that these people were sent by Talorant. Emilia heard his words and answered negatively to his guesses. The girl said that they came from the Janaret family. The peasants froze in place, not believing their ears. The people in the castle were divided into two parts. Some said that they needed to drive out the strangers, while others were afraid to do so. Sanchin felt that people were still in confusion and bewilderment. Sanchin and Emilia approached Talorant's banner, which indicated that the castle belonged to him. The girl turned around and looked at Almond with a smile. After an approving nod from the mercenary, Emilia grabbed the banner. With a light wave of her hand, the girl tore the enemy banner from the wall. After some time, the henchman hung another banner on the castle wall, this one bright yellow. Now this territory belonged to the Janaret family. The peasants could not believe that the Lord had changed overnight. Many peasants were unhappy with the change in power, but some began to defend the Janaret family, saying that they were managing their lands much more sensibly. Sanhyun and Emilia heard all this talk, causing the guy to ask if they could really leave things as they were. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about, but Sanchin clarified that people should know who they were serving from now on. Emilia didn't seem bothered by these conversations. Turning towards the working peasants, the girl said that everything would be fine. From the castle wall, a boy and a girl watched the local residents. Emilia said that people will come to terms with it and get used to it, but it will take some time. After this, a large cutscene started in the game. Within just a week, the people of the area were able to pay their bills with their honest labor and were allowed to receive a certain amount of money to live on. As a result, the workforce increased naturally, and the once lifeless, dying territory began to slowly come to life. In the long run, this should bring much more benefit and prosperity. Commentators asked if Sanchin intended to stay in the castle and become its lord. At that moment, Emilia approached the guy from behind and said that she had been looking for him. The girl asked if the guy had forgotten that they had an important meeting with her father tomorrow. Sanchin replied that he could not forget about it. Commentators were surprised and pleased with such a beautiful, happy ending. But the whole atmosphere was destroyed the moment the guards gave the signal for an attack. Sunhyun and Emilia turned their attention towards the window with alarm. In the distance, an army could be seen approaching the castle. At the front of the line walked a knight in a blue robe. His face was hidden by an iron helmet. Sanchin suggested that they might be Talorant's allies, and Emilia said that they had come to retake the castle. Sanhyun confidently replied that he could stop them. Emilia was worried, so she took the guy's hand. She asked Almond to be careful. After some time, Sinhen went into battle with the army of the Janaret family. The guy stood in line with all the warriors and mercenaries. Roman led the army and said that today they would stand to the death, defending the castle of Talorant. The captain said they owed it to Lady Janaret, who had so generously accepted them into her service. Therefore, they must definitely win this war. Sanchin listened to the captain's speech and turned his gaze to the castle walls. Emilia stood on the wall and hoped that Almond would return safe and sound. Almond closed his eyes and listened to his inner feelings. The next moment, he was already fully prepared to fight and win. The game announced a new mission, which was to win the war. Viewers were surprised that Almond was able to complete the game up to the war in just a couple of days. Sanhyun read the comments and learned that even streamer Bubblegum couldn't reach war in such a short time. The guy didn't like the fact that viewers started speaking negatively about other streamers and asked them to be more tactful. The audience responded positively to his remark, and order quickly returned to the chat. After the cutscene ended, Sanhyun addressed the viewers and said that this was the end of today's stream. A lot of dissatisfied comments started coming in because the guy decided to stop at the most interesting moment. Sanhyun didn't pay any attention to this and said goodbye to the audience. The comments asked him not to leave and continue the game, but the guy was adamant and ended the broadcast. After some time, the guy rested and began to get ready for bed. But before that, he decided to read the comments on the forum. Judging by the comments, Sanyan chose the perfect moment to attract much more interest from viewers. Acorn advised ending your streams this way, as it might cause disappointment to viewers, but it will be beneficial in the long run. Sanshin looked through the forum posts with interest and was pleased with the impression they made. One of the posts included a clip from a scene with Amelia, where she learned that Almond had taken over the castle single-handedly. Everyone started writing that Sanhyun was playing incredibly, but the guy didn't understand how he had earned such praise. In his opinion, anyone, even if not an ordinary player, but a professional archer, could also complete this game. Sanhyun remembers Jemok's praise and wonders if he really has the talent to play VR games. The guy thought that it might be related to his high concentration, but that didn't mean that only archers had this skill. However, these thoughts quickly left Sanhyun's head, and he continued browsing through popular posts. Suddenly, the guy's gaze caught on a post with an analysis of the skills of the archer Almond. In it, one person gave a professional assessment of Sanshin's abilities, which indicated that the author was definitely not an amateur. After some time, the guy found confirmation of his guess, because in the comments to the post, the author wrote that he himself was a former archery athlete. Sanhyun's hands shook even more, because if they were involved in the same sport, then Sanhyun most likely knew it. After a while, the guy put the phone down and sighed heavily. He didn't understand what was bothering him so much, because there was nothing interesting about it. Everyone involved in archery cut off ties with him 10 years ago, but Sanshin still wonders if he knows the man. The guy retired from the sport because of the injury he sustained in that accident, and no one else knows about it except his coach. Thinking about this, the guy does not notice how he falls into a dream, and it takes him to the distant past, to the time when he was still a schoolboy. He remembers a girl his age running up to him and asking if he really wanted to give it all up. Sanyan then told her that he was no longer interested, and these words deeply hurt the girl. The girl said that the guy couldn't just give up like that because he had talent and everyone looked up to him. She was upset by the fact that despite having such abilities, Sanyan no longer wanted to practice shooting because he had become bored. The guy in turn hid his hands in his trouser pockets and replied that he was serious and would not change his decision. For a moment, there was an oppressive silence between them. After this, the girl turned around and started to leave, telling the guy not to come back. Sanyan didn't look after her, and it seemed as if he didn't care about the girl's words. However, she didn't notice that tears were running down the guy's cheeks. Sanyan didn't want to tell her the true reason for his decision, but her words still hurt him. The next day, the forum continued to chat about how Almond's next stream would go. Sanhyun went out for a walk to get some fresh air, but on the way he read all the comments. Among the comments, the guy also noticed negative ones, but since he didn't have many viewers, the guy was happy with them too. Sanhyun was walking down the stairs when he noticed Jiwoo coming out of her house downstairs. The girl was deep in thought, so she was surprised when the guy called her. Sanhyun asked Jia where she was going, and the girl said that she didn't have far to go. The guy invited the girl to go for a walk together, and she happily agreed, since she also had something to show Sanhyun. After some time, the guy and the girl came to a park near their residential area. Just sat down on the bench while Sanhyun went to get drinks. Sitting down on the bench next to the girl, the guy handed her a bottle of water. After taking a couple of sips, Sanhyun asked what the girl wanted to show him, after which Jia took out her phone. Just said she had finished editing several videos for her new channel and asked the guy to watch them. Sanhyun was impressed by such quick work and praised the girl, starting to watch videos for his personal channel. The intro to the first video stated that the account was created just one day before the streamer's career began. At the very beginning, Sanhyun saw footage from his first stream, where he was just choosing a weapon to complete a mission. The guy was laughed at in the chat because the bow was very difficult to use and could even hit your own ally. When Sanhyun chose the most difficult weapon in the game, the audience just laughed at him. However, everything began to change the moment the first shot hit the enemy right in the head. The shots began to change rapidly, adjusting to the pace of the shooting so as not to leave time for the audience to lose interest. Footage from the stream is accompanied by inserts of individual messages from the chat, stimulating interest. Sanhyun watches the created video with bated breath and is more and more surprised each time. The guy watches his own game, but now it has become more dynamic thanks to processing. All this time, Jia sat nearby and was nervous, and when the video ended, she asked Sanhyun if he liked it. The guy screamed and turned to face her, saying that this video was a masterpiece. Sanyan said the girl did an amazing job of including all the main points, adding graphics for ease of viewing, and creating a perfect ending. Such a stream of compliments confused the girl, and she became very embarrassed. Sanyan waited for Jia to calm down a bit and asked if they could post the video right now, but she said no. The girl heard that it would be best to post 3 or 4 videos at a time. Jia said that if Sanhyun didn't mind, she would continue editing the rest of her videos in the same format, to which Sanhyun responded affirmatively. After this exhausting walk, the guy and the girl went home. Jia was very nervous, so she was very tired when she returned home. Sitting on the bed with her eyes closed, she remembered Sanhyun's reaction to her video. She was very glad that the guy liked her work. The girl was very pleased to realize that someone noticed and appreciated her talent. The girl was distracted from her thoughts by a message that arrived on her phone. The girl thought that no one should be texting her at such a time, but the thought that it could be Sanhyun made her grab her phone. However, as soon as she read who the message was from, her face completely changed. Just a moment ago, Jia was immersed in good thoughts and memories, but now there was no trace of them left. The girl clearly did not want to see and read the message from this person. For a moment, the room was plunged into oppressive silence. Coming to her senses, Jia dropped her phone on the bed. The girl began to come up with activities for herself to distract herself from bad thoughts. She wanted to do something, just to avoid thinking about the man who wrote to her. All day long, the forum only wrote about how Almond would be participating in the battle today as a lone archer. Many people were eagerly awaiting this stream and were planning to watch it no matter what. Suddenly, the forum became more active as Almond's followers received a notification that the broadcast had begun. Sanyan greeted all the viewers, and more people started joining the stream. Many people started writing that the guy started early today, but he still looks very good. Sanchen was very afraid that he wouldn't make it in time, but in the end, even more people gathered than yesterday. Sanhyun told the audience that he started early today in anticipation of the upcoming battle, as it could take a long time. The guy decided not to delay and entered the game, after which he found himself in front of the battlefield. For a while, Sanhyun stood in his place, reading out comments and wishes from the audience. Roman approached Almond and said that the guy had come all this way, starting from the very bottom. Sanchen said he didn't understand what exactly the captain was talking about. Roman pointed towards the castle where Amelia was standing and asked if Almond really didn't understand what they were talking about. Sanyan began to deny his romantic feelings for Amelia, but the captain continued to insist and say that he envied the guy. Sanhyun, like the viewers, noticed that although Roman had previously joked with the guy, now a spiritual closeness had developed between them. Roman thanked Almond for the great catch and that it was an honor for him to now stand shoulder to shoulder with the guy. The captain decided to stop the pointless talk and told Captain Almond to look towards the enemy. Roman said that the man in golden armor with a helmet on his head was the key to victory in today's battle. Sanhyun looked towards the enemy and noticed that the boss was not going to go towards them. Roman said that this man was the type to command while keeping his rear hidden, so Almond needed to get to him. After some time, Roman gave the signal to attack, and the army rushed into battle. The enemy soldiers did not keep us waiting and rushed forward to intercept the enemy army as it approached the rear. The mounted cavalry advanced forward, leaving the infantry behind. They rushed forward to gain an advantageous position by defeating the enemy cavalry. The enemy decided to use the same strategy, so now everything depended on the internal strength of the troops and their abilities in battle. Sanshin led a squad of archers and ordered them to shoot to kill. Immediately after his order, 100 arrows rose into the air towards the enemy army. Thanks to his actions, more than half of the cavalry was successfully eliminated. The dead soldiers fell from their horses and were trampled. Blood flowed like a river on the battlefield, creating a feeling of complete immersion in the events of the game. Sanhyun set Army Command to auto-start and said that his main target in this battle was the boss in golden armor. A donation of 10,000 won was sent into the chat from a certain Shin, with the task being that the viewer would pay 10,000 for each corpse. Sanchin carefully read the commentator's instructions and, turning towards the enemy army, made some calculations. The guy wasn't sure the viewer would have that much money, so he asked the commentators if everything would be okay. Sanchin thought that this man was probably very rich, so he accepted the challenge. After some time, the guy began to put his plan into action and slowly crept away from the battlefield. Viewers couldn't believe that Almond had decided to sneak up on his enemies and abandon his allies. Sanyan watched the chat and thought that the viewers' words had provoked the commentators, so the guy had no choice but to accept the challenge. The guy thought that he still had 8 charbonnets of arrows left, and if the guy killed the same number of enemies, then he could get 1,000,001. Donation tasks have their own specifics, so they greatly affect the speed of character leveling. Sanyun understands that the most important thing is not only to destroy the boss, but also to participate in protracted battles to make the stream more lively. The guy sneaked to a more convenient place, and now, from the front row but unnoticed, he could observe the movement of enemy troops. At some point, Sanshin noticed several victims who were moving closest to him. The enemy squad was taken by surprise when an arrow flew at them from the side, killing one of the soldiers. Panic immediately broke out in the ranks, and people began to look around in search of the source of the threat. Someone calculated the arrow's trajectory and reported that the enemy had come from the left flank. However, as soon as the soldiers turned in the indicated direction, they discovered that there was no one there. The leader of the squad said that they did not have time to be distracted by every arrow and ordered them to continue moving. However, he didn't have time to finish speaking because another arrow flew at his head. The commander fell dead at the feet of his subordinates, who could not believe that this had happened to them. The detachment, no longer having a leader, stopped in rough terrain and tried to find the archer. Sanshin, in turn, sat in the distant bushes and watched with a smile on his face as people were confused. They had only been distracted for a moment when the guy peeked out from behind the bushes again and sent another arrow flying. However, his appearance did not escape the enemy's attention, and he was spotted, which caused a storm of emotions in the chat. Meanwhile, a new leader appeared in the enemy detachment and took over the leadership. He ordered 20 soldiers to move towards the archer and eliminate him. The commentator suggested that Sanshin leave before he was killed, but the guy paid no attention to them and continued counting the arrows he had left. Having counted out 20 arrows, the guy stuck them into the ground for the convenience of quick shooting. By that time, the enemy had already gotten quite close. Sanshin said that there were only 20 enemies and exactly 20 arrows, so there was nothing difficult. Even though the soldiers knew where the archer was, they still moved with great caution. However, this did not help them, because when they got close enough, the arrows began to appear one after another, unerringly finding their targets. Around one of the soldiers, his comrades died one after another. The guy didn't have time to keep track of the situation, as the arrows were moving at high speed and continuously. The arrows flying towards them were illuminated with blue light. This indicated that Sanshin had used his sequential shooting skill. The enemies did not have time to coordinate their movements because they died instantly. One of the soldiers realized that the archer was only aiming for heads, so he signaled everyone to protect her. However, he didn't have time to finish speaking because an arrow hit him in the neck. In a relatively short period of time, Sanshin was able to eliminate almost all of the soldiers. But the guy had to shoot even faster, since the time for the sequential shooting skill was quickly running out. The game sent a notification that the skill would turn off in 3 seconds. The surviving soldiers quickly tried to escape back to their unit. Amid the sounds of the unfolding carnage, crows sat on the tree branches and watched, biding their time. The soldiers tried to shout to the main body, begging for reinforcements. However, no one came to their aid. After a couple more seconds, the sequential shooting skill was disabled, and by that time, there were no survivors left. A few seconds later, the promised donation of 230,000 won arrived from a viewer. Jo watched the battle closely and was very inspired by what she saw. The girl understood that everyone liked Almond because, no matter what, he always gave it his all. This love of the audience comes from unshakable self-confidence. Sanhyun never doubts himself and his abilities. And a guy doesn't need to just blindly believe in himself, because his confidence is based on his real results. This is what most amazes viewers who join his streams every time. People enjoy watching a guy set challenging goals for himself and move towards them no matter what. For this, viewers are ready to support Almond with their donations and give him increasingly difficult tasks that go beyond the limits of what is possible. This is the image of a true genius that people admire. Some time passed since the beginning of the battle with the detachment that separated from the enemy army. Sanshin fired an arrow and hit the 40th enemy in a row. In the comments, Shin, who had promised to send the boy 10,000 won for each person killed, began to beg for mercy. The leader of the enemy army watched what was happening from the side. He couldn't believe that Almond had killed all the soldiers that were sent after him. The knight in golden armor ordered 40 more knights to be sent after the archer. His order was immediately carried out, and a larger detachment headed towards Sanshin. Sanshin still remained in his place and waited for the next wave of enemies. Shin pleaded and begged not to kill them, because he didn't think Almond could kill so many, and he didn't intend to spend so much money. Sang Hyun's eyes lit up when a commenter wrote that, in order to place a murder order, a viewer needs to have at least 1 million won in their account. The guy asked Shin if it was true, and he didn't take long to receive a positive answer. Sang Hyun became even more enthusiastic about the idea and said that he had to destroy enough opponents to take the entire million for himself. Shin, who had previously been upset by his thoughtless act, was now in complete despair. Sanchin fired and hit the man in the head without a hitch. The guy was determined, so he activated the sequential shooting skill again to destroy the entire squad. The shots rained down in a non-stop stream. Shin tried to get Almond's attention with his comments and begged the boy to stop. The rest of the audience just laughed at his desperate attempts. Sanchin was too distracted by the shooting of soldiers in front that he did not notice the threat behind him. At some point, an arrow struck the ground next to Sanchin's foot. The guy was faced with a serious problem. He couldn't ignore the enemy archer, but he also couldn't move, as this would reduce the quality of his consistent shooting. Sanyun began to turn his head from side to side, trying to find out where he was shot from. At that moment, another arrow landed next to him. Thanks to this, Sanchin was able to accurately calculate the enemy's location. The guy instantly fired towards the enemy, and 2 arrows collided in the air. It all happened so quickly that some viewers didn't have time to understand what had happened. The enemy archer was very surprised that the guy was able to repel his attack with another arrow. However, his surprise did not last long, as Sanchin could not afford to hesitate, so he eliminated the archer. Turning his attention back to the main battlefield, the boy continued shooting. After a while, silence fell on the field as Sanchin no longer fired. His opponents, of whom less than half remained, froze for a while, afraid to move. Sanchin had no intention of stopping, so he reached for another arrow. The guy pulled the bowstring and said that he had already earned 710,000 won. The soldier standing to the side gripped his sword tightly. He rushed towards Sanchin, raising his sword to strike, to avenge his kinsman. Sanchin was distracted by the main mass of the enemy, but managed to notice the approaching threat in time. In an instant, the arrow hit the enemy's head, eliminating the threat. The knights on the battlefield couldn't understand who they were dealing with and why this guy was so incredibly fast. While one man was speaking in horror about the boy's abilities, a soldier next to him was struck by an arrow. Noticing this, the knight turned and fled, fearing for his own life. Sanchin reached his hand into his quiver to take out an arrow and kill the deserter. However, a moment later, his face became extremely puzzled. Sanchin discovered that he had already used up all 80 arrows and now had nothing to shoot with. While the boy was pondering what to do next, Shin breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Almond wouldn't be able to take the entire million won for himself. The fleeing knight was the only survivor of this massacre only because he ran out of arrows. After a while, the man looked back to check if he had managed to break away. But when he turned around, he saw Almond chasing him. The knight's face reflected extreme fear, bordering on madness. The man began to run even faster, begging Sanchin to leave him alone, but the boy's gaze had already spotted the arrow. As he ran past, Sanchin tore the arrow from his enemy's head to use it again. Freezing for just a moment, the boy pulled the bowstring, aiming at the last survivor. With one precise shot, Sanchin eliminated the deserter. For a while, the clearing was plunged into silence, which even the birds did not dare to disturb. The lull was broken only by a soldier falling dead to the ground. Commentators marveled at Sanchin's shooting skills, while the young man said he still had 20 more victims to find. After some time passed, Shin gave in and sent a donation of 1 million won, and Sanghyun thanked him. The guy was distracted from his conversation with the audience by a signal announcing victory over the enemy. In the distance, Sanchin saw a crowd of allied knights celebrating their victory. The knights of the allied forces admired the strength of the newly arrived Sir Robern. The soldiers said that thanks to Sir Robern, they won this battle and called him the hero of this war. Commentators called them ignoramuses, because it was Almond who played the decisive role in this battle. Sanchin rubbed his head and thought that even though he had destroyed 100 opponents, he had still remained unnoticed. Roman approached Almond from behind and offered his deepest apologies for the soldiers' outrageous behavior. The man was clearly upset by the way the other soldiers treated the valiant mercenaries. Sanchin didn't quite understand what exactly Roman was talking about, so he decided to ask him about it. Roman explained that the knights tell the mercenaries to take their basic pay and leave, while the mercenaries played a decisive role in this battle. The man was expressing his indignation and did not notice how Robern approached them and asked if that was why Roman was so indignant. The knight asked what was wrong with taking the agreed-upon amount of money that was honestly earned. Roman recalled that the agreement contains a clause on additional compensation for outstanding results. Robin scoffed at his words, saying that pathetic mercenaries could not achieve any outstanding results. All the knights laughed at Robin's words about how mercenaries could not contribute to the battlefield, where noble knights fought and died honorably. The knights said that mercenaries fight solely to save their worthless lives, claiming that this is their only value. Roman was very angry because of the insults directed not only at himself, but also at his people. While Roman's face expressed extreme anger and rage, Sanshin remained calm. Robern asked what was wrong with their faces because he hadn't said anything bad. Sanshin watched from the sidelines and noted that Robern was talking about the most common stereotype about mercenaries. However, if mercenaries act like this, they will not be trusted, and without trust, their community will not survive for long. Roman said that the knights blamed the entire fight on them because they recognized their skills, but all appreciation disappeared as soon as the battle was over. The captain pointed at Almond and said that the guy had killed 100 people single-handedly, so they couldn't say that the mercenaries were doing nothing. Robern didn't take his words seriously and even laughed, not believing that the guy could do it. The knight only laughed at his words, and the other knights joined in the laughter. The commentators did not like the knight's behavior and suggested that Sanshin should shoot an arrow into Robern's head. Viewers noticed that Roman was the most offended in this situation, but continued to control himself. The mercenary captain managed to restrain himself and began to leave. He was about to say something, but he was interrupted by a voice that demanded that the speaker go first. The leader of the enemy army, wearing golden armor, was heading towards the knights, and judging by the whispers from the side, there was a girl in the armor. She approached Robin and said that she admitted her defeat. The knight in golden armor said that their castle had been occupied without trial, and the soldiers had been mercilessly killed. The girl's words shamed Robin, which made Sanshin decide that the man in the golden helmet was very influential. Robert tried to explain their actions, but the girl interrupted him and demanded that he bring Jeanneret to talk to her. Robin didn't know how to answer this, so Sanshin did it for him, saying that this meeting could not take place. The girl turned towards the voice to ask why she was being refused. However, the words stick in her throat when she sees before her the archer who killed 100 of her men. San Yun himself was frightened by his own words, but he couldn't do anything about the automatic responses in the game. A knight in a golden helmet approached Almond and asked who he was. The girl assumed that the guy was a knight of Jeanneret. However, Sanshin answered negatively, remaining a little to the side. The girl didn't like this answer, so she asked again, and this time Roman answered her, saying that the guy was a mercenary. These words made the leader of the enemy army laugh. The girl wasn't entirely sure of her guesses, so she asked if Almond had killed 100 of her soldiers single-handedly. Sanyun and Roman looked surprised that the girl was able to notice this during the battle. Robin was confused, as he did not believe Roman's words, but they were confirmed by the commander-in-chief of the enemy army. Viewers began to write that it was a great honor to be recognized even by an enemy commander. Robin still couldn't believe it, so he said it was too much even for a joke. He said that a mercenary archer who hides behind other people's backs is not capable of such a thing. The girl said that it was obvious, and the fact that they didn't believe it only meant that they were fools. The knight in golden armor began to remove his helmet and asked if Almond really wanted to continue working for them. The girl said that these knights were not even able to appreciate his skills, so she offered Sanshin to work for her. Previously, the voice was muffled by the helmet on his head, but now it was more audible, so viewers familiar with the game began to recognize it. Under the helmet was a beautiful girl with blue eyes and dark black hair, and her name was Rosanita. At this point, the game stopped and a sign popped up in front of Sanshin. It offered to either agree to Rosanita's proposal or say that he had already sworn allegiance to another. From the suggestion and comments, San Hyun realized that the girl in front of him was the second key character in the game. The guy noted that this composure and grace, despite the defeat, was calming, but at the same time a captivating aura, different from Amelia's aura. Even for a newcomer to this game, it's obvious how much effort the developers put into this character. It seems that even the Knights of Jeanneret are completely and utterly enchanted by her. The chat was flooded with comments urging Sanshin to choose one option or the other. The guy looked at the sign again and wondered if he really needed to make a choice immediately. While the audience was arguing, Sanhyun decided that he didn't want to change sides, given his progress with Amelia. Even though this is a simple game and not reality, the guy has known the blonde since the very beginning of the game. He reached heights and improved his skills thanks to her missions. Rosanita was not going to wait any longer, so she asked how much longer the guy would make her wait for an answer. Sanchin's eyes were all jumbled up from the large number of comments and the difficult choice. Rosanita continued to look at him questioningly. Sanchin thought for some time about how he should act in this situation, because the further course of the game depended on it. After a couple of seconds, the guy said that this was the end of their stream for today and that he was going to turn off the game. Without waiting for comments from viewers, Sanhyun ends the broadcast on the most interesting point. Ji-hyuk was watching the broadcast at the time, so he saw all the comments on the stream, and there were some negative ones. Among the viewers, the manager discovered the nicknames of those who joined the stream at the very beginning, and such people are called fanatics. These people quickly spread information from streams across various platforms, for which Ji-hyuk is grateful. Looking at the statistics, the fan base is mainly formed by men aged 20 to 30, and here there is an equal number of both genders. Guys send donations more often, but girls send larger amounts, so they make a profit from people like Jia. The guy thought that with such indicators, Sanyun should play games from the punk company. However, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a loud scream that echoed throughout the apartment. At the threshold of his room, he saw his angry father, whom his mother was trying to keep in place. The man was very angry when he found out that his son had quit his job and was now able to reach his son in person. Father asked what all this meant, but Ji-hyuk didn't know how to answer, so he stood with his head down. The man started screaming even louder and asked if the guy was okay in the head. The father learned about his son's dismissal not from him, but from the company director, which could seriously affect his reputation. The man ordered his son to return to the company the next day. Ji-hyuk wanted to object, but when he raised his head, he encountered his parents' angry gaze. The guy felt as if he had been struck by electricity, and he could no longer utter a word. When his father was about to leave, he asked if Ji-hyuk wanted to say anything else, and the boy answered negatively. Lowering his head even lower, the boy said that he would do everything as his father said. When the man left the room, his mother approached Ji-hyuk and asked how he was feeling and if he wanted an apple. The guy's gaze warmed, and he said that everything was fine with him. After his parents left, Ji-hyuk walked to his desk and thought about how a week had already passed since he started working as a manager. He and San-hyun earned 2,700,000 won, but despite this, the guy did not achieve anything outstanding. But he likes what he's doing now, and he sees a silver lining. Tears began to fall onto the table, and Ji-hyuk asked himself if he had imagined it all. But all this was too real to be an ordinary dream. Late at night, San-hyun was awakened by an insistent ringing of the doorbell. The guy initially wanted to ignore him, but the man wouldn't stop, so he had to get up and go open the door. San-hyun hadn't fully opened his eyes yet, but he could definitely guess who was standing in front of him. Seeing how Ji-hyuk looked, the guy immediately guessed that something had happened. San-hyun desperately didn't want what he thought to be true, but Ji-hyuk confirmed his suspicions by telling him that he had left home. Although San-hyun was not very happy to see his friend on the doorstep at such an hour, he still accepted him, and they ordered chicken. Ji-hyuk looked happy as he started eating chicken and beer. The manager ordered beer for both of them, but San-hyun refused to drink, as he prefers not to drink before streams. Ji-hyuk was delighted with this news and decided to drink both cans of beer alone. San-hyun asked why the boy moved out of his parents' house, since he did it so hastily. Ji-hyuk became a little sad and said that it would take a long time to explain, so he would tell everything a little later. Ji-hyuk asked if he could stay at San-hyun's place for a while, and San-hyun didn't refuse, saying that he had enough space for both of them. The manager was very grateful, and some more time passed in this mood. After some time, Ji-hyuk asked San-hyun what he was going to do next in the game. San-hyun didn't understand what he was talking about at first, but Ji-hyuk reminded him that the game was about a love triangle with Emilia and Rosanita. The brunette thought for a while, after which he said that he did not understand why this choice was so important. Ji-hyuk was shocked and asked if Sang-hyun had checked the forum after the stream, to which he replied in the negative. The audience began to quarrel because their opinions on which side to choose differed radically. Sang-hyun just looked at all the quarrels happening between the two sides with a smile and said that there was nothing wrong with it. Ji-hyuk was very surprised because among the comments there were also threats towards Sang-hyun, but the guy looked through the forum with a smile, as if he was not at all worried. After a while, Sang-hyun looked up from his phone and said that he wanted to talk to Ji-hyuk about something. Sang-hyun said that with his success, the end of the Kingdom game is just around the corner, and they haven't had time to choose the next game yet. The brunette's thoughts were interrupted by Ji-hyuk, who immediately took a computer out of his backpack. The manager guessed that the guy would have such a question, so he did his research in advance. Having found the necessary folder with saved recordings, Ji-hyuk connected to the 3D projector. After a few moments, an image appeared behind the manager. Ji-hyuk looked through all the famous games of the punk company and chose Battle Rage as the next game. The manager was obviously pleased with his choice and expected a good reaction from San-shen. The game was famous enough that San-yun had heard of it before, but had never played it before. Battle Rage is an online game where players compete against each other in real time. The ultimate goal of the game is to be the only survivor out of hundreds of players using various weapons. Good aim and reaction are the keys to success in this game. Based on this, Battle Rage becomes the best game for San-yun, as it suits his playstyle and general tendencies perfectly. San-yun really liked the game because he thought it looked really fun. The guy thought he should practice the game beforehand, since he was not used to playing in co-op mode. Ji-hyuk didn't like this idea at all, so he told San-hyun not to even think about doing it. The manager said that the guy doesn't understand at all what the audience wants to see. Ji-hyuk asked Sang-yun what he thinks viewers want most from his streams. Sang-yun suggested that everyone wants to see a good game, but Ji-hyuk said that anyone can do it if they are knowledgeable enough about the rules of the game. Nothing else came to the brunette's mind, so he decided to ask the manager for an answer. Ji-hyuk pointed his finger at Sang-yun and said that everyone wants to see the unrivaled genius. His words made the guy freeze as he didn't expect to hear that addressed to him. The manager suggested the guy remember his very first stream on Kingdom. The guy showed incredible results on his first try, despite the fact that he had not trained to play this game before. Ji-hyuk said that viewers go crazy for true geniuses. So the manager thought about having Sang-yun repeat this with Battle Rage and show a perfect game without training. Sang-shen was hesitant because everything in this game was related to weapons, and he didn't understand anything about them, nor about game mechanics. Ji-hyuk listened to his concerns and quickly found a way to solve the problem. The manager said that Sang-yun can easily hit a moving target even while riding a horse. The brunette said that everyone can do it, but Ji-hyuk replied that it's not as simple as the guy thinks. Sang-yun thought about it and said that he had already encountered something similar to what Ji-hyuk was talking about. Before starting streaming, the guy completed a training session using the program that came with the capsule. Sang-shen said the program is well optimized, so he trains with it every day. Ji-hyuk decided to check the results and asked how many points the guy was getting, to which he replied that it was about 12,000 points. The manager froze for a moment, not believing what he had discovered. Looking at Sang-yun in shock, Ji-hyuk said that the simulator said that the guy was in first place. The brunette couldn't believe it, but the manager showed him the list of record holders and asked if his optimization code was at the very top of the list. Sang-yun looked at the list more closely and confirmed his code, to which Ji-hyuk said that he was right about the guy. It wasn't just that the guy was good at archery, it was that the guy was truly a genius in that field. These words flattered Sang-yun, and he couldn't take his eyes off the phone. For the first time in a long time, the guy sees results from his training that satisfy him. Ji-hyuk, in turn, was determined to act quickly, so he suggested that Sang-yun register for Battle Rage right away. As evening approached, Sang-yun decided to start streaming, which greatly surprised the manager, as it was still light outside. Sang-yun explained this by saying that he experiences which time period has the most views. Ji-hyuk walked closer to the capsule and wished his friend luck. Sang-yun wasn't used to the guy's behavior and hinted that he shouldn't do it again. Ji-hyuk started to get indignant because he was just caring about his friend, but Sang-yun didn't fall for his tricks and told him to leave and not bother him. After a few moments, the capsule closed and the guy began to be transported to another space. The stream started and the guy immediately moved to the last save location. Standing next to him was Rosanita, who had already lost her patience and asked how much longer the guy was going to make her wait. Sang-yun once again found himself faced with a serious choice of sides in the game. The chat was flooded with comments trying to sway the guy in one direction or another. Sang-shen understood that the game's plot depended on his further decision, so he told Rosanite that he had already sworn allegiance to another, thereby choosing Emilia's side. Rosanita was upset by this choice, since the guy was not appreciated in Emilia's army. As she was about to leave, the girl said that she had never met a better knight than the guy. Rosanita was the leader of the enemy army, so she was taken under escort. Sang-hyun made this decision because it would make the game end much faster, and that's what he wants. He is also truly devoted to Emilia, as the girl has been with him since the very beginning of the game. As Rosanita was taken into custody, Emilia appeared on the field. She called the guy's name, causing him to turn around. A cutscene started in which Alman did not expect to see a girl on the battlefield, so he was surprised. Emilia was very happy to see the boy alive and well. She couldn't resist and went to meet him, The knights tried to stop her because the battlefield was still very dangerous, but she did not listen to anyone. Almond asked how the girl was feeling, but she didn't let him finish. Running up to the guy, the girl threw herself into his arms. Her actions caused viewers to start writing a lot of comments. After waiting for Emilia to calm down a little, Almond gently pushed the girl away. The guy said that they had emerged victorious from this war, so it was time to return. Emilia said that Almond did well and was going to confess her feelings to him. The girl touched his face and began to move closer to kiss him. These shots caused a storm of emotions among the audience, but in an instant, the screen went black just before the kiss. A moment later, a scene appeared in which the squad was returning back to the castle. Viewers wrote that they were disappointed in Kingdom because the kiss was never shown. While the detachment was on the way, one of the soldiers approached Almond and asked if he was the legendary archer who had killed 100 enemies with the first shot. Sanchin answered positively, but Roman was outraged that the soldier had refused to believe this not long ago and laughed at the guy. The man thought about how even his enemies immediately recognized Sanchin's achievements and skills, while their own people laughed at them. San Hyun said that he wouldn't have been able to handle it alone if it weren't for the captain and other mercenaries who fought on the front lines. Roman replied that the others would be glad to hear it, but the guy caught in his words a hint that Almond was no longer one of them. The captain confirmed his suspicions, but said that the boy was free to choose what he wanted to do next. Roman patted Almond on the shoulder and said that he was grateful to the guy, because thanks to him, each mercenary earned enough to forget about work for 4 months. After some time, the detachment arrived at the main castle of the Janare family. Having entered the courtyard, Sanchin looked around with interest. Having dismounted, the boy followed Emilia into the castle, and this was his first visit. Approaching the doors, which were guarded by knights, the girl said that Almond was an honored guest who would share a meal with her. The knights did not dare disobey the lady and opened the doors for them. Sanhyun heard a voice that was glad to finally meet the hero. The boy saw Lord Generet, who offered the boy a seat and said that he had heard a lot about him. The Lord came closer and patted Almond on the shoulders, praising him for the work he had done. The man turned to the maid and ordered her to hurry and bring food. Sanhyun received a notification from the game that he had successfully joined the meal with Emilia's family. After some time, the servants placed a large deep plate in front of the boy. There was water in the plate, and a line with several buttons appeared in front of it. Sanchin studied the strange task in front of him, not understanding what he was supposed to do. The guy didn't even notice how he accidentally pressed one of the buttons. Sanchin stood still for a moment, trying to figure out if anything had happened after that. At that moment, a running line of buttons appeared, which looked like a minigame. Commentators said it was a bit like a game of hit the beat, and that the developers were trying to show that mercenaries don't have table manners. Viewers wrote that this was to be expected from Kingdom, and that the guy should get used to it. The next step was for Sanchin to see a plate of food, but first he had to complete a puzzle. When the stew was served, the guy was also not left without a minigame. This continued for a long time, which greatly tired Sanchin, who was accustomed to a dynamic game. Sanchin asked if all future meetings with his father-in-law would be like this. Commentators said that this is his price for a virtual girlfriend. Finally, the minigames came to an end and Lord Janaret engaged Sanhen in conversation. The man asked the boy what he thought about becoming one of the knights of the Janaret family. A sign immediately appeared in front of Sanhen, giving him the choice of remaining a mercenary or becoming a knight. The guy thought that most of the quests in this game were for a free mercenary, but now he can move away from the standard. Commentators started writing that this was already the end of the game. Sanyan thought that although he chose Emilia to finish faster, he didn't think it would happen so quickly. Viewers began writing their recommendations, and Sanyan became lost in thought. After a while, the guy decided to end the stream at this point and instantly disappeared, leaving viewers in the usual ignorance. At this point, the guy ended the stream and opened the capsule. Sanyan noticed that if he wasn't fighting in the game, he didn't sweat as much as he used to. Ji-Yuk approached the guy and praised him for his work, as the stream turned out to be fun, as always. San Hyun said he didn't even fight today, but the manager showed him a phone with a discussion about the stream on the forum. Ji-Hyuk said that brevity is the soul of wit, so San Hyun decided not to argue with him. The manager also said that the punk company contacted him and agreed to pay for the edit, which delighted San Hyun. Ji-Hyuk said that this was quite natural since the offer originally came from the company. The manager announced that they would be meeting with company representatives tomorrow, and in order to be more active at the meeting, the guys decided to go to bed early. The next day, all of Almond's subscribers and viewers learned important news. It became known on social media that Almond has become an official partner of the Punk Company. All of Almond's followers were discussing the fact that the guy could sign a contract with Kingdom. The largest game distributor, Punk, occupies a leading position in the market without any specific strategy and consistently maintains its strong position. However, recently, Higem's performance on the market has been growing exponentially. In response, Punk focused on advertising, marketing, exclusive titles, programming, and strategy. One of these programs is called Streamer Partners. The program involves collaboration with popular streamers who are required to play games developed by Punk, and in return, they will receive comprehensive support. Many people have spoken negatively about Almond, as he is still only a newcomer, and some have already compared him to the streamer Bubblegum. There were those who defended Almond, writing that the guy had quickly achieved good results and could rise even higher if he started playing more popular games. Many subscribers visited his page in advance to find out what the guy would play next, but Sang-hyun was busy with something else at that moment. Sang-hyun was with Ji-hyuk at a meeting with company representatives, and many viewers assumed that the guy would be told from the very beginning what he would be playing. Sang-hyun never started broadcasting at his usual time, but his followers continued to scroll through his page in anticipation. Everything has dragged on for too long, and many have already lost hope that the guy will start a stream today. Meanwhile, the broadcast began on the new Altub channel. Sang-hyun introduced himself to the audience and said that he wanted to share some important news with them. Sang-hyun said that he created an account on Altub and became an official partner of the Punk Company. The guy said that from now on, his broadcast will be uploaded to this channel. All previously edited videos will be remade and uploaded to YouTube. Sang-hyun, in turn, will continue to work hard and create more interesting content. After successfully introducing their new channel and sharing information about their partnership, Sang-hyun and Ji-hyuk decided to celebrate. The guys went to the bar and ordered beer and chicken, and the manager, in turn, congratulated his protege. Ji-hyuk said it would be nice to invite Chia to join the celebration, but Sang-hyun didn't understand what they were going to celebrate. The manager was amazed at how quickly the girl edited the video, to which the guy said that she did this even before she signed a contract with them. Ji-hyuk was surprised by his remark and asked why the girl had barely reacted when they offered her the job of editor. Sang-hyun said he couldn't answer that question either, so he decided to change the subject by asking what the manager wanted to tell him. The guy wanted to ask why Ji-hyuk ran away from home, but he didn't have time to finish because the manager pressed his head to the table. The boys froze in this position for a while people walked past them. Sang-hyun said that Ji-hyuk could have simply said that he didn't want to talk about it, but the manager told him to keep quiet. Shaitan said that their former colleagues had come into the pub, so they should be more quiet. Sang-hyun remembered that this establishment was located right between the Punk Company and their former office where the guys worked. Ji-hyuk suggested that they leave quietly before anyone noticed them, to which Sang-hyun agreed. However, it was already too late, and a former colleague passing by recognized the guys. This man turned out to be the department director who accused Sang-hyun of getting the job through connections. The man looked at Ji-hyuk with a grin and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Coming closer, the director noticed that Sang-hyun was sitting next to the brown-haired guy, but the guy immediately turned away. Ji-hyuk tried to defuse the situation and asked how the man was doing. The director acted as if the boys had made the biggest mistake of their lives and asked Ji-hyuk where the boy had gone from them. After this, the man started laughing and suggested that the guy worked in this particular establishment. Ji-hyuk guessed that the man was simply bullying them and spreading rumors within the company after they left, so he decided to find confirmation that the boys had never found work. Ji-hyuk already knows in advance what the director will think when he hears that the guy has become Sang-hyun's manager. The man turned his attention to Sang-hyun and said that he should say hello if he sees his boss. The brunette didn't like the whole situation at all, so he asked him directly why he had to greet him. The director began to get indignant, but Sang-hyun didn't pay attention to it, while Ji-hyuk turned pale and tried to distract his friend so as not to cause a scandal. The brunette recalled how the director insulted and humiliated him in every possible way during the time when they worked together. Sang-hyun was very angry at the man, so he said that he didn't have to talk to a person who wasn't even his colleague. The director got angry and called the guy ignorant. The man said that it was because of this trait that Sang-hyun had always been an outcast, as he did not understand how society worked. The director pointed his finger at the guy and said that no matter what their relationship was, they had to be polite and say hello. While the man tried to lecture and educate the boy, Sang-hyun only laughed. The director froze in place and fell silent, watching the guy ridicule him in front of all his colleagues. The man was confused and asked why Sanhyun was laughing, and he replied that a man was not the kind of person who could tell him how to raise himself. The brunette said that the director himself approached someone else's table and began to interfere in what was none of his business, disturbing people while they were relaxing. Sanjin pointed out that it is not very polite to preach morality when you yourself do not particularly follow it. The boy looked at the man again and asked if he was right. His words made the director even more angry, and he was about to attack the guy with his fists. San Hyun stood up from his seat and, due to the difference in height, towered over the man. Looking down, the boy asked what he had done wrong. Under such pressure, the man lost all his assertiveness and moved away from Sanchin a little. Behind the director, another employee screamed, accusing Sanchin of wanting to start a fight. But the next moment, a smile appeared on the stranger's face. A plump, middle-aged man came closer to the boys and greeted Sanchin with a smile on his face. Just a few moments ago, Ji-hyuk was very scared, but now a smile appeared on his face. San-hyun was at a loss and greeted Director Woo, who came closer to them. The man approached the brunette and said that the number of views on today's video was astounding. The more details of the success Sanchin's former boss heard, the more shock was reflected on his face. The man heard that the director of the punk company wanted to have dinner with the guy, which was even more surprising because the scale of this company was astounding. At that moment, enthusiastic responses towards Sanchin were heard from the other end of the establishment, who knew the guy as a streamer. After passing the guy's former boss, several people approached San-hyun and asked for his autograph. Director Woo also initially wanted to get an autograph, but then changed his mind as he remembered that he and the guy had already signed a partnership agreement. Looking at Sanchin from the side, the former colleague could not believe that the guy was a partner in such a large company. The anger that had accumulated in the man never found its outlet, as he saw that the guy had actually achieved success after leaving the company. The director turned around and told his colleagues that they were leaving here, but one of the young men drew his attention to the fact that they had already placed an order. However, the man didn't care and shouted that they were leaving immediately. Ji-hyuk breathed a sigh of relief as their former colleagues disappeared behind the doors of the establishment. A few moments later, Ji-hyuk approached Director Woo and thanked him for his help. The man replied that it was no big deal, but Sang-hyun noticed that Director Woo had to lie. The man recalled saying that the directors were amazed and invited Sanchin to have dinner with them. The director agreed that he had embellished a little, but people like that man always get nervous when they hear big names. Sang-hyun bowed to the man and thanked him again for his help, but the director told the guy not to worry and to enjoy his dinner. When the man was about to leave, he remembered something and called Sanchin again. He told the guy to let him know when he was ready to have dinner with the CEO. A strange expression appeared on Sang-hyun's face as he thought it was all a joke. When the boy voiced his suspicions to Director Yu, he didn't know how to react. The next moment, the man burst out laughing and said that it was not said as a joke. Ji-hyuk said that they didn't quite understand, and then the director said that he only embellished in what he said about all the directors in the office, and everything else was true. The man asked if the guys really hadn't seen the number of views on their videos. Only after these words, Sanchin looked at the information on his phone and was very surprised. When the guys first signed a contract with Punk, they warned them that popularity on Tribe doesn't necessarily mean their videos will be popular on Altub. However, it turned out that the video on Altub had garnered even more views, and now the most popular video has been viewed almost 100,000 times. Sang-hyun is standing at home, brushing his teeth and remembering that even Bubblegum failed the Altub, even though he was one of the best in the Tribe. The guy remembered what Jamook had said about how popularity on YouTube largely depends on the editor, so it's crucial that he be good. Sang-hyun realizes how lucky he is to have met Jia, as her editing has greatly influenced the success of his channel. Ji-hyuk called Sang-hyun and said that their former colleague wrote that the director had been walking around angry and humiliated all day. The director believes that Sang-hyun was pushed to the top by some big shot, but the guy doesn't understand how the man came to this conclusion. Ji-hyuk laughed and said that people like the director easily fall for various tricks and jokes. As soon as Sang-hyun vacated the bathroom, Ji-hyuk ran to the toilet, and the owner of the apartment himself said that the guy was acting as if he had lived in this house for over a year. Sang-hyun understands that he needs to keep his body in good shape, so he went for a run. Since his friend moved in, the guy has developed a taste for chicken and beer, so he has to pay even more attention to his physical fitness. Sang-hyun was running along the tracks and listening to music on his headphones when suddenly the phone rang. The guy stopped and took his phone out of his pocket to see who was bothering him. It was Ji-hyuk who was very angry because Sang-hyun never checked his incoming messages. The guy made excuses by saying he was jogging, but this only angered the manager even more. Sang-hyun even got a headache from his friend's lamentations, which is why he said that Ji-hyuk really is a manager through and through. The manager got down to business and said that one of the directors, Punk, wanted to have dinner with the guy, and that Sang-hyun should behave properly since Ji-hyuk would not be attending. The brunette understood him and asked if that was the only reason the guy decided to distract him from training. Ji-hyuk said that wasn't the only reason, as he wanted them to do something together for Jia. The manager believes that they should be very grateful to the girl for doing a good job, so they should express their gratitude. Sang-hyun agreed with his friend and was about to offer her something as a gift, but his gaze caught on something. A second later, the guy told Ji-hyuk to forget what they had just talked about. Sang-hyun noticed that Jia was running towards him, but the girl was wearing a cap, so she did not notice the guy. After finishing his conversation with Ji-hyuk, Sang-hyun approached the girl to talk. After some time, they came to the cafe, and after some time, the guy took the order, thinking that they had come at a good time. With a tray in his hands, Sang-hyun headed towards the table where the girl was waiting for him. Jia looked around awkwardly and looked sad. The girl only noticed Sang-hyun when he placed a tray of food in front of her. When a guy approached a girl on the street and asked her what she wanted to get for doing a good job, Jia was confused and said she was hungry. Sang-hyun said that if the girl wanted anything else, she should let him know. Jia replied that she really didn't need anything else, and then began eating her burger. Sang-hyun was very surprised when he saw that the girl opened her mouth wide without any hesitation to take a bite. Feeling the guy's gaze on her, the girl froze in place without even starting to eat. Jia said that it was very difficult for her to eat when the guy looked at her like that, for which Sang-hyun apologized. The boy and girl spent the rest of the time in complete silence. Sang-hyun ate potatoes and thought that he himself was not a man of many words by nature. However, it was nothing compared to Jia's silence, who had not said a word during this entire time. Sang-hyun noticed that the girl seemed to be avoiding conversations. The guy tried to start a conversation with her several times, but she always responded briefly. Jia answered every question in monosyllables, which led any conversation to a dead end. Sang-hyun wasn't particularly worried since they didn't need to have a heart-to-heart talk. The guy thought that perhaps the girl was having a hard time at work. Jia seemed to sense some confusion in Sang-hyun's gaze and said that she was not good at keeping up a conversation. The girl said that even when she drank, the conversation didn't flow well, but the guy noticed that the last time they discussed the video, Jia spoke calmly. Jia indicated that the conversation was work-related. Therefore, she could speak directly, and there was no need to find special topics. However, when it comes to her personal life, she is unable to talk about it. The girl seemed to become even more upset and lowered her head even lower. She was afraid to look at Sang-hyun, but she asked him if he thought she was weird. The guy froze in place for a moment at this question. The girl closed her eyes and said that she was told about this very often. The girl's speech was interrupted by a question from Sang-hyun about whether something had happened to the girl at her previous job. Sang-hyun said he understands how difficult it is to work in an office, as the company, while having its advantages, also has its disadvantages. Stirring his drink with a straw, the guy said that if you continue to suppress your feelings without saying a word, they will eventually come out. Sang-hyun asked if the girl agreed with this. The guy said that he didn't know what had happened to the girl, but he could understand her since he and Ji-hyuk had recently quit their jobs. Sang-hyun said he hoped the girl would someday be able to tell him what happened to her. The guy also added that he doesn't want to force her, so she can do it when she's ready. After a late breakfast, Jia slowly walked up the stairs to her house following Sang-hyun. The girl thought that the guy was very mature for his age. Upon returning home, Sang-hyun launched a stream on Tribe and greeted viewers, who began congratulating him on his partnership with Punk. The guy decided to once again reinforce the information that he is now a streamer partner of the Pank company, since some viewers might not know this. Some viewers began to worry that the guy would stop playing Kingdom and they would not be able to see the long-awaited ending with Emilia. Sang-hyun announced that they would continue playing Kingdom today, but the audience couldn't shake the feeling that the guy would complete the game today. The guy got immersed in the game and said that they would undoubtedly choose the path of the night. Time in the game passed much faster than before. After a short cutscene, we saw the castle of the Janaret family, which was shrouded in white snow. Much time passed, which was spent preparing Almond to become a knight. Now the boy could finally kneel and hand Emilia the sword. The girl happily accepted it and touched the guy's shoulders one after the other. Emilia solemnly said that she named Almond her knight. The guy looked at the girl with a smile. Emilia also couldn't contain the joy in her eyes. Her cheeks were flushed, but it certainly wasn't because of the cold weather. The audience asked if this was the ending, but then a cutscene started. Sanyan finally regained control of his body and realized that spring had already arrived. The audience noticed that time began to flow very quickly, but they did not understand what would happen next. Sanyan looked at himself and noticed that his clothes had changed and become more luxurious. The guy thought that this was due to the fact that he had officially become a full-fledged knight. Sanyan didn't have time to do anything else because the game sent him a new, special notification. The audience eagerly awaited what would happen next. A flaming parchment appeared in front of Sanhen, and text began to appear on it. Sanchen had to complete one final task to become a knight. Sanchen was surprised by this task because it seemed to him that he had already become a knight, but his thoughts were interrupted by a servant boy. He looked at Almond in panic and realized that the guy was not dressed yet, so he might be late for the test. Sunhyun asked what kind of test this was, and the boy turned pale. The servant started shouting at the guy as something impossible had to happen for him to forget such an important event. The guy started dressing Sanchen and said that today the guy would have to defend the honor of the knighthood title. The servant began to worry about what would happen if Lady Amelia found out about this. It was at this moment that a lady appeared behind the guy and asked what he was talking about, which really scared the guy. Although the girl asked a question, she did not expect to receive an answer, as she immediately headed towards Almond. Taking the guy by the collar, Emilia pulled him in and kissed him. Sanchin himself froze for a moment, because this was unexpected for him. Almond hugged the girl back, and she said that if something happened to the guy at the competition, their future together would be in question. Amelia wished the guy good luck in the trials, for which he thanked her. The girl took Almond by the hand and led him out of the room. She said that it was his time to show everyone that he was worthy of being a knight. After some time, Sanhyun found himself outside, and the bright sun began to blind his eyes. Having become accustomed to the bright light, the boy saw that he was in a large arena. Sanchen noted that he had not noticed such an arena near the castle before. A man named Albert appeared in front of Almond and Amelia, and judging by the comments from viewers, he was not a positive figure. The aristocrat looked at Sanchen and began to laugh. The man asked what the Janaret clan was thinking when they put such a person to the test. Albert said that the boy still had to prove his abilities to them, since he was not of noble birth. Amelia said the guy still showed them off constantly, having captured the castle single-handedly. Albert just laughed at her words and said that the girl was too naive to trust absurd rumors. Amelia said that the man himself lacked the dignity of a knight. Albert became angry and ordered Lady Amelia to watch her words. The girl ignored the man's curses and told Almond that they had to go. Sanyan noticed Amelia's changed mood and how her eyes became sad. Almond asked the girl not to worry because he himself had agreed to all this. The guy was about to enter the arena, so he was forced to leave the girl. However, she ran up to him and gently touched his back with her hand. Emilia said she wasn't worried. She just didn't like the way Almond was looked down on. The guy smiled and replied that no one else could do that. The main goal in this test was to gain the respect of the nobility. Sanhyun was prepared for this, so he entered the arena without fear. The people in the stands already knew the guy, so they chanted his name. Sanchen turned to the judge and asked what the conditions for victory were. Albert announced that there is a special training that embodies the famous phrase about knights. The metal grate at the other end of the arena began to rise. Albert said that a real knight could stop even a troll in its tracks. Sunhyun had never encountered such a creature in the entire game. People in the stands, as well as the stream viewers, were worried, as such a test was too difficult. Someone in the audience said that Sir Almond only uses a bow and arrow. But no one thought that the troll couldn't be defeated with such a weapon, so the commentators suggested switching to melee weapons. Albert, with a grin, wished Almond a good try at the test. Sanchen turned towards him and discovered that he and his henchmen were already quite far away from Emilia. Sanchen said that these people didn't smell of knightly courage, after which he turned towards the troll. The monster had already begun to slowly circle around the knight. Some time passed, but the troll was still in no hurry to attack the man. The comments suggested the guy should use a sword, but he decided to stick to his guns. Sanchen fired the first shot to see what effect it would have. Seeing the result, the guy turned the bow in his hand and smiled contentedly. Commenters wrote that the troll wasn't so easy to lose weight, but contrary to expectations, the monster fell dead. Sanyan did not change his habits and won this test very easily. Albert and his henchmen were shocked by what they saw. For a moment, the arena was plunged into complete silence, broken only by Sanchen's slow steps. The spectators in the stands watched the monster defeated with the first blow. Since Sanyan hasn't been showing off his shooting skills for the last couple of streams, the commentators have already forgotten about the perfect shot. The next moment, the arena was filled with the joyful shouts of the people who praised Almond. All the applause was directed at Lady Amelia and her knight Almond, which greatly angered Albert. The aristocrat began to insist that the troll had been poisoned and demanded an autopsy. Amelia approached the screaming man and said that the test was over and now Albert must recognize Almond as a knight. The girl said that if the man continued in the same spirit, his honor would be trampled and his life destroyed. Her words sent a jolt of electricity through Albert's body, but he still fell silent. Almond turned Amelia away from Albert and said that his knighthood was now confirmed. After this phrase, the final cutscene started, in which summer had arrived, and the law was enveloped in a sea of flowers. Footage from Almond and Amelia's wedding was shown, which touched some viewers. A happy smile shone on the girl's face, which melted the hearts of the rest of the audience. On that fine note, the game ended. The melody of the final scene continued to play for some time, even though the footage had changed to a white canvas. Sanyan seemed to be in two bodies at the same time. He was acutely aware of his own body, but he was also acutely aware of the body of the character he was playing as. The white image was replaced by the game credits, symbolizing the end of the story. Sanyan reached out his hand, trying to touch his virtual body, and noticed that it was shaking. His first virtual reality game lasted only a week, and it changed his life forever. Watching the night silhouette leave, Sanshin said goodbye to him and thanked him for everything. The image changed to a black screen with the caption, "The End." Sanhyun sat for a while longer and stared at the empty screen. With a sigh, the guy told his viewers that Kingdom was indeed over. A happy smile appeared on the guy's face, and he said that it was time to move on to the next game. Sunhen noted that many viewers are writing about a streamer nicknamed Electron and about co-op games. The guy would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous at all. Online games differ from story-based ones because the guy will have to fight with real people, not bots. It doesn't matter how much time a guy spends studying tutorials, since there are a lot of people who already know how to play this or that game. That's why it won't be easy for Sanyun, because he will be among the newcomers anyway. If the guy is not careful, his image as a genius, which everyone expects from him, can be destroyed in an instant. Finally, Sanyun gathered his courage and thought that he couldn't stand still just because he was afraid that people would be disappointed in him. Finally, Sanyun said that the next game they would play was called Battle Rage. Sometime after the stream ended, Sanyun and Ji-hyuk ordered chicken and beer as per tradition. The manager said it was very frustrating to realize that the spectators who came to see Kingdom would leave if the guy changed his game. Sanhyun tried to calm his friend down, saying that this was completely normal for streamers. Brunette said that when changing games, some streamers can change up to half their audience. Ji-hyuk was surprised and said that in this case, players take a risk every time they change games, but it is beneficial in the long run. Sanyun said it was obvious as what viewer would want to continue watching a streamer who wasn't developing. Although Sanhyun talks about it calmly, he is not really very happy about it. When it became known that the guy would be playing Battle Rage next, almost 900 viewers unsubscribed from him. The next day, Sanyun started streaming and said that as soon as the game installation was finished, he would start. Many were surprised that the guy would be playing this game for the first time, but there were also those who told him everything and supported the guy. Sunhinu wrote that Battle Rage is a very realistic game, but more modern than Kingdom. After a few minutes, the download was complete, and Sanhyun thought that this would be a lot of fun. The guy activated the capsule and entered the Battle Rage reality. The first thing the guy felt was a strong wind and loud sounds. The loud sound came from the rotating blades of the helicopter the boy was currently in. The squad captain reported that they had arrived at the location and ordered preparations for landing. Sanyun, in turn, sat on the edge of the helicopter and realized that he was not in another body, as was the case with Kingdom, but in his own. The guy didn't expect the game to be so realistic, but now he fully felt how high he was. The captain ordered Sanshin not to hesitate and jump, but the boy froze in place. The guy didn't understand how he could jump from such a height, but the commentators tried to support him. Sanyun said he watched the tutorial for the game, but didn't know it would be like this. While the guy was thinking, his neighbor easily jumped out of the helicopter. Behind Sanshin, 2 more squad members jumped down, leaving the boy alone with his fear. In the comments, they wrote that the longer the guy delays, the worse he makes things for himself. Sanshin mentally agreed with this remark, so he tried to collect his thoughts. He cannot lose simply because of cowardice, so he is obliged to take this step. A few moments later, Sanhyun was finally able to jump, and his body rushed down. In just a few seconds, the helicopter from which the guy jumped was already far away. Sanhyun, in turn, was extremely shocked and scared, as it didn't feel like a game at all. The helicopter turned around and flew in the direction from which it had arrived. Sanhyun, in turn, could not open the parachute, so he was very scared. However, a few moments later, the parachute opened, saving the guy from falling. The parachute slowly released the soldier downwards, driven by gusts of wind. Sanhyun, meanwhile, did not look happy. He only now realized that the parachute opens automatically. The boy took a deep breath and looked at the ground. However, according to his observations, it was approaching the ground too quickly. Before Sanhyun could even come up with a plan for a soft landing, he fell flat on the ground. After the unsuccessful landing, the brunette sat on the ground for about a minute and tried to catch his breath while the spectators supported him. Finally, the guy was able to come to his senses and looked around, asking why the action had started all over again. Suddenly, the guy realized that some kind of chaos was going on around him. Everyone is attacking each other. Some are already lying on the ground motionless. Sanhyun tried to understand what was happening, but did not dare to intervene yet. Some players saw the new guy and decided to kill him, thinking he was an easy target. Sanhyun asked the audience how the players knew he was new, and they told him his spectacular landing said it all. Noticing a half-destroyed building ahead, the guy's first decision was to hide there. Having quickly reached the house, Sanhyun entered and closed the door behind him. The guy chose this house for no particular reason and now hopes that there will be a weapon in it. While the guy was looking around, his gaze caught on something. On a table in one of the rooms, he saw equipment that was very familiar to him. Right in front of the guy was a compound bow with arrows and a quiver. The guy came closer and carefully examined the weapon that was familiar to him. As a professional athlete, the guy sometimes had fun with this. But who would have thought that it would be useful to him here? Suddenly, Sanhyun heard the sound of approaching footsteps. At first, the guy couldn't find a specific source, but after looking around, he understood everything. The players who had previously decided to kill him are now climbing the building via the external stairs. They want to catch Sanhyun off guard by entering the building through the second floor, but the guy is not going to give up, so he grabs a bow. After some time, the players actually entered the building through the second floor. After quickly looking around the second floor, one of the players assumed that Sanhyun was on the first floor. The guy spotted this particular guy as a victim, since he was only hiding and did not try to engage in combat or look for a weapon. As they were going down to the first floor, one of the guys said that judging by the brunette's landing, he was new to this game. However, he did not notice how one of his friends was shot with a bow behind him. The friends only noticed this after the game notified them that Almond had killed Keanu Reeves. The remaining two guys started looking around, trying to find where the guy was shooting from. The bald guy began to turn in the direction from which he thought the arrow had come. Behind the door of one of the rooms, the guy noticed a glint and took aim, intending to eliminate the enemy. However, he overestimated his abilities, as Sanhyun managed to shoot his bow earlier. Without a second's hesitation, the brunette pulled the bowstring back and took aim at the last guy. However, Sanhyun was unable to locate the third player. Looking around more carefully, the guy realized that the third one had escaped. Sanhyun asked the audience if he should catch up, but the comments were unclear, as everyone was saying different things. The brunette decided to try to catch up with him, since he couldn't run far. However, at that moment, the same player ran out from around the corner and pulled the bowstring, intending to kill Sanhyun. Sanhyun turned out to be faster, so the guy didn't have time to do anything. Having received an arrow to the head, the player fell to the ground. Sanhyun assumed that the guy thought he could kill him by copying his playing style. Looking towards the chat, Sanhyun asked if it was really that easy to kill in Battle Rage, but he was told that these players were simply weak. Someone suggested that Almond was deliberately transported to a world with newcomers like himself, and this gave Sanhyun confidence. The guy was distracted by a strange sound that seemed to come from inside his head. Sanhyun began to look around in search of the source of the sound. The signal stopped, but the guy still didn't understand what it meant. A second later, a sign popped up in front of Sanhyun, notifying him that the blue zone would shrink in 30 seconds. Battle Rage is a survival game, and the strategy of hiding and waiting can be a good idea, but the game has a blue zone system that discourages such approaches. Opening the map, Sanhyun saw that he was at a disadvantage, as the building he was hiding in was on the edge of the blue zone. Looking out the window, the guy made sure that the other players had already started running away from here, so he should hurry too. After making sure there was no one nearby, Sanchin came out of his hiding place and looked around once again. From the very beginning, he noticed that players didn't have many places to hide, so they had to act carefully. Hiding behind one of the ruined walls, Sanchin listened and realized that a car was driving somewhere nearby. The guy didn't quite understand where the sound was coming from, so he just hoped that the car would pass by. Senhina leaned slightly to the side, trying to find the source of the sound, and just at that moment, a bullet flew past his head and crashed into the wall. The guy screamed and fell on his back, dodging a barrage of shots. A few moments later, the shot stopped, leaving several holes in the wall where Sanchin had been hiding a few seconds earlier. The guy looked at this and looked extremely scared, which caused laughter among the stream's viewers. Sun tried to justify himself by saying that it was his first game, and that was why he was so scared, but the audience didn't believe him. A few moments later, the guy heard the car again and was now able to determine its location. The car drove out from behind a dilapidated building located behind the guy. Sun decided to hide in the ruins so that the car could not get to him, and then he would be able to hide from his pursuers. However, as soon as the guy ran closer to the neighboring wall, the shots were repeated, breaking the wall near the brunette's head. Sun ran in the other direction, but couldn't hide his surprise that the players were able to destroy the wall with bullets. The guy continued to look for cover, and finally the most solid wall appeared ahead. Sanchin ran faster and, having run close enough, quickly climbed onto the wall. The guy moved so fast that the opponents only had time to reload their weapons. Thanks to this delay, Sanchin was able to successfully take cover behind a thick wall, remaining out of the reach of bullets. The opponents continued to shoot at the wall behind which the guy was hiding, but to no avail, as it did not collapse. The enemy couldn't understand why the bullets weren't hitting the guy and said that he was going to die anyway, so he should stop hiding and come out. When the shots died down, Sanchin crept to the edge of the wall and peered out to assess the situation. The guy discovered that in the game, most people prefer to form groups at the early stages of the game, as the group pursuing him has now done. However, even the spectators did not understand why this was happening, because Battle Rage is an individual game in which only one can win. Sanyun didn't pay attention to the comments because he was in a bad position right now. The guy listened to the steps and conversations of his opponents in order to understand exactly where they were at the moment. Sanchin waited for the right moment when one of the guys was distracted and then immediately fired. The arrow hit the enemy's head, and the game immediately announced the kill, indicating that there were 88 players left in the game. Sanchin hid behind the wall again, amid the surprised cries of his opponents, and thought that it was to his advantage that they weren't wearing helmets. One of the opponents looked at his former ally and said that the bow shot did a lot of damage, but it was very difficult to aim. The guy continued to explain to his ally the arguments in favor of the bow, but did not finish as another arrow hit him. The last guy from the enemy team hid behind a piece of wall nearby, not understanding what was happening. The player began accusing Sanhen of deliberately setting himself up for kills in order to lower his rank and now playing with weak players. Sanchin tried to figure out where the guy was hiding, but having no success, the brunette aimed upward. The guy calculated that the arrow would fall where the enemy's voice was coming from. Listening to the enemy's curses, Sanchin adjusted his direction and released the arrow. The arrow, in turn, flew accurately over two walls and headed straight towards another player. A scream came from behind the wall, indicating that Sanchin had hit his target, which greatly surprised the spectators. Since the guy was screaming, Sanchin realized that he had changed his position at the last moment, which is why the arrow only grazed him. The brunette thanked his opponent for making noise and took aim again. As the enemy continued to scream, Sanchin focused on the target once again. After just a couple of seconds, the arrow soared into the sky and, having reached the highest point, turned around and headed downwards. Sanyan hit his target again, and the enemy even went silent. But this time the game did not indicate that the enemy was killed, but said that he was incapacitated. Sanyun, like some viewers, did not understand the meaning of this phrase, and the guy began to think that Snovan was able to kill the enemy. One viewer wrote that this inscription appears if you mortally wound an enemy, but not in the head. But this is a very big problem. The spectators began to talk and make their own guesses, and soon came to one conclusion. The comments said Almond had chosen the wrong level and had entered the Battle Rage section for team battles. At that moment, Sanchin remembered reading that in this mode, players can team up in teams of 4, but can also continue to play alone. The audience said that teammates can bring team members back to life, and Sanyun said that he knew about it, but he was wrong about the mode. One of the viewers sent a donation of 10,000 won and said that he would send 100,000 if Sanhyun won first place. Suddenly, the brunette wondered why the wounded player remained alive if all his team members had died. Thinking about this, Sanshin realized that there was one more person left on his team. The guy immediately turned around to find the last player, who should have already sneaked up on him, but it was too late. Before Sanshin had time to get his bearings, he was hit by a bullet. When 3 players got out of the car, the guy didn't know about the team battle yet and thought that there was no one left. But he was wrong. From the force of the shot, Sanhyun fell to the ground, dropping the bow from his hands. The guy pressed his hand against the wound, then brought it to his face, making sure that he wasn't imagining things and that the gunshot wound really did feel real. As Sanhyun lay on the ground trying to come to his senses, the shots continued. The guy wasn't going to give up so easily, so he picked up the bow and started rolling on the ground. Time after time, he successfully dodged the bullets that hit the ground, but never hit him. Sanhyun tried his best and tried to ignore the pain in his stomach area. He finally managed to roll back to cover, and his method of movement made some spectators laugh. Sanhyun settled himself more comfortably and tried to come to his senses and catch his breath. Paying attention to the taskbar in the game, the guy saw that his pulse had quickened and almost crossed the red mark. If the indicator turns red, the game will automatically pause the game to keep the player safe. Sanhyun thought about how other players might take this risk, but his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps. The boy immediately pressed his back against his hiding place, but the audience called him a scared cat who was afraid for no reason. However, Sanhyun has a different opinion, as he clearly hears the sound of approaching footsteps. From the steps, the guy realized that the enemy was slowly but surely approaching his shelter, although he was still quite far away. Sanhyun thought about how he had zero chance of winning against a point-blank shot. The guy started thinking about how to get out of this whole situation, and after a couple of seconds, some ideas came to his mind. Sanhyun thought that the enemy was not hesitating on course because he knew where the guy was now. Meanwhile, the steps continued to approach without changing their direction. After a few seconds, the enemy stopped, which confirmed Sanhyun's suspicions. Peering out from behind cover, Sanhyun fired twice, killing an enemy who had moved in to heal an ally and a second player who was unconscious. The brunette smiled and said that he guessed that the enemy's goal was to revive his ally. Sanhyun said he had won, after which messages of congratulations and donations began to arrive in the chat. The guy saw a lot of new nicknames in the chat, which indicated that he was gaining popularity. Sanhyun suggested that the audience collect resources from killed enemies, and looking in their direction, he saw a rifle. It was well thought out and had an optical sight, which indicated that it was a very good weapon. At some point, Sanhyun wondered whether he should trade his bow for a rifle. The guy stood over the rifle for a while and thought about what he should do. Meanwhile, the audience was divided into 2 sides. Some were in favor of Sanhyun taking up a more serious weapon, while others threatened to unsubscribe if the guy stopped shooting a bow. Sanhyun didn't understand how he should react to this situation, because in any case, there would be viewers who would not be satisfied with his choice. If the guy continues to use the bow and wins, he will establish himself as a one-content streamer, and the guy himself did not want to give up the bow. But how will people react if the guy refuses to accept another weapon and still loses? A few moments later, Donut Ojia arrived and gave Sanhyun the task of winning with a bow. At first, the guy didn't see who the donation was from and was even happy, but after reading the nickname, he became a little confused because he realized that the girl didn't have much money. Sanhyun accepted the challenge because it was beneficial for the stream and said he would do everything in his power to win. After some time, the guy was able to find a first aid kit and treat his wound. Spectators recommended that Sanhyun go to the ranch to find a helmet, after which the guy began to look at the map. The ranch was far from his location, so the guy said it would be good to find a car. The spectators told the guy to look back, after which the brunette saw a car nearby. The only downside to traveling by car was that it made a lot of noise, which gave away Sanhyun's location. However, the guy had no other choice, as he urgently needed to get protective equipment. Sanhyun decided to set out and open the map to get his bearings. The guy didn't even try to dodge or hide, so he drove straight to his goal. One of the spectators asked if it was normal for the guy to drive so calmly through an area teeming with gamblers. Sanhyun didn't understand why everyone was so worried, so viewers wrote that the guy could get into an ambush. As soon as the guy read this, someone from behind the bushes threw a grenade towards the car. The explosion was unexpected for Sanhyun, so he didn't have time to do anything. The car flipped over several times and the guy was trying to protect his head at that moment. After a while, the street fell silent and the car lay overturned. Sanhyun was hanging upside down because he had fastened his seatbelt and was very unhappy that the accident happened on level ground. After reading a few comments, the guy learned that another grenade could land at any moment. As if on cue from the spectators, another projectile was thrown towards the car. There was another explosion, which was more powerful because the gas tank in the car exploded. Viewers began writing that this was the end for Alman, but the guy managed to get out of the car in time and said that it was too early to bury him. Sanchin looked out from his hiding place and said that he couldn't see anything because of the smoke. This time, there were stronger buildings near the guy, which gave him the opportunity to assess the situation from the roof. Sanhyun quickly climbed up and knocked down the door leading to the roof. The guy carefully exited the room and looked around to make sure there was no one on the roof except him. Due to the altitude, Sanchin was able to examine the area more closely and saw something strange in the distance. He saw something flash, which prompted him to move closer to the edge of the roof and take a closer look. A second later, a shot was heard, but Sanchin managed to hide behind a concrete fence. Bullets whistled over his head, indicating that the guy had already been noticed. The sniper team hid among the rocks, and one of them gave the order to cease fire, since the brunette had already hidden. The shooter lowered his rifle and said he was upset that he hadn't succeeded. The squad consisted of 4 people, and their leader told 2 of them to enter the building. The captain and another player decided to stay put to cover them if needed. Meanwhile, Sanhyun was hiding on the roof, and the commentators recommended that he go back into the building, since he would become an easy target there. Viewers wrote that the team Sanchin faced this time did not look like amateurs. The guy decided to ignore the comments and closed his eyes, listening to the sounds around him. Before the shots, Sanchin managed to notice 4 people, and judging by their steps, 2 of them were now approaching the building. The problem was that if the guy stuck his head out for even a second, he would be killed on the spot. Hearing the gunshots, Sanchin tried to come up with a plan, and one finally came to him. The enemy sniper carefully observed the situation on the roof, but no longer saw the brunette. The guy assumed that Sanhyun wasn't moving because he had decided to give up. The 2 opponents decided that the guy would not stick his head out because they would shoot him. Sanchin had anticipated their actions and was now sitting in cover, listening to their footsteps and measuring the trajectory of the arrow. Even though the opponents were approaching rather quietly, the guy still heard them, and the final signal was when one player stepped on a branch. At that very moment, the arrow went upward. Sanchin, in turn, began to aim at the second player. The guy's target this time was not the head, but a weapon in the hands of another player. Sanchin listened to the sound of footsteps and measured out the required number in order to make it on time. The first arrow turned in the air and headed straight towards the players. The arrow hit the enemy's shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. The second player turned towards him when he heard loud sounds and asked what happened. While the guy was looking around, an arrow flew at his head, and the game announced that there were 47 players left out of 100. Spectators marveled at Alman's unparalleled skills, unaware that he had only learned these tricks to entertain his friends during archery practice. In addition to shooting into the sky by changing the arrow's trajectory, Sanhyun can also hit falling arrows. During his studies, the coach severely scolded the boy for such tricks, as they often damage the equipment. But that was his youth, and at that time, everyone does crazy things. Sanchin was distracted for a moment, but the sound of footsteps coming from the entrance door to the roof brought him back to his senses. The first player, wounded in the shoulder, had already managed to enter the building and was now climbing up to the roof where Sanchin was hiding. The boy realized that the enemy was advancing from behind, but he no longer had time to run away. The enemy has a pistol, so in a head-on fight, Sanchin has no advantage over him. When the enemy starts shooting at point-blank range, the guy won't even have time to draw an arrow and pull the bowstring. But Sanchin can't rely on mere chance, so he pulled the bowstring and prepared to shoot. The guy began to wait for the moment when the enemy would get up and open the door. The enemy had already managed to approach and grab the door handle. Before the door swung open, Sanchin fired the first arrow in its direction. The spectators began to be indignant, because for them the arrow went into a completely closed door. However, while it was flying, the enemy had already managed to open the door slightly, which is why the arrow slipped through the crack with precision. The arrow pierced the enemy's stomach with precision, causing him to freeze in place. The guy looked in shock at the arrow coming out of his stomach and couldn't understand how this could have happened. The enemy turned his gaze towards a small gap that had formed when he opened the door. He was shocked that the shooter was able to hit him through such a tiny gap. Sanchin, meanwhile, decided to take advantage of the guy's confusion and fired another arrow. This time, she hit the enemy's head with precision. The enemy fell forward, throwing the door wide open. Sanshin remained sitting in the corner farthest from the entrance and waited for the audience's reaction. The spectators were delighted with his shot because Sanshin hit the target, shooting at the still closed door. Everyone wrote that no one would have believed that the guy was a newbie, since he even thought about the fact that the enemy could crouch when he opened the door. Sanhyun was flattered by these words and said that there was nothing special about it, since he only had to calculate the right timing. Meanwhile, the other part of the team, sitting in ambush, did not understand why it was so quiet. Their teammate wrote in the chat and said that the guy on the roof did not belong in their rank, since he killed him as soon as the door opened. The commander said that his friend was simply not capable of anything, but the guy began to make excuses and say that he was shot through a small gap. The commander was angry and did not understand how Sanhen was even allowed into the low ranks of the game. Meanwhile, Sanhyun continued to sit on the roof, reading comments and talking to viewers. The team Almond fought with consisted of 4 people and was called Monday is Love. It consists of talented players, such as a diamond-ranked sniper named Squidward and other experienced players with experience in amateur tournaments. However, over the past year, the guys have left the game for various reasons, such as work and entering educational institutions. The reality turned out to be very far from the guys' expectations, so they returned to the games, but their ranks dropped and they were stuck at the bottom of the rankings. A player named SpongeBob asked his friends to come and resurrect him, but the captain said that Almond would kill him faster than they could get there. SpongeBob replied that he had not been killed yet, since he had crawled to the 2nd floor. Squidward was sure that the enemy was luring them with the help of his friend in order to kill them during the resurrection. The second player, nicknamed Patrick, suggested that the captain not help SpongeBob, since the guy on the roof really is a real pro. The captain didn't like this and said that it was stupid to run away and rank with newbies, and they risked losing face this way. The ashamed boy didn't understand why Squidward took the game so seriously. Meanwhile, the sniper began to assemble his rifle and rise from the ground. Patrick said that he would go himself and Squidward would cover him, but the captain said that they couldn't cope against Almond alone. There was still no movement visible on the roof of the building. The 2 players emerged from their hiding place and began to slowly approach the building where their friend remained. They took turns moving forward, one of them keeping his gun aimed at the roof. As he passed their dead friend, Patrick said he felt very sorry for him. Patrick suggested speeding up, but Squidward replied that the guy was too stupid to suggest such a thing. The sniper kept his sights on the roof so that he could react at any moment if the brunette jumped out from around the corner. Patrick listened to him and also took aim at the roof. Meanwhile, SpongeBob managed to crawl out of the building onto the street and called his teammates. Squidward ordered Patrick to stay closer to the wall to reduce the enemy's angle of view and said to keep his eyes on the roof. The guys slowly approached the shadow of the building, ready to shoot at any moment. Squidward was more focused than ever because the guy on the roof was very dangerous. As the boys entered the shadow of the building, Squidward thought they were almost there and in a blind spot, meaning they could relax a little. Patrick lowered his rifle and sighed with relief. However, Squidward continued to aim, which allowed him to notice the arrow flying towards him. She jumped out from around the corner of the roof and slowly turned around, falling down. Both guys immediately picked up their rifles and looked at the roof. They remember very well how the same arrow struck their friend as he approached the building. Squidward realized that the enemy had predicted their movements, which meant they couldn't get any further. The only thing left for the guys to do was to dodge, running either backwards or to the side, which is what they did. Squidward smiled at the fact that they were able to avoid the shots so easily. However, when he turned his attention to Patrick, he noticed that the boy had been hit by another arrow. The game announced the murder and said that there were 28 players left in the game. Squidward looked at his teammate in shock because the arrow hit him right in the eye. The guy continued to run along the building and think that there was no way the arrow could have hit Patrick from that angle. A shadow appeared in front of Squidward's eyes, which attracted the frightened boy's attention. Sanhyun jumped from the roof head first and took aim at the running enemy. Squidward stood frozen in place, not believing what he saw, but Sanhyun wasn't going to wait and fired. The game announced a double murder committed by Almond. The chat was flooded with comments and donations, and Sanhyun landed and said that he had made the right decision when he took the painkiller. Due to his carelessness, the guy hit his head and injured his hands. But thanks to the fact that his opponents had medicine, he was able to heal himself. Viewers wrote that this would not have happened if Almond had not jumped recklessly from the roof. Sanhyun decided to take a short rest before moving on, and the game informed him that the blue zone would shrink in 30 seconds. Sun-hyun rose from the ground and said that there were only 26 people left in the game. Throwing back the bottle he had drunk, the guy suggested continuing the game, as he had almost recovered. Meanwhile, Squidward, who had already been knocked out of the game, could not calm down and decided to complain about Almond. The guy went to the official website of the game Battle Rage and wrote a post. Squidward was very angry, so he clicked the publish button with all his might. He included clippings from his game during the clash with Almond to show the guy's abilities. Squidward wrote that Almond easily took out his entire team of 4 single-handedly. However, his publication provoked negativity only towards his team, as everyone considered that these were guys of very low rank. Nobody believed that it was possible to win with a bow, so they took this post as an attempt to draw attention to the team. Squidward wrote that his team was ranked Diamond 1 a year ago, and someone should remember their abilities. After his message, many commentators began to recognize him and rejoice that the Monday Love team returned to the game. Now the commentators have switched to the side of the elite team and are studying the pictures from the game with interest, trying to figure out who the archer really is. One of the commentators wrote that he found this player and sent a link to his stream. Squidward decided to follow the link and watch the guy, and in the chat they wrote that since he was a streamer, now everything was clear. The guy was very angry and was going to expose the malicious deceiver who had destroyed his team by illegally infiltrating the low ranks, being a professional. Meanwhile, Sanchin was searching the building in an attempt to find something that might be useful to him. However, all his attempts were unsuccessful, as someone had already managed to clean everything up. But the audience only laughed at him, because there was a huge number of different weapons in the room, but the guy could not take them, since he had a mission with a bow. Sanchin looked at the panel where his accepted tasks were displayed. The guy saw that the prize fund had increased to 400,000 won and assumed that the viewers had started contributing after seeing his game. Sun-hyun decided to see how many viewers were watching him at the moment and realized that there were almost 2,000 of them. A smile began to appear on the boy's face, but San-hyun tried to force himself to control his facial expressions, which caused his face to become funny. The guy covered his mouth with his hand and said that since there was nothing interesting for him in this place, he would continue on his way. San-hyun remembered that his viewership dropped to 1,100 after he changed the game, but now it was back on the rise. At some point after reading the messages in the chat, San-hyun noticed that the atmosphere had changed dramatically. Viewers wrote that they had filed a complaint against Almond and that his days as a streamer were now numbered. One viewer wrote that Almond was being unfair by fighting newcomers by deliberately lowering his rank. Sun-hyun was upset by the negative comments, but later thought that the haters were also viewers, and they would understand that all their accusations were groundless. A few moments later, an announcement appeared that the blue zone had been reduced. Immediately after this, the sounds of gunfire were heard from the street. Sanchin said that clashes between teams have become more frequent. The guy came out of hiding and said that he couldn't sit around any longer. They wrote something in the chat about a player killing 5 opponents at once and therefore getting into the top 10, but San-hyun didn't understand what they were talking about. The guy ran forward and thought about how many teams were left in the game at the moment. While he was thinking about thinning out the team, a player ran out from around the corner and the guy collided with him. San-hyun hit his head and moved to the side a little, rubbing his bruised forehead. Due to the surprise, the guy still didn't understand what he was dealing with. Sanchin looked up and saw a man in front of him with a rifle in his hands. Within a second, the player reacted and opened fire, but he still failed to hit Almond. San-hyun jumped around the corner and took out his bow, pulling the string so that he would be ready to shoot at any moment. The player began to slowly approach the corner of the destroyed building, where Sanchin was already waiting in ambush for him. The guy was ready to release the bowstring at any moment, so he just waited for the man to appear from around the corner. Before the player could even get into Sanchin's line of sight, a bullet struck his head. Sun-hyun froze in surprise, as he didn't think there was anyone else nearby. 2 players from the other team also didn't expect the shot, but they immediately realized that there was a sniper somewhere nearby. The 2 players hid in a trench and were now trying to find out where the sniper was shooting from. While they were distracted, San-hyun emerged from his hiding place and took aim, thinking that playing alone had its advantages. However, Almond's arrow was unable to kill the enemy, as he was wearing a helmet, which took the blow. The players crouched lower in the trench, and the one who was hit by the arrow said that the helmet would no longer protect him. While his teammate was recovering, the second guy asked who else was using a bow in the current competition. The guy replied that only a rat, but before that, They thought that there were only 1 or 2 teams left on the team. The boy barely had time to finish speaking when an arrow hit him in the head, this time piercing his helmet. The player fell to the ground in front of his teammate, and the game announced that the player was incapacitated. While the second guy was trying to figure out where the arrows were coming from, one of them pierced his shoulder. The player grabbed his shoulder and screamed in pain, not understanding how the stranger was able to reach them. The next and final arrow was not long in coming, and this time the game announced a kill and indicated that there were 6 players remaining. Immediately after this, the second player, who was injured first, was automatically eliminated from the game, as there were no people left who could revive him. A few moments later, it became known that another player had been killed, and now there were only 4 left. Sanyun wondered if he could take first place if the remaining 3 players were from the same team. As was written earlier in the comments, the report now came not from 100 opponents, but from 10. As Sanshin was trying to come up with a plan for his next steps, the game again warned of a shrinking blue zone. The guy was unlucky enough to find himself at the border again, so he was forced to flee to a safe place, which didn't make him very happy. Spectators had already raised their bets and were now hoping that the blue zone would throw Alman out so that he wouldn't get all that money. The commentators wanted the sniper to kill Sanyun, and looking at the reduced combat zone, the guy thought the shooter had somewhere to hide. Sanshin turned behind one of the walls and hoped that the remaining 3 players would be as spread out as possible. As he approached the edge of the wall, the boy heard voices that said they were very happy. 3 players stood a little distance away and talked about the fact that there was only 1 player left in the game. The sniper sent 2 of his teammates on reconnaissance and said that he would cover their backs. The players began to walk through the ruins, trying to spot the enemy. They approached the edge of the area and said that the player had to pass through here to avoid damage to the area. One of the guys said that they had a very advantageous position and the blue zone was on their side. As the game drew to a close, the blue zone began to shrink again. Sanshin was trying to figure out how to get out of this situation, since first place was almost in his pocket. Now the guy faces a fork in the road. He will take first place or finish in 4th. In any case, the effect of winning solo and having a good introduction will be colossal. It is at such critical moments that true skill is revealed. In such competitive missions, you need to show that you are the best, and this is what Alman must demonstrate. The 2 opponents lurked in ambush, waiting for Sanshin to appear and let their guard down, believing they had the advantage. The guy took out a bottle of medicine and took a pill to fully restore his health. Sanshin understands that it is worth attacking precisely at the moment when the enemy loses his vigilance. The enemy team noticed that the blue zone was starting to get closer, but they still couldn't see the last player. One of the boys with blonde hair said that they shouldn't get distracted, because the guy would have no choice but to go out anyway. The blue zone was inevitably approaching, so the player would have to move away to avoid taking damage. Sanshin stood stubbornly, pressing his back against the wall, and looked at the blue field. A few moments later, the toe of his boot went beyond the boundaries of the play area. A strong pain, like an electric shock, pierced Sanshin's entire body, but the boy continued to endure it. One of the opponents began to doubt their plan and began to look around. The players stood up and thought that they might have missed the player and that he was now somewhere behind. Sunhyun continued to stand in cover and endure the pain, ready to look out and shoot at his opponents at any moment. The second player also turned around and began to look around, leaving the blue zone unattended. Finally, Sanshin caught the moment he had been waiting for so long. In an instant, the opponents didn't even have time to realize when the arrow pierced the blonde's neck. The game notified that the guy was out of action, which was the signal for the second player to turn back. The guy started shooting mindlessly at everything in sight, as he didn't have time to make out the enemy's silhouette. Having noticed one corner, the guy began shooting at it and ordering the player to come out. However, he was so carried away that he did not notice Sanshin, who was on the other side, creeping closer. The guy was still in the blue zone, but that didn't stop him from playing. Ignoring the pain of the damage inflicted by the blue zone, Sanshin drew his bowstring and took aim. The guy fired when the enemy came close enough. This time the hit was right on the head, causing the game to declare a kill. Only after this, Sanshin was able to calmly get out of the blue zone and breathe a sigh of relief. While the guy kneeling tried to catch his breath, viewers wrote that Almond had managed everything, remaining with 10% health. The atmosphere in the chat improved slightly, but Sanyun didn't pay any attention to it. The guy got up from his knees and said that now he had only one opponent left. Now only Sanyun and the sniper are left in the game. The teammates remained lying on the ground within Almond's line of sight, in case the last player wanted to resurrect them. Sanshin treated himself and thought about how the sniper did not come out of hiding even when all his comrades were killed. The brunette was at the very edge of the blue zone and had a rough idea of the sniper's angle of view, since the latter had not yet opened fire on him. The game again indicated that the blue zone was shrinking, and then Sanshin thought that it would be great if the sniper stayed in place. Suddenly, the guy noticed how the blonde guy from the enemy team started crawling in the opposite direction from him. Sanhyun assumed that the boy was heading towards his comrade to be resurrected. Therefore, Almond decides to follow the blonde man so that he leads him to the sniper. But then Sanshin changed his mind because the treatment would take a long time, and now victory was at stake, so everyone would act with caution. With the blue zone continuing to shrink, the opponents have the advantage, so there is no need to take risks. Sanhyun continued to hide behind the wall, as he thought it was just a trick by the enemy team. They might think that the guy will follow the blonde guy and get into the sniper's line of sight. Sanshin lay down on the ground and assumed that the blonde's route was where the shooter had a good view. The guy decided to crawl along the blonde man's route to determine the shooter's location. However, after a few moments, Sanshin froze in place. He looked around, but could no longer find anyone in the area. The angle wasn't very good, causing Sanyun to lose sight of the blonde. The blue barrier began to close in again, forcing the opponents closer to each other. Sanyun tried his best to find the last member with his eyes. The guy rose even higher to look at the top of the thicket. Finally, his gaze caught on the main target. The sniper, just like him, was lying on the ground behind several barrels and looking in the other direction. Sanshin crouched lower so that the shooter wouldn't notice him. The sniper, meanwhile, was looking for the guy in a completely different direction and did not expect to see him on the other side. Sanyan thought about how he couldn't pull the bowstring while lying on the ground. After thinking for a while, an idea came to his mind. The guy quickly rolled over onto his back, causing the spectators to start making fun of him, saying that he was lying down and basking in the sun. However, Sanshin wasn't going to just lie there. He put his foot on the bow and placed an arrow on the string. Viewers wrote that they had seen something similar in films and didn't know that it could actually be done. Sanshin rested his bow on his leg and pulled the bowstring with all his might, remaining in a lying position. The audience didn't believe it was actually possible, and Almond didn't know for sure either, but he saw no point in thinking about it. In any case, he only has one try, so he has nothing to lose. Sanshin carefully aimed at the sniper and begged for the arrow to hit the target. A few moments later, Almond released the bowstring, and the arrow flew at great speed in the direction of the sniper. At first, the enemy did not hear the approaching threat, so he did not take his eyes off the rifle sight. But then he heard the whistle of an arrow and turned towards it. The arrow hit his head, shattering his helmet. However, despite the fact that the helmet did not withstand the attack, the sniper still remained alive. When the enemy hid behind the barrels, Sanshin asked the audience if they remembered what to do in such a situation. After Sanhyun stopped worrying about the sniper, he was able to calmly aim the arrow upward. Meanwhile, the sniper was restoring his health, taking into account the barrier between him and the archer. As before, the arrow reached its peak at the top point and, turning around, began to fall downwards. This time it passed through the broken helmet and hit the enemy straight in the head. The sniper didn't even have time to understand anything, since he didn't think that the archer could get so close to him. Meanwhile, Sanyun stood at the sago edge of the blue zone with a bow in his hands and waited for the game to be announced. The last player in the competition fell to the ground, and the game announced that Almond was the only one of 100 left in the game. Not many spectators believed that Almond could win in a 3-on-1 situation. In fact, even the blue zone was constantly pushing the guy and putting him at a disadvantage from the very beginning of the game. During the game, many people wrote that Almond had met his end at one point or another. But the longer Sanhyun held on, the more the mood of the audience changed. Each time, faith in the guy's abilities exceeded initial expectations. At some point, the audience even started to cheer Sanshin on and keep his spirits up with donations. During this stream, the guy's longtime subscribers were able to see a new trick from Almond. They were genuinely impressed by his abilities. Now the game has come to its end. Almond fired the final shot, killing the last remaining player. Thus, the first match of the game ended in first place alone, and Sanhyun received a donation of 460,000 won. For all the spectators and even for Sanshin himself, this was an unexpected result. However, the donations didn't end there, as some more viewers decided to support the guy with donations. Many viewers wrote that the guy was Robin Hood in a past life and swore eternal loyalty to him. Suddenly, a notification arrived in the chat with a donation of 50,000 from a viewer with the nickname Miko. Judging by the audience's reaction, Miho was quite famous among viewers, But the guy decided not to single her out and thank all the viewers who sent donations. Suddenly, another message arrived from Miho with an offer to join the clan. Sanhyun was shocked and, from the audience's reaction, realized that such offers rarely come to a newcomer, but the guy decided to refuse. Miho sent another 50,000 won and wrote that the guy should contact her if he changed his mind, for which Sanhyun thanked her again. Sanhyun addressed all viewers and said that he was ending his stream for today. After thanking the audience, the guy quickly hangs up. As soon as Sanhyun came out of the capsule and wiped his face with a towel, the manager approached him and showed him something on his phone. Jae-hyuk decided to show the guy who Miho was. On the phone screen, there was a beautiful girl with soft pink hair. From some of the footage, it was clear that she was also a streamer. Both boys noticed her beauty, and Jae-hyuk said that the boy was right when he refused to cooperate. Sanjin explained his refusal by saying that he was still a beginner and therefore did not want to be compared to professionals. The brunette asked the manager what the overall reaction was to his performance, which prompted Jae-hyuk to offer a summary. On the Kingdom forum, the reaction was positive, but everyone was rooting for the guy to return to the game, while on the Battle Rage forum, the situation was sad. All the viewers were angry because Almond had fooled everyone, even Miko herself, who had sent him a donation. Jae-hyuk asked why the guy didn't react to this, and San-hyun said that it was inevitable if he had a private profile. San-hen offered to reopen his profile, but the manager said that this would lead to hackers laundering his donations. After this remark, the brunette said that everything should be left as is, but Jae-hyuk saw an opportunity in this. The manager decided to turn everything in their favor, because even such an approach could increase Almond's popularity. However, everything got out of control because the administration blocked San-hyun's account without even checking the information. While Jae-hyuk was running around the apartment in a rage, San-hyun sat calmly at the computer and said that there were only problems all around. The brunette did nothing wrong, so he wrote an explanatory note to the administrators, but they never read his letter. Jae-hyuk said that there was no point in explaining anything to all of them, and then he exhaled and said that it was even for the best. They have already talked about the fact that all this is also part of fame. So Sanhyun must prepare, and if it comes down to it, they must become famous properly. Jae-hyuk said that Almond needed to pull himself together and make an important announcement. San-hyun posted on another platform and informed viewers that due to the large number of reports on his last stream, his account had been suspended. The guy also noted that he wrote to the administrators to clarify the misunderstanding, but still hasn't received a response. While Sang-hyun was reading the comments from viewers, Jae-hyuk was making more noise under the post to attract more attention. As expected, Kingdom fans stood up for Almond and wrote that Battle Rage unfairly banned the guy just because he plays well. The post began to garner a lot of positive responses supporting Almond. Many people started complaining that there were a lot of dishonest players in the game, but the administrators ignored them and discriminated against the small streamer. People started demanding recordings from the stream to see what achievements led to the guy being banned and called a cheater, but the video hadn't been posted yet. Later in the evening, Mr. Jia from Pank contacted Sun-hen. The next morning, another post was made by Almond, stating that he had been labeled a cheater and banned after one match. People were very surprised by the current situation, and those who watched yesterday's stream confirmed that there was a lot of noise in the chat. Some didn't understand why this happened or simply suspected that Almond was good because this wasn't his first match. Finally, a video from the match was released on Almond's official website. Everyone watched with interest, so as not to miss a single moment. There were a lot of comments under the video, and Jae-hyuk thought the reaction was good. The video stated that at first, most viewers were skeptical about the title of the video. However, as they watched the game, skepticism turned to amazement. Almond performed tricks with the bow that no one could have imagined before. Thanks to his abilities, the guy single-handedly dealt with his opponents and took first place in the team match. Some viewers watched yesterday's stream, but the edited version was also amazing. The video ended with a caption appearing stating that Almond had been labeled a cheater for playing like that. A storm of negativity erupted, directed at viewers who, based on personal grievances, began to humiliate the newbie streamer without cause, and at the administrators who failed to address the situation. After the chat was closed, 4,000 viewers, left alone with their opinions, dispersed to gaming forums to vent. Many complained about the administrators and felt sorry for Almond because he was unfairly accused of using cheats. With discontent already simmering with Battle Rage's leadership, the incident quickly gained momentum, and a video of the broadcast made it into the official news of a popular gaming portal. As the scandal grew, a showdown was taking place at the Battle Rage developer headquarters. The manager slammed his fist on the table and said that the administrators had gone crazy. He asked why they blocked the streamer's account without even checking the match history. The administrator explained that there had been a lot of complaints about the guy, but this only angered the boss further, as complaints do not prove that the player was using cheats. The man suggested holding an online vote to fire the administrator, as viewers would be happy to hear it. The young man who was the administrator apologized, but the boss's anger did not subside. The man asked how many viewers Alman had, and the manager said about 1,000. The boss asked what was known about this streamer. The guy didn't quite understand what the man was talking about, so he slammed the table again and asked if Alman had any patrons. The administrator was doubtful, but said that the guy had only recently started streaming, so there was nothing on him. The boss ordered him to call the community managers immediately, but the guy didn't understand why this was necessary. The man became even more angry and said that they had to hide all of this, so they needed to set up a meeting as soon as possible. The boss was unhappy that his employees were distracting him with trifles at such a crucial moment. The man angrily clenched his fist, which lay on the documents about the promotion and invitation to a second interview. After some time, we returned to Sanchin. It's morning, and now the guy is going through his morning routine procedures. The guy checked his phone again and made sure that there was still no answer from the battle range administrators. San-hyun thought his block would be lifted in a day or so, but he was interrupted by Ji-hyuk flying into the bathroom. The manager was shocked and with shaking hands pointed to the phone and said that everything was lost. Sen-hyun didn't understand what he was talking about, to which Ji-hyuk said that all of yesterday's posts about Alman had disappeared. The manager said the Battle Rage team had removed all information involving Alman from its forum, including posts and discussions. A search for Alman yielded nothing, as Battle Rage managers had completely wiped out all information about the streamer. Ji-hyuk thought that they wouldn't admit their mistakes right away, but he never expected them to do this. The manager said that today's stream is in great question, since now San-hyun cannot even return to Kingdom. The brunette reacted calmly to this and got up from the table, saying that today he would have a day off. Ji-hyuk asked the guy what he had planned for today, and he replied that he had a meeting with the director of the punk company. The manager asked if the director could somehow help in this situation, but Sanchin could not give a clear answer. The brunette only said that he would ask him about it when they met in person. We go back to the distant past when San-hyun was just thinking about taking up archery. Then the boy's grandmother asked the coach if the brunette had talent, and he replied that there was no doubt about it. The coach said that because of his age, the boy is not so strong, but his resilience and spirit are exceptional, and these are the most important qualities for an archer. Grandma sighed and said that she didn't understand anything about it. The man said that talent doesn't appear out of nowhere. It is honed over years, and only after that can one become great. All this time, Sanchin twisted the bow from side to side and clumsily pulled the bowstring, trying to make at least one shot. Finally, the guy managed to hold the bow correctly, after which the arrow hit the target with precision. Seeing this, the coach was very surprised, because the guy didn't know anything yet. The man approached the boy and called out, attracting his attention. When the boy looked at him, the coach clapped his hands and said that the boy's hand didn't even tremble. San-hyun was surprised, but the man assured him that if his hands had been shaking, the guy wouldn't have been able to hit the target, let alone the center. Patting Sanchin on the shoulder, the coach told him to stick to that course. The man said that even if a guy is at his limit and feels like he can't take it anymore, he must stay focused and believe that he can always try again. If a guy follows this path, then his arrows will always reach the center of the target. Sanchin accepted the teacher's instructions, but the man still wanted to tell him something. Then the coach said that it would be good if the boy started to practice archery professionally. The guy remembered these words, calmness and good concentration. He often heard these compliments when he was young. These were the qualities that made him an archery genius, but at one point they became unnecessary skills that couldn't even be included on a resume. Sanchin thought that life really is unpredictable. The guy was deep in thought, but he was brought back to his senses by the voice of Manager Wu, who greeted the guy. They were supposed to go to dinner with the director together, so they met early. As they walked to the meeting place, the man noticed that the guy looked thoughtful. Manager Wu stopped and called out to San-hyun, who continued on his way. The man guessed that San-hyun was one of those people who always remained calm as a boa constrictor. The guy didn't quite understand what the manager was talking about. Manager Wu said he was just saying that because even the most popular streamers get nervous when they go to lunch with the director. San Hyun rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and said that he was quite reserved in life too. The man noted that during the game the guy behaved very boldly, and this greatly surprised Sanchin. The manager said that he watches the guy's streams and this shouldn't be surprising. San Hyun was a little embarrassed by this fact, but still thanked the man. After some time they came to a luxurious Japanese restaurant, but San Hyun doubted that he would be able to pay for even one meal there. After a couple of minutes of waiting, Manager Yu said that the director had arrived and he would go meet him. The man asked Sanchin not to deny himself anything, as he deserved it with his achievements. The guy looked at him in surprise, not understanding what achievements he was talking about. A couple of minutes later, the director, accompanied by Manager Yu, entered a separate room. Sanyan stood up to greet the director with all due respect. The brunette bowed and introduced himself, to which the director replied that he was pleased to meet him. Without straightening his back completely, Sanchin looked at the man standing in front of him. The director's name was Han Taeho. He had blonde hair, and his age was only revealed by slight wrinkles. San Hyun politely shook the man's hand and said that it was a great honor for him to meet the director. The brunette made a good first impression, as he was very different from most streamers. The director was still holding San Hyun's hand, so he noticed that it was shaking. The man immediately had some assumptions about whether the guy was nervous or something else. Everyone sat down at the table, and the waiter began to explain that scallops are eaten with salt and wasabi, and that porcupine fish are doused with soy sauce. The director was the first to try the porcupine fish and said that it tasted quite good. The man said the place was known for its sushi, but he preferred the appetizers, especially if they were on the house. Sanyan watched the cheerful conversation with a smile, but decided to try the dish when the elder started eating. After trying just one piece, the guy realized that the men weren't lying about the taste of the food. The director said that there was a very talented chef working at this place and asked Sanchin if he liked it, to which the guy answered positively. The man asked if the boy often went to such establishments, and Sanchin said that he had visited several times. At this moment, Manager Wu leaned towards the director and said that San Hyun used to work at Asun's company. The director said admiringly that San Hyun was truly very talented, but the brunette himself thought that he had gotten into the company through connections. The men started talking about how one of the Asun company's bosses was a regular at this establishment. The director said with a smile that he studied with director Lee Chilson. Sanchin didn't know this for sure, but it was easy to believe. The guy had previously assumed that the directors might be acquainted. More often than not, directors are recruited from the elite, which means there is nothing strange in the fact that they have known each other since childhood. Judging by the director's reaction, San Hyun assumed that the men were close friends, so he said that they were somewhat similar. Looking at the director, the guy guessed that they were not only close friends but also proud of this friendship. The man sighed and said that Director Lee would be much more talented than him, since Asuna was known abroad, while Punk was inferior to foreign companies. Sanchin noted that Punk is an active company on the global stage, which is why many people dream of working for them. The director smiled sadly and said that the guy spoke very well. The man put the cup on the table and said that he was worried about one very important question. Streaming is a good thing, but it's extremely dangerous to take such risks right now. The director wanted to know the reason why San Hyun left Asuna and decided to become a streamer. The question was too personal and seemed rude at first glance, but it was still a good sign. The fact that the man is asking about this means that he cares about the guy's future, which means he will help resolve the issue with Battle Rage and help with his career in general. Sun Yun thought about how he would have to be honest and tell his story to another person for the first time. The boy gathered his courage and told the director that he had previously been a professional archer and quite successful. The men were surprised by this statement and decided to ask again. Manager Wu immediately noticed the director's reaction, because he knew that this was a hobby for the man. The director was very surprised, as he did not expect this from Sanchin. The man decided to ask why the guy had given up this activity, after which the brunette became quiet. Sun replied that it was due to an injury, and the director immediately remembered the boy's shaking hand during the greeting. The man asked what had happened, and the boy replied that he had been in an accident while returning from the national championship, where he had won a gold medal. The director asked the boy how old he was when he won the championship, and he replied that he was 17, which was a record. San Yun said he kept it a secret for 3 years, but was never able to recover, and then, with the help of a coach's recommendation, he got a job at Asun. The guy recalled the time he spent at the company and said that he got there not thanks to his skills. San Yun wasn't very good at his job, so he was constantly getting scolded by his superiors. The guy said that it was then that he became interested in virtual games, in which he could easily control his hand. Sanyan said he was hooked on gaming, but needed to make money somehow, so he decided to try streaming. The guy said that while his grandmother was alive, he worked to get rid of the regrets about his lost career. At that time, Sanchin didn't even think about the fact that his hand could move normally in virtual reality. The director looked sad when he heard the boy's story. The man topped up Sanchin's drink and said that in life, things don't always go the way they want. The director says it's all a cliche, but that only makes it more interesting. There are no guarantees that life will be better if everything goes your way, because before, the director himself was an ordinary unemployed guy with a dream, but fate was on his side. The man likes who he has become, and that he can now sit here and eat sushi from a famous chef. The director said that everything would be fine for Sanhyun in the future too, for which the boy thanked him. Manager Wu said that the guy would definitely succeed and remembered that the guy had already started playing a new game. Sanhyun was glad to change the topic and was about to tell his elders about his problem. However, Manager Wu interrupted him and began looking for something in his briefcase. While the man was distracted, Sanhyun seemed to feel mental pressure from Jihyuk, who was sitting in his head and telling the guy to act. Manager Wu opened a tab with a rapidly growing graph and asked if Sanhyun knew what it meant. The director himself didn't understand what it was, but the brunette suggested that this chart was related to stocks. Manager Wu said that this graph shows the increase in sales of Kingdom after Sanhyun played it. The man opened another tab and showed that Almond's name appeared in most of the reviews. Sanhyun read a few of them, and most said they got into the game after watching Almond's stream. The director was interested in this, and the manager said that the sales volume was low, but the chart jumped the moment Sanhyun started streaming. The man wanted to tell this at work tomorrow, but decided that Sanshin would also like to hear it. Manager Wu said that the guy had the makings of a star, and the director couldn't help but agree with him. The manager praised Sanshin for his work, and he could only accept his words with embarrassment. At that time, the director was watching the video from the broadcast and said that these were not just words, and that the guy would really succeed. The man knocked on the table and said that Kingdom was a single-player game, which meant it wouldn't be streamed for a long time. The director asked the guy if he had plans for other games, and Sanhyun replied that it was Battle Rage. The director recalled that the game's audience is mainly 20 to 30-year-olds, and he himself often sees his son playing it. The man smiled and asked if the boy had any aspirations. Manager Wu maintained a good atmosphere among them and winked playfully at the guy. Senshin took this as a signal to act. The guy chuckled and lowered his head for a moment, collecting his thoughts. Then Sanhyun looked straight at the director and said that he had one problem. After some time, we find ourselves in the office of the Battle Rage game developers. A middle-aged man named Seo Yunben runs to his boss because he was urgently called. We already know him, as this man ordered Battle Rage managers to delete all information about the streamer Almond. Manager. So was in a good mood because he thought he was being called to announce a promotion. Approaching the office, the man knocked and asked if he could come in and was invited inside. The department head and the administrator, with whom they had spoken earlier about blocking Almond's account, were already in the room. Sitting down next to the guy, the man did not understand why Kim's assistant was also invited to the meeting. The leader said there was a reason he had gathered them today. The man asked if the staff knew where he had gone that morning, but they did not understand the question. The manager did not speak directly at first and simply pointed his finger upward. To avoid any misunderstanding, he said that he had been summoned to the head office. Today, the executive director told the manager something strange. The man asked the staff if they knew anything about a streamer named Almond. Manager. So immediately remembered who they were talking about, but he didn't think that rumors could have reached his superiors, since all articles about the streamer had already been deleted. The manager raised his voice and asked again whether they knew him or not, to which Manager So replied in the affirmative. After receiving the answer, the manager said that he would not press any further, since Manager So and Assistant Kim would soon be leaving the staff. The man was shocked by this and asked why this happened because of some trifle, but at his words, the manager only laughed. The manager took the tablet in his hands and asked if Manager So really didn't understand how the director found out about this. Throwing the tablet on the table, the man asked how it was possible to hide information about the streamer without even knowing information about him. What was on the tablet screen shocked Manager. So, streamer Almond, who was listed as a partner streamer for Punk, was looking at him from the screen. Manager So was very angry because he could not even imagine that the guy would turn out to be an important person. The manager said that Almond had popularized Kingdom and their sales had increased fivefold. So it was no wonder why the director was so angry. Although the Battle Rage game is popular among players, it is very difficult to get promotion from the Punk company. Instead of looking for opportunities, the game's managers simply block Punk's streamer partner without clarifying the circumstances and try to hide the fact. The manager said it was not unusual to cover one's tracks. However, he always said that all this must be done correctly. The manager noted that manager So and assistant Kim were not using their heads at all, so he wished them luck in their new life without work. Manager So was very scared and asked the manager for a second chance, but the manager shook his head. The manager ordered the staff to write a formal letter of apology and prepare for disciplinary action, and Almond's case would be transferred to another team. Just a few minutes ago, manager So was happily walking into a meeting, promising a promotion, but now he is being told that he is fired. The manager picked up the tablet and asked what they were waiting for, and whether he should call security to help the former employees leave. For a few more moments, the manager sat in place, and then said that they were already leaving. When the door closed behind the former employees, the manager cheerfully called another department. He asked Team 2 if they had unblocked Almond, and upon receiving an affirmative answer, praised them for their work. The executive said Almond and Punk were ready for publicity, but the team should prepare for some negative comments. When the manager and assistant were in the corridor, the man approached the guy. The man was angry because he had asked Kim if Almond had any connections.